Oh, it just reaches the rope. One of those annoying ones for the fielder, Lewis Rees, who's just kept interested as the ball slowed down, but it just touched the rope as he caught up with it. So a boundary to start the day for Roderick. Takes him past his first innings score of 40, goes to 42, 74 for 2. Rehan Adavalath is the non-striker, young man who made a naught in the first innings. His first innings is first class cricket, but he did get off the mark last night. He's on 8. Here's McCurr again. Balls to Roderick, and again he's very full, and Roderick just squeezes this up to Rees at mid-on, and there's no run. Would have been a big relief for Adavalath when he got off the mark. Sorry, I've done it again, and the sound up on our monitor, which is showing us the live feed. Fletcher's off to do his first update for BBC Radio Derby. He'll be back shortly. I'll be doing one too for Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. And the news is that we've started on time and it's bright and sunny. And Derbyshire are looking to force a victory, which would be their first of the season outside the off stump. This next one from Conor McCurr, and allowed through to the Derbyshire keeper Brooke Guest behind the stumps. As I say, not many spectators in. Test match, of course, will be taking the attention of a lot of cricket fans in the country. England winning the toss and choosing to have a bowl down at Lord's. Josh Tongue of Worcestershire in the England side. So Worcestershire fans will be keeping an eye on that. Here's McCurr again, bowls to Roderick, who pushes this up to mid-off where Lewis Deploy, the Derbyshire captain, does the fielding. Deploy, who yesterday made a career best 238 not out, and despite him being an experienced cricketer, I have no doubt that he's still got a spring in his step after that, his first ever double 100, and he will still be feeling very, very good about the game, that is for sure. 74 for 2 as McCurr is in again from the Diglis end and bowls, and Roderick just clips this one away to mid-wicket where Harry Kame does the fielding, and there's no run. But yeah, I think a player who's in the form that Deployers will be happy with his performance for a few days. First over in progress here at New Road. Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 70 for 2. Have added 4 runs. Gareth Roderick clipping the first ball of the day from Conor McCurr to the mid-wicket boundary. He's on 42. Rehan Adavalath is on 8. And really, with the sun shining and the weather reasonably set fair, just a case of batting all day for Worcestershire if they're going to save this game. They've made a solid start as Roderick takes 2 more runs. They go to 76 for 2. A little pull shot from Roderick off the last ball of that over brings him 2 more, and he goes on to 44, and the total to 76 for 2. Adavalath on 8 will now take guard, and as predicted by Dave Fletcher, Anna Starr is going to have his first bowl of the innings. 5 for 45 for Dahl in the first innings. He probably more than anybody in either side, maybe along with Joe Leach, has found the consistency and the sort of nagging accuracy with the Kookaburra ball that this pitch demands, and bowled very, very tidily in the first innings, as I say. 18.3 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 45. Coming on at the New Road end, the end from which he took his wickets on day 1, and he will be bowling to Rehan Adavalath, and Dave Fletcher is back to tell you all about it.
Well, I'm glad to see Nudge bowling, to be honest. Didn't bowl at all yesterday, so he's into Adavalath, who turns this ball into the leg side, but it's fielded by Alex Thompson. He could have a big role to play as well, the off spinner.
Just saying, Fletcher, I think Dahl, along with Joe Leach probably, of all the bowlers in either side has managed to find that nagging consistency with the kookaburra that has brought success. Bowled really, really well in the first innings. Not trying to do too much, just trying to make the batsman play round about off stump, nagging away and waiting for the errors. And he'll do the same again today, I'm sure.
He's in conversation with Liz Deploy at the moment. They're just moving somebody. They're moving the deep backward square leg. Conor McKerr slightly squarer, and Harry Kane has come out of that very straight, shortish mid-on and gone into a straight mid-wicket as Dahl is in again and bowls to a Davalath outside the off stump, leaves alone to go through to the keeper. Yeah, when they do the survey of the players and say, how did you find the kookaburra ball? I think Anuj Dahl will give it 10 out of 10. A fiver in the first innings, a century.
Yeah. I wonder, actually, that's quite an interesting one. I wonder if he will, or whether he'll feel from a bowling point of view that he'd rather have had a duke.
Yeah, but he might have got even more wickets, absolutely. He's in again, and Davalath gets one off the edge. That's a very productive scoring area for him, because I think that's pretty much where all his runs have come from. Down to third man, he moves on to 10 with a couple there, 78 for 2.
Yeah, one was more of a drive, to be fair, wasn't it? The second boundary, but they've all been behind square on the offside. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, every single one of them.
He won't care.
I don't mind if he gets out now. I didn't want him to get a pair. No. That would have been horrible on debut, but now he's got some runs, he can go.
Yeah, all right, thanks for that.
Dahl is in, and that one is defended by Davalath. Into the ground, Harry Kane does the fielding and of course throws the ball very hard to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Haider Ali and Wayne Madsen, the two slips. Nick Potts is at backward point because that's where Dahl, who's bowling, would ordinarily stand. Cover is Lewis Rees. Deploy at mid-off. George Scrimshaw on the field in place of Ben Etchison. More on him in a moment. He's at mid-on. Then the two mid-wickets, Alex Thompson and Harry Kane. This next delivery goes past the edge of the bat. He might have played inside the line of it, in fairness. He didn't look too perturbed by that, so he didn't give the impression it was a play and a miss. It was. I
think it was.
Do you?
Yeah,
he sort of gave the he did well to give the impression that he basically played inside the line of it deliberately.
Have a look again, but I reckon he played it.
Scrimshaw on. Yesterday we had Mark Ackerman as a 12th man yesterday afternoon and evening, but George Scrimshaw on because Ben Aitchison is feeling soreness in his Dahl bowls. I'll tell you where his soreness is in a moment. Davalath pushes that to Harry Kane, who fields one of the two short mid-wickets. I've forgotten where his soreness is now, actually. Where did I say he was?
Back, is it?
Back, and something else. There was two bits of soreness. Stephen very kindly sent me a message this morning. Back and hip pain. Right. That's where he's got it. Back and hip.
Connected,
yes. Well, your backbone is connected to your hip bone, famously.
So I've heard. We've had enough renditions of songs in the press books this morning.
We don't want
already.
that. We don't want that one. And nobody wants me to sing.
Yeah. Conor McKerr will continue from the Diglis end. He bowls to Roderick and he drives nicely straight down the ground. Good diving stop at mid-on by Lewis Rees. He gets one. Roderick goes to 45. You're talking about Davalath getting off the mark and not getting a pair. And my interview last night was with Gareth Roderick, and I did say to him, it was nice to see young Rehan get off a pair, and he said, yeah, it was. He said, you wouldn't want that. And I said, and had he not got off the mark, you might have felt a bit guilty because you missed a single, didn't you? And he said, you spotted that? And he said, yes, I did miss a single. He said, I just thought it had gone straight to the field and it hadn't, so my heart was beating a bit quicker until he did get off the mark. McKerr bowls, Davalath on the back foot, plays that up to Harry Kane at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 79 for 2, but I think he would have felt a bit guilty because Davalath was very keen. I don't know if you remember it. He turned it off his legs and set off for that all-important single, only to be sent back, and he had to wait until he got that little edge down to third man later in the over from Alex Thompson. Anyway, he's in double figures now. Relative riches of double figures. He's on 10 and he waits now as Conor McKerr moves in from the Diglis end and bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump, lifts the bat well clear of that, and it bounces quite steeply from just short of a length and through to Brookguest behind the stumps.
Roderick will be pleased that the man who got him out in the first innings isn't going to be bowling either. It was Aitchison's wicket, wasn't it, in the first innings that started it. 12-15 on day one, and they've been going along really nicely. 70.
Yeah, 70 without
By 12-15 on day one, and then all of a sudden they sort of fell in a big heap.
Yeah, they did. Here's McCurr in, bowls, and Davalath is on the back foot, playing defensively down on the onside. Kane fields. Yeah, they fell in a. It was kind of like a slow disintegration of the heap, wasn't it? Really, right? You couldn't call it really a collapse. It was a drawn out sort of demise over the day, wasn't it? But Derbyshire, as we said earlier, Anadjadal in particular, just stuck at it and nagged away, and that was exactly what Worcestershire were not able to do with the ball. There were too many full balls, especially in the first session of Derbyshire's reply. They got a flyer, and the die was cast really, and then there was some pretty sloppy fielding, and I think we counted 4, maybe 5 catches went down in that Derbyshire innings, including the big 2. I mean, Madsen was in the 90s when he was dropped, but Deploy was dropped on 69.
Yeah.
He went on to 238. Dahl was dropped on 20, went on to 141 not out. So Worcestershire have only got themselves to blame for the predicament that they're in, and I think they'd be the first to admit that. Well, I know they would. But anyway, they've got a chance to fight their way out of it if they can just keep batting today. Harry Kane's gone into short leg now under the helmet. He hasn't missed any cricket. And Conor McCurr is in with 3 slips and that short leg waiting. Bowls to Adavalath, and he plays very nicely forward and up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. 79 for 2. I mentioned there aren't many spectators in the ground, a few tucked away at this end, a few members in the pavilion as always, but not many in the Dollavera stand. To be fair, if they're of a Worcestershire persuasion, they won't really have enjoyed much of what they've seen in this game so far.
No.
And there is the added attraction of a Lord's Test match to keep an eye on as well. The diehards are here though, no doubt. Conor McCurr in, bowls, and Adavalath drives up to mid-on. End of the over. He stays on 10. Roderick is 45, 79 for 2. And there'll be a few diehards, I suppose, Fletcher, who'll be here really enjoying the fact that they're having a look at a new batsman. You never know what's going to happen in his career, but if he does well, they might be able to say, well, I was there when he made his debut. Sort of thing that die-hard members of county clubs value, and quite right too.
People who are keeping an eye on the Test match will already have spotted that Just Stop Oil protesters ran on with some orange powder. Johnny Bairstow carried one of them off. I'm not sure folks would have done that, you see, so he's worth his place in the side for that.
There you go, there you go.
That's why he's playing.
Yeah.
I can think of no other reason.
Well, he can bat.
Yes, he can't catch though, can he? Or stump. Anadjadal's having a conversation, well he can, but not very well. He's having a conversation with Lewis Deploy, and they're just swapping Harry Kane and Lewis Rees over for some reason. So Kane is now at cover and Rees is at a very straight mid-wicket. There is an orthodox mid-wicket, Alex Thompson, there as well. Kane has gone onto the Hessian mat at cover. And Dahl is in, and that one is left alone by Roderick to go through to Brookguest behind the stumps for Derbyshire. 79 for 2. 9 runs added so far this morning. The trail bit is almost entirely irrelevant, because if Worcestershire don't bat all day, if they are bowled out at any point, I mean, before they get for another 262 runs, they will lose anyway. But if they get more than that, Derbyshire might just have time, if it doesn't chuck it down, to go out there and get the runs in the second innings, as Dahl is in again, and this one is defended with the full face of the bat by Gareth Roderick.
I can't see that happening. I mean, obviously we can't write it off. It's not impossible. And you've got in Adam Hose, you've got a player who could come in and score quickly, but nobody really has scored very quickly on this pitch, other than when it was gimme time at the end of the Derbyshire innings.
And the first sort of 10 overs with the
when the
new
ball's
ball.
hard,
There will be another new ball before the close as Dal bowls, and that was whipped into the leg side aerially and in between fielders and out to the straight mid-wicket boundary for 4. It was in the air for a long time, but it was equidistant from...
Threaded it, didn't he? Really?
Yeah, Lewis Rees and Alex Thompson, neither of whom really moved.
It's not a huge gap between the two, is
It's
it?
not. Perhaps there's somebody else in there. I mean, you only have 9 fielders, so it's a bit tricky to plug all the gaps. Looking around to see, he must be. Oh, he is down there. Conor McKerr. Dahl is in again and bowls to Roderick, who moved on to 49 with that boundary.
Could put one in. You could sacrifice your extra cover, I suppose. Could you? It's not as if runs are an issue.
No, I always think though, if he'd have done that straight away, it's a bad look.
Yeah.
Or we're going to chase that.
Yeah,
Well, he might hit it there again. Well, he might do, but
But we did have 3 in a row in that area in the
Yes.
first innings for both teams.
yeah, the upside down umbrella. Or the right way around, depends where you're sitting, I suppose, in the ground. There's Dahl again, bowls to Roderick on 49, turns it into the leg side and gets to his 50. He has batted quite nicely in this match, Gareth Roderick, in fairness to him. 40 in the first innings and 50 in the second. 69 balls with 8 fours, Gareth Roderick, but plenty more work to do.
Yeah. You won't need telling that. He's a very mature cricketer. He's been a captain, of course, in the past down at Gloucestershire. Good reader of the game, I think. Quite clear what he's got to do today, and that is basically to bat. And that's what they like doing. That's what they're paid to do. That's what they should enjoy doing. So just get on with it.
Davalath pushes this next delivery from Anders Dahl straight to Lewis Rees. The 2 mid-wickets have come a lot closer when Rehan Davalath is on strike, but he negotiated the final ball of Anders Dahl's second over very comfortably indeed. And we've had 4 now, 84 for 2, 14 runs added over since the overnight score of 70 for 2. Most of those scored by Gareth Roderick. He's on 50 and Rehan Davalath is 10.
You wonder often when you get a young player coming in just how a partnership will develop and whether they know each other's game. I can report that these two had a very big partnership together for the second team last week. McKerr in bowls, Roderick drives up to mid-off. Lovely shot, but straight to Leas to Ploy at mid-off. So they will know each other's game and each other's sort of personalities. Roderick obviously the senior man, but has played a fair bit of second team cricket during the T20 campaign, and as I say, big partnership with Davalath last week. And he'll be helping the youngster through it, no doubt, as the sun shines a little bit more brightly on Conor McKerr moving in past umpire Inworth. And this one is just short of a length, and Roderick is in behind it, pushes it out on the offside. I think that's what they call a heavy length. I've been trying very hard to come to terms with this expression, heavy length, because
an elderly gentleman is walking past.
By the name of David Townsend, who might be joining us for a bit of guest chat later on. Does a fair bit of BBC commentary for Yorkshire these days, David, but occasionally guests at other counties. Just turned up from his summer home in Morton in the Marsh. There's McKerr bowls again, and Roderick pushes out on the offside. I was going to make a point then, I can't remember what it was.
Heavy length.
Oh yeah, you're talking about a length, so a measurement of distance, and you're using a term to describe it which is a measurement of weight, and I've always found this very difficult. I've asked a few cricketers about it. I know what a heavy ball is because that's when it hits the bat hard. And
but it's always the same weight though, isn't it?
It's I think meant to be that length that just back of what we'd call a good length. McKerr bowls, that's not a heavy length, that's a half volley. And it's driven through the covers by Roderick nicely for 4, goes to 54, 88 for 2. just back of the length and just going through round about sort of just over off stump. That's that sort of length is what they refer to as a heavy length. But nobody's actually managed to satisfactorily, for me.
We used to describe it as nagging, didn't we?
Yeah, nobody's satisfactorily explained why we have this measurement of weight describing a measurement of distance. I dare say it'll die out over the next few years and something else will come in to replace it. Conor McCurr end bowls, and that's another half volley. This time Roderick doesn't quite get hold of it, drives it nicely enough, but not with any great power, and Leas deploy at mid-off moves across to his left of field, 88 for 2, and that elderly gentleman has made his way into the commentary box next door. Fletch, you might be doing your next update for you.
It is becoming more and more like a retirement home in here. By the minute. We've had John Curtis singing songs from the shows this morning. That was dreadful.
Here's Conor McCurr again from the Digley Sendy bowls. Roderick is forward, playing that very watchfully out on the onside. Harry Canefield, end of the over from McCurr. 88 for 2. Roderick has 54. Adavalath has 10. And I guess the score isn't really that significant. The most important thing is there are 91 overs left in the day for Worcestershire.
Running out of overs already, Derbyshire.
That's what we should focus on, I suppose.
Yes, I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. A couple of regulars are listening in. Derbyshire regulars, Terry and Adam's listening as well, I think. He's looking forward to Friday. He's going to be taking his 11-year-old daughter to her first Derbyshire game. I hope she enjoys it. And as Dal in to bowl to Davalath, who pushes this one out into the offside.
I get the news headlines popping up on my phone, and the latest one I've got is England wicketkeeper hauls just stop oil protester from Lord's pitch. There you go. Johnny Bairstow won't stand any messing around. I can imagine he had a bit of advice for the young protester as well, I should think.
Yes. Blunt advice, I would have thought. The Davalath turns the next ball into the leg side from Anuj Dell. This time, instead of Harry Kane on the offside, it's Lewis Rees on the leg side, who we will see bowl, I'm sure, fairly soon, although at the moment it's Nick Potts who's warming up at backward point. Potts with 1 wicket in this innings already. A little expensive, but he's got a man out already. Dahl's next delivery again. Davalath turns into the leg side, and Rees starts polishing the ball furiously. Indeed, Terry, last of the summer wine. You're absolutely right. I didn't particularly like the programme, but it is very much like last of the summer wine in the Worcestershire box. It goes down and bowls. That's nicely turned down a fine leg for 4 by Davalath. Picks up a legitimate boundary. Nice to see. He moves on to 14.
Allocating parts to people.
No. Well, I couldn't, because I don't think Compo and Clegg weren't there. I don't know the rest. 92 for 2. The score. The incidental score.
Yeah.
Davalath moves on to 14. 44 deliveries he's faced. That's as important. The 75 that Roderick's faced as well. Some way to go to match Madsen and Duploy's length of time at the middle. Davalath defends this next delivery from Dahl into the onside, no run. I've got another message now. Who on earth is this?
Is this somebody who knows what a heavy length is, perhaps?
After the next song. No.
Yeah, thank you for that. David Townsend already making his first...
Trying to get us off air.
Unsuitable contribution of the day.
Dahl bowls to Davalath, who pushes this one out into the offside. Harry Kane comes racing in, and because it's the final ball of the over, doesn't throw it to the keeper, which I think is an absolute blessing. 92 for 2 at the end of the over. Davalath has 14, Roderick has 54, and I've just been summoned.
Okay. Well, Fletcher goes off to do his update. And the first bowling change of the day is about to happen. Nick Potts coming into the attack at the Diglis end of the ground. David Townsend sliding into the seat alongside me to replace Dave Fletcher, who's gone off to do some work for BBC Radio Derby. Good morning, David. Not good afternoon yet. You usually don't get here till afternoon, but you managed to get an early train.
Dear. Yeah, early train down from Morton in Marsh. Good morning, everyone.
Here's Potts from the Diglis end, and he bowls to Roderick, who drives beautifully straight down the ground. Looks in good touch, Gareth Roderick this morning. Hit the first ball of the day for 4, and he's hit that one straight down the ground for 4. He's gone to 58, 96 for 2, the Worcestershire score. They have a further 90 overs, 89.5 overs to bat if they're to save this game after their fairly moderate performance in the first 3 days. That's probably being kind. Adavalath, the non-striker, on 14. Roderick dominating proceedings this morning from a batting point of view. Potts in again, bowls, full toss, driven again by Roderick, but nice tumbling stop by Leas Deploy at mid-off.
Full toss, you're a hard man, Frank. Attempted Yorker in my book.
If it hits the bat without hitting the pitch, I think you'll find that it's generally over the last 150 years been known as a full toss.
Indeed.
He didn't quite, I know what you mean, he was never quite going to get the middle on it, was he?
That on drive, the aesthetically, I suppose, the cover drive is the one that everyone purrs about, but actually in terms of degrees of difficulty, the on drive is...
Yeah, absolutely. Potts in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Roderick. And I always think the back foot on drive, between the bowler and mid on off the back foot, is the sign of a really top class player, isn't it? I think a lot of us think. But
also, though, in club cricket, any genuine on drive front foot or back foot, you've got all this guy can play or this girl can play.
Absolutely. Well, Roderick can play, and he's been in pretty good nick. He hasn't quite got the big score that he's been looking for this season. Got 40 in the first innings as well. Kept wicket for a long time. Straight out there with the bat, lets this one go outside the off stump. So quite a taxing, demanding game for him physically. But he was asked about that, and was it hard to go straight back out and open the bat enough to keep him wicket for a day and a half? And he said, well, no, not really. That's what I do, and I'd rather be out there batting than sat watching. So nice to hear somebody who wasn't whinging about how tough it all is, and just relishing the fact that he is a professional cricketer who can get out and do his job. Potts in again, bowls, and he lets that one go outside the off stump to his counterpart, the Derbyshire keeper Brooke Guest, standing back behind the stumps.
Having been something of a wicket keeper yourself, with the emphasis on the thing, does it help when batting? Because you're watching every ball come through, does that actually sort of play you in a little bit?
I think it. I mean, I did open the batting as well and keep wicket for quite a long time, but it was mainly one-day cricket. So I would say in that, as Potts comes in and bowls, and Roderick drives off the back foot for a single, I'd say in that, if you've kept wicket and you go straight out to bat, you probably are seeing the ball quite well, and you're used to the pace of the pitch. End of the over, 96 for 2. Roderick keeps the strike. So in that sense, yeah. But as somebody said yesterday, well, Roderick, he'll go out there and he'll be seeing the ball well. He just kept wicket for I don't know how many overs. I'll just check how many overs it was in that Derbyshire first innings. A lot. My point then was, well, yeah, that's all very well. He'll be seeing it well, but he'll also have aching thighs and a bit of a stiff back and so on. He said it doesn't bother him, but I suppose it swings and roundabouts. In one-day cricket, I think it's probably more of an advantage.
Yeah, you say aching, the old body aching a little bit and you're tired, but wouldn't that be just the same as if you batted and you were 70 or 80 not out or 120 not out, maybe similar sort of thing.
Yeah.
But mentally, you're starting from the batting side. Physically, you're there. But
yeah, it swings and rounds. Never. I mean, there's been quite a few. I mean, if you turn the clock back, we're really going to show our age. I mean, Farouk Engineer opened the batting in Test cricket, didn't he? Throughout most of his career.
He did. And he's still going strong, Farouk.
Do you want to talk us through this over from Anage Doll?
Yes, why not? That ball goes through outside the off stump. Little fiddlet. I'm going to have to get used to saying this.
It's Roderick. Adavalath is the non-striker.
Adavalath is a non-striker.
Adavalath. We decided the Manum rhythm from the Muppets would give you the nice pronunciation. Adavalath.
Adavalath.
Yeah. That's it.
Adavalath.
Rehan Adavalath.
As in Mahanama. Dal bowls again, and that's turned on the onside. Now, he took 5 wickets in the first innings, didn't he? Derbyshire been a bit under strength bowler-wise.
Well, Ben Aitchison went off injured, having got the first wicket. Dahl took 5 wickets and got 100, and he did exactly the same thing here last year in the championship game, which was the last championship game that Derbyshire won. He likes playing against Worcestershire. He also got 100 at Derby in the championship against Worcestershire last year. So yeah, favourite opponents at the moment, I should think.
Dahl's scuffly little run comes in bowls, and that's turned off his pad by Roderick, just behind square, for a single. Sort of. How do we describe the weather today, Frank? It's cloudy, it's muggy, isn't it? It's a little bit humid. You think there'll be possibly a bit of swing out there for the medium pacers.
But we haven't seen this Kookaburra swing very much at all in this game.
No.
Nor do much off the pitch. It's been one of those games, the odd one off the pitch, but generally it's just been you've got to nag away and be patient.
Next delivery strikes Davalath high on there's a shout. It might well have struck a taller middle and off stump, but I think that was very optimistic there. 62 at Roderick. Davalath is on 14. Over to you, Frank.
Yeah, update for FM listeners coming now. Well, solid first half hour from Worcestershire. They've added 28 runs this morning, began the day on 70 for 2. The main contributor this morning has been Gareth Roderick. He's brought up his half century. He's currently on 60, having faced 84 balls. With him, Rehan Adavalath. He's on 14, so he's added just 6 to his overnight score, but he's been fairly trouble-free for the two of them against the Derbyshire seam attack, which has been shared this morning by Conor McCurr and Anage Dahl. We've had 1 over 2 from Nick Potts. The most important statistic is that Worcestershire have another 88 overs after this to bat if they're to save the game. Currently 98 for 2. And that's the end of Anage Dahl's over. So yeah, muggy, I think, be the best way to describe it, Dave.
Yeah.
Might rain a bit this afternoon, we're not too sure, but possible that we might get a shower later this afternoon. Had a little bit of rain yesterday morning, a delayed start and a bit of bad light towards the end of the day, but I don't think Worcestershire can be looking to the heavens for salvation. They've just got to bat.
Yeah, and it's so a senior player like Roderick or a youngster like Davalath, I think you'd look forward to that.
Potts bowls, Roderick edges all along the ground. Wayne Madsen at first slip takes the ball low down to his right. There's no run.
If you were not out today, not out, I mean overnight, looking forward to today, you'd think, well, see through the first half hour or so, get a sight of the ball, and Roderick could be thinking, well, there's a big score for me here if I just mind my work, and Davalath tried to establish himself with.
Yeah. Well, Roderick did say last night, and I'll just break off as Potts bowls, and he drives this up to mid-off, and there's no run. He did say it's going to be on this pitch, given what we've seen for 3 days, with the Kookaburra as well, which hasn't done a great deal for the bowlers. Pitch has turned a little bit slowly, but it's offered very little. He said it's going to be a case of who can play the patience game the better, really, and I think that's absolutely right. Bowlers have just got to nag away and try and hit the top of off stump, and the batsmen have got to focus and concentrate. As Roderick turns this one from Potts down to deep backward square leg, long leg, fielded by the substitute George Scrimshaw down there. Flat throw comes in from him, they take a single. Roderick goes to 61, 99 for 2, and that is exactly it. The wickets that have been picked up, Dahl would be a classic example. Joe Leach as well for Worcestershire just nagged away and waited for batsmen to make mistakes. Not much has gone to the slips. We've seen 1 or 2 people caught in front of the wicket, hence that catcher Harry came in there at short mid wicket at the moment. Sometimes we've had a ring of 5 or 6 in front of the wicket catching various times. As Potts bowls to Adavalat, who is forward and pushing up to Leas Deploy at mid-off.
One thing that might encourage Derbyshire, though, is that after these two, you've got a couple of dashers really coming in at 5 or 6. You can't. They play a certain way, don't they? Adam Hose and Ed Pollock.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam Hose has been quite successful this season in red ball cricket playing. He doesn't play like he does in white ball cricket, but he doesn't miss out on bad balls. That's his philosophy, I think. Ed Pollock, as you say, a little bit more likely to go on the attack, whatever the circumstances. As this one is banged in short by Potts and Adavalat on the back foot, trying to force it, but didn't really time it. It just goes down into the ground underneath his bat and rolls away in front of him, harmlessly enough. He's on 14, he's faced 51 deliveries, took him a while to get off the mark. He was on a pair, so it was all quite nervy last night, but eventually he got away, and since then he has done exactly the right thing, which is just to concentrate on crease occupation. He's not trying to do anything too extravagant, and he waits now as Potts comes in and bowls to him, and again he is very solidly forward and plays out on the onside. The busy Kame comes in to do the fielding from mid-wicket. Richard Engworth, the umpire, gives his cap back to Nick Potts. It's the end of the over. 87 left in the day. Worcestershire 99 for 2.
Yeah, it's a horrible one, isn't it, for young batsmen if they get a naught in the first innings, trying to find their way in the game. And remember a few years back, Max Holden, who now with Middlesex, I think he's on loan up at Northampton for his first championship game. Exactly that situation. I think it took him about 19 balls to get off the mark in the second innings, and you could feel his pain and his sort of his suffering from whatever we are away, 80 odd yards away. Dolan starts a new over, runs away from his bowls, and a solid defensive shot by Roderick. That was a shot of a man who's sure of his place in county cricket, but obviously Adavalat just been told he's good enough, as I would imagine any coach would do, and say just get out there. Son, you're batting at number 4. We wouldn't have picked you in that position if we didn't think you were good enough to do this. Just get out there, enjoy it, play through the session. If you're, what are you now? You're 14 off 52 balls now. If you're 28 not out at lunch, we'd be happy with that. This one, the keeper now standing up, has turned quietly to square leg, and there's a comfortable single that takes Roderick on to 62. And the 100 comes up, and there's a little smattering of applause. I got off the train from Morton in Marsh today. There must have been, I don't know, 15 or 20 blokes who looked as though they were going to the cricket. But by the time I'd walked down there, I couldn't see them anywhere. I'm not quite sure if there's anything else on in Worcester today, is it, that sort of sporting type fans would be going to, or would they You looking at me like that? Is it a Three Counties show or something like that?
Sorry, I was just going. You carry on. I was trying to find something which I'm going to play in a minute, which is about a Davalath. I talked about it just before you came on air, but I'll tell you after.
You're looking for it
after this ball.
Dull. Bowls and tentatively by Davalath pushed down.
Yeah, I was saying
into
earlier
the gully.
when he was on a pair, it took a while for him to get off the mark, and obviously the whole ground was kind of hushed and hoping that he'd do it.
Yeah.
And he tucked one away off his pads and set off for a single. And Gareth Roderick didn't really see where the ball had gone, and he ended up sending him back. It would have been an easy single, but he's the senior man, of course. So Davalath scampered back into his ground.
Down bowls and Davalath just pushes that one up to mid-on, no run.
And I asked Gareth Roderick about it last night, and here's what he said.
Because you kind of missed out on a single, didn't you? Yeah, I misjudged one, and I thought it went straight to the fielder and sent him back. So until he got off the mark, let's just say my heart was beating a little bit faster than normal. But yeah, listen, he's done some really good stuff for the second team, and we've seen him for a couple of years now. Watched him develop as a player, and fully deserving of his chance. And
so there we are. Even the senior players get quite nervous about it.
Well, yeah. Down bowls and struck to one of the two men in catching positions. The ring on the on side, a sort of short mid-wicket and a short straighter mid-wicket, perhaps hard to describe those. Sort of field that we were seeing in the first Test match, and it's a field that Yorkshire used to use a heck of a lot during the.
We saw it a lot yesterday from both teams.
Yeah, it's a sort of it's a slow pitch fielding position.
Exactly.
That next ball just worked off the hip by Davalath. That's down for a single. And he's going to keep the strike. That's the end of the over. Moves on to 15. 62 to Roderick. 101 for 2.
Yep. And when he did get off the mark eventually, just going back to that, it was a ledge off off the off-spinner, Alex Thompson, bowling round the wicket, and it just slanted across him, took the edge and ran down to third man, and there was a cheer from everybody. Gareth Roderick, not quite as relieved as Rayan Davalath, but he was relieved as well. 101 for 2, and Nick Potts to continue from the Diglis end. In now, bowls and beats Davalath as he feels for that one outside the off stump. Might just have done a little bit off the seam. Haven't been many gone past the bat. It's quite an event when it happens, really, in this game. It's been, I wouldn't call it a featherbed of a pitch, but fairly placid. I think turgid was the word that one of the players used after day one, and as a result, not much has gone past the bat, so we tend to get a bit excited when it does. That said, Worcestershire put a couple of chances down in the slips, and there's also been one put down in this innings at slip, although the man who profited from that, Jake Levy, has since been dismissed, and Davalath is beaten again by this next one from Potts, playing forward at it, and through it goes to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Potts just gets a little low five from his captain Lewis deploys. He walks back to his mark. Just have a look at the replay of that first one to see if it actually did anything. No, don't think so. I think pretty straight, and in fact, in fairness to it, I think the first one when I said he played and missed. 101 for 2 it remains. Roderick 62, Davalath is 15. Potts is in from the Diglis end and bowls. This is full, and Davalath just squeezes the toe of the bat down on it and plays it back up the pitch to the bowler. 85 overs left in the day after this. I would imagine it's one of those where the batsmen are talking about small little milestones. Set yourself a little target. First 5 overs maybe, first half hour maybe. Get through the first hour, get through the next 5 overs, get through to lunch. It's going to be that sort of day. Derbyshire will be trying to remain patient and calm, make sure they take their chances when they come along. This one from Potts is pushed up firmly up to mid-on where Lewis Rees fields, and there's no run. Don't think too far ahead, I think, is the mantra usually for a batting side in circumstances like this. It is not going to be a great day for spectators, I don't think. It's going to be a day of attritional cricket.
Yeah, but some spectators will enjoy that.
Yeah, maybe. Not many. Potts bowls. Davalath turns this on the onside, fielded by Kane. There's no run. A couple of years ago we had a couple of pitches here at New Road that were absolutely dead, and we had 2 games, I think I'm right in saying, one against Warwickshire, one against Nottinghamshire, where no wickets fell on the last day of the game. They were both draws, and the batsmen batted throughout the day. Certainly Hamid and Slater both got hundreds for Notts, just batted all day, and I'm pretty sure there was a game against Warwickshire, which might have been where Daryl Mitchell got his last 100, where exactly the same thing happened. And they were days, let's say, where in the commentary box we felt that it wasn't the easiest day of commentary that we've ever had.
No, but it's
county cricket. Yeah,
it's county cricket, and if you're watching and if you're watching in the crowd and you've got a mate with you, or the
good crossword to do, or something like
yeah.
that. It's Potts from the Diglis end, bowls, and Davalath is out. Caught it. It was a good catch by Madsen, low down to his left. Davalath drawn into the drive, didn't quite get out possibly as far as he wanted. Low edge and a sharp catch at Wayne Madsen at first slip. Good bit of bowling, exactly what I was talking about. A bit of patience from Potts. He's beaten the bat a couple of times earlier in the over, and he picks up the first wicket of the day. Davalath is gone for 15. Second wicket of the innings for Potts. Good catch by Madsen, and Worcestershire are 101 for 3.
It was a very good catch, and I think maybe it was a couple of deliveries earlier in that over that earned him that wicket, because he's just plugging away, and Davalath eventually saw one there that, as it pitched up an extra couple of feet nearer to me. I'll have a drive at that one. Thickish edge, low to his left, to the point. We're not that far away here at New Road in the commentary position. Point where you thought, has that carried it? Was that sort of low? It did quite clearly did carry, but
replay, and
it was very low,
a
wasn't
bit
it?
more straightward than we thought, to be honest. It wasn't that low. It wasn't that.
Very much a Davalath scoring area.
It wasn't that low, and he took it. But it was sharp, and he took a good catch.
Well, that was the scoring area where he got off the mark.
Well, it was the scoring area where he got his first 12 runs, certainly, I think, yeah. Behind square on the off.
His time will come.
Yeah.
You'll look back on these games and think, oh dear,
They weren't all edges, to be fair.
Was I really that, that sort of tentative
I
or whatever?
thought he acquitted himself reasonably well. He looked quite confident this morning, didn't he? And
he's batted for 3/4 of an hour.
And for at least half an hour last night as well. So, yeah, he's not too bad. It was the end of the over. Lewis Rees is going to bowl now, and he'll be bowling to Gareth Roderick.
So, Rees is on. New batsman, as we said, is Adam Hose. So, talking about it from a more expansive attacking game, we'll expect to see from Hose. Confident young man. Rees bowls, and that's just a loosener really, left arm round the wicket. And smacked away just backward a square. Four runs, it just sat up, and Roderick said, oh, thank you very much for that. And he moves to 66.
You can't
and
get away
from on to 105 for 3.
You can't get away from looseness, can you? It doesn't matter how many warm-up deliveries they bowl, how much they bowl in the warm-up before the game. They come on, and we always grunt them a loosener, don't we? Really, in red ball cricket, anyway. And I can't really work out why we still think it's acceptable, but we all do. It's a long hop, isn't it?
Here comes again, bowls, and that's through outside the off stump to the keeper. It infuriates coaches, Frank.
Yeah, it does. In fairness to Lewis Rees, he got a wicket with his first ball that he bowled in the innings yesterday when he bounced Jake Libby, and Libby took it on and got a top edge and skied it and was caught by wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. So and we praised him for running in and bowling a ball with real purpose first ball, because it was a really quite venomous bouncer. But this time he didn't do it. It does infuriate coaches, and I can see why.
In comes Reece Bowles, and that's just pushed quietly up towards a mid-on, and no run to be had there. I think it's... I wasn't here when he bowled that first ball last night, but he's obviously come on with a plan, and he's bowled, whereas here he's just wanted to ease himself into the spell, isn't he?
It seems like it, doesn't it? The funny thing about saying it infuriates coaches is that a lot of those coaches were bowlers themselves, and they used to do exactly the same thing, didn't they?
Left arm around the wicket, number 30 on his back bowls, and that's a better ball. And as Roderick sort of starting to come forward, then playing back and poking it out with a degree of uncertainty. If completely uncertainty was 100%, there were probably about 10% of uncertainty about that shot. Just pushes it into the offside. No run. Hose yet to face a ball. We've just lost a Davalath. Good catch low at first slip. In bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket. Fielders do seem quite close, don't they? Quite close to the bat, indication of how there's not a great deal of life in this pitch.
Absolutely.
A little darker band of grey cloud coming over in the distance. Don't think that's going to bother us. Bit of rain this afternoon, you reckon? Few spots?
Depends which forecast you believe.
Reece Bowles, nice drive, and stopped that with his right foot on his follow through. Kicked it to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket picks up end of the over. And, after that first delivery, a tidy enough first over, 105 for 3.
Yeah, no wickets in the Test match. Australia 20 without loss off 9 from what I can see. And could well be that Josh Tongue will be introduced into the attack fairly shortly. Worcestershire's latest England recruit, first for a while. First Worcestershire seamer to play an Ashes Test. We've all managed to ascertain yesterday since Phil Newport played at Perth in 1991. So big day for the young man, but he also announced yesterday that he's going to be leaving Worcestershire at the end of the season, so it's a bittersweet moment for the Worcestershire faithful. Josh Tongue has been with the club in one way or another since he was about 6 years old, I think. 105 for 3.
He's unlikely to be playing for anybody now, though, is he?
Potts comes in and bowls outside the off stump to Hose. His first ball is allowed through to the keeper. You mean in the sense that his career was nearly over through injury?
No, I mean in the sense that once he's in the England setup, he's going to play 3 or 4 county games a year, possibly.
Absolutely. Yeah, if
The
he
nonsense that's going on
with this in and out, 2 days here and 2 days there.
Well, that nonsense, and also the Mark Wood nonsense. I mean, they can't risk him in this test because they don't think he'll last 5 days.
105 for 3 here at New Road anyway. Potts bowls and Hoses forward, pushing out on the offside. There's no run.
So what is the point, Frank, of having him in the squad? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Because
I don't.
If you're going to play a championship, give him a championship, keep him out of the championship, and then you don't know whether he can last the time or not.
Well, the risk of sounding like Fred Truman, there's a lot of things I don't.
I won't.
A lot of things I don't quite know the ins and outs of when it comes to England selection, but I do know that from a Worcestershire point of view, it's the first seamer they've had playing in an Ashes Test since 1991. It's quite a long time. Potts in, bowls to Hose, who's pushing out on the offside. There's no run. News from elsewhere in Division 2. Rain delay at Cardiff, where Sussex trail Glamorgan by 314 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Leicestershire require 426 more runs to beat Durham. With 8 wickets remaining, they're 13 for 2, so they're in a bit of trouble there, and they're in a bit of a mess, it would seem, generally, Leicestershire. And at Headingley, as Potts bowls a real wide bouncer to Hose, which is called wide by Richard Illingworth. At Headingley, Yorkshire, looks like it's going to be a draw. They lead Gloucestershire by 93, but the second innings only just underway, so almost certainly a draw in the offing. And your old stomping ground, David, at Headingley. 106 for 3 here.
I was there on Sunday. Saw the first day of that game. Company of Doidge and Mr. Dizzy Gillespie was doing the third voice up there.
In comes Potts again, bowls, and forward is Hose, pushing into the covers. McCurr is the fielder in his very white sun hat, and he fires the ball back in to Brookes. So one man out today here at New Road. Rehan Adavalath on debut, caught by Wayne Madsen at first slip off the bowling of this man, Nick Potts, for 15. Potts going along very nicely today, with the exception of that rather loose wide earlier in the over. 2 for 31, he's in his 9th over, and the other wicket taker in the innings is Lewis Rees, 1 for 12. Potts in again, bowls, and Hose drives off a thick inside edge up to that man Lewis Rees at mid-on, and there's no run.
What do you think he was trying to do with that wide? Because I mean, it just came out all wrong, didn't it?
Yeah, I assume he was trying to. Well, he was obviously trying to bowl a bouncer, but I think he just I don't know, just maybe. Well, he got it horribly wrong. He bounced. It was the wrong I mean, it was a tennis ball job, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Looped up in the air, but it was also about. Well, it was pitched almost wide by his feet, really. Very odd indeed. This next one's not a bad delivery though, and Hose is fortunate to get away with it, really. Pushed at it, got an outside edge, and it ran all along the ground to Madsen quickly. So good over from Potts, with the exception of that hideous wide. And at the end of it, Hose not yet off the mark. Roderick still there on 66, 106 for 3. And you were talking about batting yet to come and so on, David. I think this is a big partnership if Worcestershire are going to get through to the end of the day. 83 overs left in the day, because no Jack Haynes, no Brett D'Oliveira in this game, and a lot depending on these two, especially Roderick, I think.
Yeah, you got Matthew Waite to come though. This sort of situation he would relish. So starting you over from Rees, bowls, and that's on the money. Keep up the stumps now. You've got a slip and a third slip, fourth slip. Not really a gully, is he? And backward point, extra cover, or sort of cover and a short extra, something like that, and a mid off. None of them are that far from the bat. They all seem to be maybe a couple of yards closer than you would normally expect. Mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg, the standard onside field. Rees round the wicket bowls, and that's driven nicely back past the bowler. That's going to be 4 runs. No chasing after that. And again a nice shot from Roderick, moves him into the 70s, 70 exactly. And he's faced 97 balls. Second time this morning he's played that shot that's sort of gone between the stumps and the non-striker at a rate of knots.
Good shot, wasn't it?
It was.
Didn't try and hit it too hard.
All timing. Comes in, bowls again, and he's pushing that firmly up to mid-on. Decided he wanted a single straight away. Off he went. Scrimshaw, the fielding there. No run to be had.
Yeah, they took one, I think.
That's sorry, one run to be had. That's went into automatic mode there. He brings Hose down, still not off the mark, having faced out that maiden. He's going to face his first ball with the bowler coming in from the New Road end. Left arm round the wicket and bowls to Hose, who gets one that maybe just bounced a little bit on him. He was taking his bottom hand off as he played into the onside. Maybe hands were probably a bit low.
You mentioned that Matthew Waite would relish the situation. I think you're absolutely right. Having said that, if you were picking a couple of Worcestershire players to bat for you and you wanted to bat all day, you'd probably pick Azhar Ali and Jake Libby, wouldn't you? And the two men who were out last night, sadly.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Jake Libby as I am with Azhar Ali, and he was the one you would think would just absolutely adore this. Rees to Hose, bowls elegantly, pushed to short extra cover.
Libby's last two innings before this game were at Hove, and he made 198 in the first innings and 97 in the second, and he then made 78 in the first innings here. So
he's on
you could say he was due a failure, or you could say he was
he's on a downward spiral, Frank. He's gone from nearly 200 to nearly 100 to a half century down to single figures.
That's right.
Rees bowls. Hose, that's a lovely looking shot as well, but straight to Deploy at mid-off. No run.
Meanwhile, Deploy, who
Deployed
got 180 in the game before this and then got his first ever double 100 yesterday, so he's on an upward spiral, although he was dropped on 69 and it proved costly. Anaj Dog at 140 odd night, he was dropped on 20. Wayne Madsen got 143 and he was dropped on 94. So Worcestershire, that's what I mean when I say they got only themselves to blame for the situation that they're in, because they could well have taken those big wickets in that Derbyshire innings had they been more alert, shall we say, in the field. Nick Potts from the Diglis end bowls. Roderick drives up to mid-on. And you're always going to drop one or two, but they dropped four, or I think we counted 5 in the end in the innings. There was also some shocking fielding as well, and not an innings out in the field that Worcestershire will want to remember. Missing their captain Brett D'Oliveira, who of course does lift the fielding as well as everything else. 111 for 3. They are at the moment as they try to save the game. Potts again from the Diglis end bowls. Roderick just steers this one down on the offside.
How long is the skipper out for, Frank?
Well, hopefully he'll be back for the T20 on Friday night, I would imagine. Just illness, not an injury as far as we're aware. Update for Hereford and Worcester listeners coming now. Worcestershire have lost 1 wicket this morning. They resumed on their overnight 70 for 2, and the man who's gone is the young debutant Rehan Adavalath. It looked fairly comfortable this morning, but played and missed a couple of times in an over from Nick Potts, and then on the third occasion that he got it wrong in that over, he got an outside edge and was smartly caught low down at first slip by the Derbyshire veteran Wayne Madsen. He was out for 15. That was 101 for 3. Since then, Adam Hose has come to the crease to join Gareth Roderick. He's not yet off the mark, but Roderick is in good form this morning. He's just found the boundary again as I speak. He's gone to 75, and Worcestershire, who need to bat all day with 81 overs left after this left in the day, are 115 for 3. Nice shot from Roderick, just clipped up to the mid-on boundary. 75 then to him.
A little bit of excitement there, though, wasn't it? It was in the air for a while.
In the air for a bit. Second time he's done that today. Hit one just before you were here through mid-wicket uppishly, and it just went between 2 fielders. It's that kind of pitch. That's why we've seen these fields that we've seen. Potts in again from the Diglis end bowls, and Roderick steers this one down on the offside. Anaj Dar fields. I'll finish this over, and then Dave Fletcher will come in alongside David to take you through the next period of the game. And well, looks like David's moving. Are you going to come in on this side in a minute, David? Fletcher comes back in alongside me. David Townsend just guesting here for us today. Got to earn his lunch, so make him work hard. 115 for 3 as Potts is in and bowls, and Roderick steers that out. Square on the offside. Anadol again, as ever, at backward point. Always to be found there. Very quick over the ground. Reminds me of Brett D'Oliveira in that sense. Anadol. He's a fantastic fielder, and sometimes it's just his speed to the ball that takes you by surprise. You expect a lot of county cricketers these days to be good when they get there and to field the ball cleanly, unless they're playing for Worcestershire in the first innings, I will add. But
yes, as you should.
But Dahl, like D'Oliveira, he just gets there so quickly, he eats the ground up. As Potts bowls again, and Roderick plays defensively back up the pitch. End of the over from Potts. Excellent stuff from him so far. 2 for 35 off 10, which is good going on this pitch. And Worcestershire are 115 for 3, and Fletcher's back.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, 1 wicket this morning for Derbyshire. They need another 7. It's not been easy, but they'll have to play the patience game as Harry Kame goes off temporarily. Now Zach Chappell's on as a 12th man. That's 3 different 12th men, if you can have 3 12th men, who've been on this morning. George Scrimshaw is the constant. I think George is probably the worst of the fielders, so quite why he's the one who's always on, I've no idea. He turns you off for some reason, DT. That's not right, is it?
You turn me on though, Dave.
That's very kind of you. How are you?
Yeah, not so bad.
Good.
Not so bad. Surviving. Woke up again this morning.
It's always a bonus. Reese is in a bolster hose, who pushes this one out into the offside. He's keen to get off the mark, I'm sure. That's the 10th delivery he's faced, but has yet to get off the mark, and we're going to see some spin fairly shortly, judging by Alex Thompson. If we're not, I've no idea what he's doing. No idea.
He's that's a heavy hint to the skipper if he's not going to come on shortly. Of course, you're missing Mark Watt, aren't you?
Yes, he's
doing great things
in the Super Sixes, I think. Scotland, I think.
They've got a chance, you know.
Reese in host takes a step down the track and then leaves the ball. Goes through to Guest, who threatens to roll it back to the stumps, but doesn't. He's actually impressed with the bat in this little tournament in Zimbabwe so far, hasn't he? He's had a couple of good innings that have got Scotland over the line.
He has very important innings against Ireland in that game that they won off the final ball. He got out just before the end, but Michael Lease got them over the line. That's what got them into the Super Sixes.
What's happened to Ireland, DT? What has happened to Ireland? Reese around the wicket, bowls to hose, defends out into the offside. Zach Chappell fields.
It's one-day cricket, isn't it? Certain things can happen. I mean, I don't think they played that poorly against Scotland. I think they had Scotland beaten, and then Leeskand and Watt, 8th wicket partnership. That can happen.
Yes.
But terrible performance against Oman. That was the one really that cost.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise, wasn't it? Reese around the wicket, bowls to hose, he's beaten him. Goes through to Brooke Guest, who just puts his left hand up to his face. Can't quite believe that there wasn't a nick there, nor can Wayne Madsen by the look of it. That slip.
I mean, and then they had to beat Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka gave them a shellacking by about 130 odd runs. Sri Lanka are a very good side.
Yes.
I mean, Sri Lanka shouldn't be there having to qualify for that. I said at the start of the tournament I thought Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe would go through, and they're the two that top their individual groups going into the Super Six.
Reese bowls left alone by Hose. Reese is a bowler who puts his hands on his head a lot.
But of course, West Indies have go into they're in the Super Six, but they haven't got a point. They've effectively played 2, lost 2. So they're going to have to...
You just take the points from the teams that are already in the... Okay,
yeah, you take the points against the other
teams who
qualified.
Yeah, right.
So the West Indies...
It's a problem,
really,
then.
I mean, they're unlikely to make a World Cup, and I mean, that's shocking, isn't it?
It is really.
It's just not there.
It is really. Reese in again, bowls and off the back foot, turned into the leg side by Hose. There might be a shot that comes from Thompson. There is, it misses. There was a little bit of hesitation there between the two batsmen before they took on the single, but he gets off the mark. 116 for 3. Yes, I was alerted to Logan Van Beek's heroics, the former Derbyshire. I suppose we have to call him an all-rounder now. 30 off the first of the super overs, and then took 2 for 8 in the second. I mean, he just beat the West Indies by himself for the Netherlands.
Well, he did, didn't he, in the sense that, the super over, I mean, that's just absurd.
Isn't it?
A super over that goes for 30. I'm surprised the West Indies bothered coming out after that. Yeah. How on earth do you match that, or do you... Oh, ridiculous. Yeah, and the game itself tied, which is... Again, the West Indies couldn't defend 370 or something. Was it
I think that was Van Beek not off the last ball of the match as well, as it was tied. So he had quite a pivotal role to play in the whole game, certainly towards the end. We're going to see Alex Thompson look DT, bit of spin, like that.
Well predicted. Well, it
wasn't tricky, was it? It wasn't tricky.
If you, given that I'm here on a Batsman's today, if you want to sort of just carry on commentating, and I'll interrupt you.
Okay, you know.
As my mother used to say, you go along and interrupt people, don't you? She said.
And he's made a living out of it.
Much to Kevin Hand's amusement.
Around the wicket comes Thompson, then bowls to Hose, pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. He won't take long to get through his overs. Very upright. If people haven't seen him, a very upright off spinner. Is Alex Thompson. I say he won't take long to get through his overs. He will if he has a chat with Lewis Deploy in between every delivery. Good morning to David Hughes, part of the Cornwall contingent who were on board this morning. He seems very pleased. To be able to tell whether somebody's pleased from a tweet or not, but he says the wife's away for a few days, so no pressure to go and do any gardening. Deep joy, so he sounds quite pleased. Next delivery from Thompson is defended by Hose. I'm going to do what I did, David, and buy a house without a garden. I think that's the way to...
They call flats, aren't they?
No, it's a very nice end. Well, I say very nice. It's an end terrace.
Yeah.
Just a backyard. Next delivery. Oh, he's bowled him! It's bowled him! Well, Alex Thompson strikes in his first over. I thought it had beaten him. Well, it had. And it had crashed into the off stump, which is now out of the ground. And Alex Thompson gets another breakthrough for Derbyshire. Worcestershire are 4 down now. 116 for 4. Hose goes for 1.
Yeah, maybe looking for a little bit of spin that wasn't there. That was... it's a surprise, really, because he's bowling around the wicket to him. He's pushed forward firmly at it, looking to drive, and the ball bounced a little bit, but that wouldn't, of course, affected the line too much. And the stump out of the ground, which I say bowlers always like to see. Off spinners don't see it too often.
They don't know how much water they got in those holes. Blimey!
Must have just caught it right at the top of the stump.
He didn't get a wicket in the first innings from memory. I'm almost certain. I will double check because my memory isn't necessarily what it should be. I think he was the first of the...
Frank is suggesting that one went through the gate. I didn't see the replay. He did go through the gate, so he wasn't playing for the spin, and it just turned through and between bat and pad. Have you seen the replay? Have you seen the replay?
No, I haven't. I don't do replays. I'm one of those people, and I'm sure you know me by now. If I say something, it's clearly right, and therefore I don't need to see a replay because in case it proves me wrong.
How's that old saying goes, Fletch? You thought you were wrong once, but you were mistaken.
Yes. I don't think I've ever knowingly been. No, I'm sure I've been wrong many times, but. I was as surprised as anybody to see that wicket. Excellent excellent news for Alex Thompson.
Especially if it did turn through the gate, because a little bit of spin out there would be good news. Now, Ed Pollock, he's never known to sort of die meekly, is he, Ed Pollock?
No.
He likes to give it a bit of a larrup.
He didn't hang around too long in the first innings, but none of them did really. Made 13, played no shot, and was bowled by Anuj Dal. Seen 2 batsmen out playing no shot in this match. Harry Kame did it as well. Thompson around the wing to the left-handed. Pollock, who edges that one down to third man all along the floor, but a definite edge. Hayder chases to the boundary and they come back for a couple, so he's off the mark, but
Must be a little bit in it.
yeah, who'd have thought?
You'd have thought.
Who'd have thought? It might prompt Lewis Deploy to turn his arm, bit of left arm, something. I have no idea what it is really. Doesn't bowl very often.
But great excitement there for the Derbyshire team
And the commentator.
their commentator, and no doubt is Griff here today.
Griff is, oh gosh, is he here? Yes. Day number 1000, he'll tell you. I have seen him out and about in front of the members before, shouting for him to sit down because they can't see, I imagine. Thompson in, Pollock gets the full face of the bat on this one, good stride in as well, plays it back to the off spinner. 118 for 4 now. One ball of the Thompson over to go. Patience game for Derbyshire and for Worcestershire, really. They can't do much else, really, as Thompson bowls and he's learnt his lesson. Pollock pushes the next one back to the bowler as well, but a good first over for Alex Thompson. Second over of the match, actually, of the innings rather. He came on yesterday when it was virtually, well, it was as dark as midnight, and they brought him on. And then Lewis Deploy was going to bowl from the New Road end, but it was too dark for a slow left armour, and off they went. We lost about 30 overs, 32 overs, I think, yesterday. But it's okay at the moment, although that rain in Cardiff's slightly worrying. That's the general direction of the weather.
Not too much of a breeze to bring it here at the moment.
That is
It's
true,
very
actually.
still.
It's very warm, isn't it? I think really sticky, isn't it?
I put a sweater on earlier, but I found I didn't need it.
No. I did notice you getting undressed next door.
You do.
I averted my eyes.
Great Western Railways, they do have a pretty good aircon on the trains, and I've made that mistake before.
Lewis Rees from the New Road end around the wicket to Gareth Roderick on 75, pushes it into the offside, fielded by Harry Kane, who doesn't throw it to the wicketkeeper this time.
My new summer abode in Moreton in Marsh is absolutely wonderful for Worcestershire cricket. You just jump on the train that's 3 or 4 minutes walk from my sister's house, and you jump off at New Road at Foregate Street. It'll wander down the hill.
Very nice.
The only
There is
drawback is the
uphill.
fact that he's uphill going back to the station.
Yeah.
It'd be nicer if it was the other way around.
For every downhill Rees bowls, that's driven up towards Lewis Deploy by Roderick. Holds the pose. Yeah, there's always an uphill if there's a downhill. Just your journey to a new road is a metaphor for life, then, DT. That's very nice.
I'm not too sure about that. I had a metaphor for life on Friday night. I was at
Excellent.
a function that I'll tell you about in a minute.
Rees around the wicket, bowls driven out into the offside. Driven square and nicely fielded by Anoj Dal. Roderick picks up a single, 76, 119 for 4.
Had the pleasure of chauffeuring Jason Gillespie around for a few days, and he was doing a few, question and answer an evening with, and down in Kings Langley Cricket Club, Ian Botham, John Embryo's compere, and Jason Gillespie. Very good evening. But we had to walk from the hotel where we were staying up to the cricket club, which is on a bit of a slope as well. But of course, at the end of the evening, just
bit of drizzle.
Ambled back down to the hotel just in time for last orders. It just couldn't have been a better evening. So Botham and Embry in absolutely well, and Dizzy as well, but they were in very good form indeed. Embry introducing Botham. He said, Ian Botham, 102 tests, only 10 of them positive.
Very good.
So
Very
enjoyed
good.
that line.
Yeah. Reese is going over the wicket to the left-handed Pollock, who leaves one that leaps, absolutely leaps, pretty much off a length. That's interesting.
Yeah, just seen
Through to the keeper.
a little bit of variable bounce this morning, but nothing compared to nothing like that one. That one's really gone.
Yeah, it was an interesting delivery, that. Is he on good form?
He was excellent for me.
Good.
He did a day's third voicing in Yorkshire, Gloucestershire on Sunday, and thoroughly enjoyed that. The first time he's done a proper full day on this service.
Reese in again. That one's slightly fuller and driven out into the offside, where it's fielded by Conor McCurr, who finds himself in the covers.
And I'll tell you, one of the most amusing things of the evening in Kings Langley was obviously a local resident, Steve McFadden. Would you know who Steve McFadden was? I think that's his name.
Was he from a band?
Better known in EastEnders.
Oh, okay, so he's one of the brothers, isn't he? Yeah.
Phil Mitchell.
Yeah, of course.
He was...
That was my second guess. Reese in, Pollock defends.
Apologies if I haven't got his name quite right, but I'm not an EastEnders fan, but everybody knows. And he was hovering around like a fanboy. He got this bat, wonderful bat, Great Nichols bat that he had signed. And he got Both to sign it, and he got Embers to sign it. And I said, if you don't mind me asking, it's the end of the over, by the way, it's 119 for 4. I said, if you don't mind me asking, Steve, what's the bat all about? And he said, oh, it's Ashes winners. So I said, well, probably best to get Dizzy to sign it as well then. English Ashes winners. And do you know who he got on there? Got some very good names on there. Obviously the start of a new over, Thompson just dropped short, and that's worked away for a single. He got Broad, Anderson, at Stokes at the top. But he also got Mike Braley, which I thought was quite impressive. And
I'd like to say Gary Pratt, but
oldest. Well, that would have been a good one.
Yeah.
That would have been a good one, and that would have been an unusual one, wouldn't it? The oldest living Ashes winning captain, Thompson, defended by Pollock. Or England captain who, I'm not sure whether he won an Ashes or whatever, an England captain, but not too far from these parts.
I'm not very good at this kind of thing.
Cricket in the 60s.
Well, I was around. Next delivery's pushed out into the offside by Pollock. Oh, God.
MJK Smith.
Oh, okay.
Got him on there.
Yeah.
It's a good age.
Yeah.
That fellow used to play in glasses.
I was just going to say, he batted in glasses, didn't he? Or played in glasses. Yeah.
Quite impressed with that. There's a couple of... Oh, he got Gat on there, of course, as well.
Well, he signed anything out, wasn't he?
Oh.
We played a club game within the last couple of weeks, as Silly Mid-Off has gone in now. Thompson bowls, Pollock plays it into the ground, straight to the man at Silly Mid-Off, who is Harry Kane. One of the opening bowlers was wearing glasses, which is still relative, but it's unusual. Most people have gone contacts now, haven't they? Only a youngish lad. 2 balls left of the Thompson over. This next one's turned into the leg side by Pollock. Thompson's now into the mode where he thinks he's going to get a wicket with every ball, so you might hear a lot of oohs and ahs, but don't get too alarmed as a Worcestershire fan, not too excited as a Derbyshire supporter. I think it's very much, it's for the cameras, almost. Final ball of the Thompson over. Ooh, turns past the edge of Pollock's bat. Bale whipped off by Brooke Guest. Foot firmly behind the line, but a good delivery to finish with. 120 for 4.
Yes, when he gets that, just gets the length right, it's difficult to get right forward to Pollock not being the tallest of men. And that was in exactly the right spot, a little bit of turn and encouragement for the bowler, and I think encouragement for Derbyshire here.
There he is.
It will be.
David Griffin.
It will be sniffing a victory here somewhere, perhaps before tea. I think they'll be thinking Fletch, won't they?
That'd be nice. Yeah, that'd be nice. Will be their first victory for 11 months in the county championship.
Good Lord.
Since they won here.
Aha! Was I here for that day? Was it?
I think he might have been here for something, some part of it. Yeah, it was another Anoj Dal match in which he took 5 wickets and got a century, which he's also done in this game.
That's right. I remember Worcestershire, Derbyshire getting over the line by about 3 or 4 wickets.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done really. This one is pushed out into the offside. They were in all sorts of trouble when they batted second time around, and Dal went in to get his century and set up the victory. 77 from 109 deliveries, Gareth Roderick. Pollock 2 from 11 at the non-striker's end. Lewis Rees 1 for 19 in his 14th over. Bowls 2. That one just surprises Roderick a little bit. He did well to guide it down to third man. It was chased by Anoj Dal, and they pick up another single. 121 for 4. Roderick moves to 78. There is a spot out there that if Lewis Rees hits it, it seems to bounce a bit more than perhaps everybody was expecting. Bowler, batsman, crowd, commentator. David Griffin in conversation. You can generally hear him in the background in a press box. It's Deploy having a conversation with Lewis Rees at the moment as Rees continues to polish the ball. The Kookaburra ball. And he's on his way in now to bowl 2. Ed Pollock, left-handed, down the leg side. Has he taken a catch there? He has, Brooke Guest. They're claiming it's hit the bat. But the umpire Shanmugam, is unmoved. They're absolutely convinced. Well, it clearly hit something. What it hit, I've no idea. They seem to think that it's hit bat, but it's been given not out, so we move on.
Pollock looked a little bit guilty, didn't he? He didn't look at the umpire, sort of head down, turned around and gave it a good 5 seconds until he turned back and looked at the umpire.
Yes, the Derbyshire players were absolutely convinced, but it's that kind of day, isn't it, really? If you think you've got half a chance, or even a quarter of a chance, you might go up for it. Lewis Rees did have Roderick dropped by Brooke Guest yesterday evening. Tough chance, low down to his right. He took this one, but it didn't count. And Rees is in again and bowls to Pollock, who just about gets bat on that, squirts it down into the offside where Anoj Dal does the fielding.
Reminiscent of that one of famous one of Geoffrey Boycott in the Roses match where Nick went to the keeper. Everybody went up, and then there was an ooh and ah around the crowd. The crowd's gone silent. The fielder's thrown around, and Boycott's winked at the wicket keeper, turned around, and Sid Buller's gone, "Now on your way, Geoffrey."
Excellent. Giving himself up. That one is defended out into the offside by Pollock.
Great to do that when it is an umpire. So.
Just wait until the batsman owns up. Yes.
Famous one, then another one where the initial bust up between Mike Gatting and Nasser Hussain when Hussain was still a student years and years ago. It was a very similar one, a nicked catch and all the rest of it.
Rees over the wicket to Pollock, who goes back and defends this one up towards the bowler.
Through to the keeper in the park, Stanton's caught it, they've all gone up. Kenny Palmer's unmoved, and Gat apparently said to Palmer, "He's middled it, Kenny." And Kenny Palmer said, "I know that, Gat, I'm waiting for the young gentleman to walk." And then off he went in a far more West Country accent than mine.
Yeah. That was the last ball of the over. 121 for 4. Roderick 78. Pollock 2. Frank's on his way back to do his update, DT. So, then I'll have to go and do mine.
Well, I'll do the third voice shuffle as it's known.
Yeah. Well, I'm more than happy to come back and take over after that. But the half-12 one's very much a hit-and-miss affair. Alex Thompson in and bowls to Roderick, who turns this nicely into the leg side. And they pick up a single. And I think that nobody will be disappointed in that other than Ed Pollock, really, because he was troubled a couple of times by Alex Thompson in the previous over that he bowled. Thompson having dismissed Adam Hose through the gate for 1, with one that clearly turned. This next delivery is turned into the offside by Pollock, picked up by Anusdal. Frank's back. He was enjoying himself so much he almost forgot to come back.
Yeah, we were discussing Ollie Stone and Tamar Mills and all the various other fast bowlers that don't play red ball because they've got real pace, but they get injured all the time. Anyway, Thompson round the wicket bowls, Pollock forward, pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. So 1 wicket since I was last here. Adam Hose bowled through the gate by Thompson, and Pollock surviving that big shout for a caught down the leg side in that last over is forward again to Thompson and pushing out on the onside. The left-handed Pollock with silly point and a gully and a slip in close attendance as Thompson is round the wicket trying to turn the ball away from him, and he's forward again and just smothering any spin and pushing it out on the onside. But tense time, not really Ed Pollock's game, survival, and I don't mean that rudely, but he'd be far happier out there in a run chase, you imagine, than in a rearguard effort like this. He's on the back foot pushing up to mid-on, and that's the end of another over from Thompson. 122 for 4, Roderick 79, Pollock on 2. The 2 men out today, Adavalath for 15 and Hose for 1.
This conversation about fast bowlers getting injured and not playing red ball cricket, did anybody make the point that the reason they get injured is because they don't play red ball cricket?
No, but I mean, you just don't know. We were talking about Ollie Stone to start with, and well, in fact, we were talking about George Scrimshaw and then Ollie Stone. Ollie Stone, who I witnessed it when he had his horrible first real injury at Northampton when he got Moeen Ali out, caught down the leg side and over-celebrated. He jumped in the air and punched the air, and when he landed on his knee, and that was when he did his knee ligaments, and that was his real horrible injury. He's never really come back from that, and just breaks down, doesn't he? And we were talking about Scrimshaw here, who's on as 12th man, who will play no doubt in the next T20 game, bowls quickly, and Pat Brown here, who plays in all the white ball stuff, but physically doesn't seem to have the body built for red ball cricket. It's so tricky. 122 for 4. Here's Dole. I better keep going because I'll have an update in a minute, so I'll keep talking, David, if you don't mind. This one's fended away by Roderick down into the gully. There's no run. They're making you work hard for this lunch.
I'm only summarising now. That's what I did with the big fellow. I said, no, I'm only here on the busmans.
Doesn't he? Doesn't trust you.
No, I don't know. He said he sort of made a gesture as if I was. No, I said no. I'll just keep interrupting you. That's what my mum always used to say. Do you interrupt people?
Here comes that update. Another wicket has gone down since you were last here. Adam Hose, the man out. He was bowled through the gate by the off-spinner Thompson, coming round the wicket. Hose pushing forward, the ball turning back and hitting the off-stump. He was out for 1. That was 116 for 4. Since then, Ed Pollock has come in at number 6 to join Gareth Roderick. Roderick still going along nicely enough. He's on 80 now, having faced 113 balls. 123 for 4, Worcestershire. Pollock is on 2. He's faced 20 balls, not really playing his natural game. Survived a big shout for caught behind a couple of overs ago. Ball down the leg side from Lewis Rees, and the keeper taking a diving catch, but Pollock stood his ground. The umpire gave him not out. 75 overs left for Worcestershire to bat if they're going to save the game. 123 for 4. And a bit of a discussion between the Brains Trust, Anaj Doyle, the bowler, Lewis Deploy, the captain, Lewis Rees, senior man, about the field. And it's one of those imaginative sort of umbrella fields that we've been talking about. We've got one slip, got a man at short extra cover on the drive and a man at short mid-wicket on the drive as well, and also a man at very straight mid-on as Dahl bowls and Pollock defends out on the offside. Very straight, silly mid-on. He's kind of made the non-striker move over about 3 or 4 yards because he's fielding Rees on the next cut strip to the pitch on the onside and just about a yard or so in front of the non-striker stump. So it's an imaginative field as the Derbyshire captain tries to make things happen on this surface, which hasn't offered a great deal of lateral movement. Dahl again is in and Pollock plays out defensively on the onside.
Odd field on the offside.
Yep.
At the moment, you've got a mid-off, a sort of orthodox extra cover and a short extra cover. Wouldn't, if it was you, Frank, would you not have a sort of the mid-off in as short, the other side of the wicket to the short mid-on, and the extra cover in, and then one guy back covering behind them instead of 2 guys covering behind one?
I think that might be what the discussion was about. Dahl bowls, Pollock plays defensively down in front of him. Bowler does his own fielding, and they know Ed Pollock as well. They know that he's quite a pugnacious batter by nature, and that he might sort of go at a drive, hit it uppishly, and maybe they've just played the percentages. They might change it next over or whatever. I don't know. On this pitch, the odd one has held up, been difficult to time. Dahl bowls. Pollock is resisting any urges that he might feel at the moment to play his attacking shots. He plays that one defensively. 2 of 24 balls. You don't often see that from Ed Pollock. 123 for 4 off 44 overs. And for me, the key stat of the on the scoreboard is that Worcestershire have another 74 overs to bat if they're going to save this game.
Maybe just getting that little mindset going there that he's going to defend, and sometimes it's possible to do. Once you just put your mindset into, I'm just going to block every ball, nothing's going to go through.
Yep.
I'm not interested in scoring runs. It's possible to do.
Who would you have out of all batsmen that you've ever seen? Break off as Thompson is turned on the leg side for a single by Roderick to bat. If you just wanted somebody to bat all day, would it be Boyks? Could be. I don't suppose you can say who the best would be. There's a few, aren't there?
Charlie Sale, the former Daily Mail columnist,
Reptonian,
who actually holds the record at Repton, I think, in any school cricket in this country for having batted a whole 50 overs or what it was for 4 not out, and that was an inside edge.
There's Thompson bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside by Pollock. His father was a housemaster at Repton as well.
Oh,
yeah. 124
but in real life.
Yeah, he really was.
No. I mean, in real life, who would I have as in professional cricket?
Yeah. Thompson again bowls. Pollock plays out on the offside. I mean, there's got to be a few candidates amongst modern batters. You might say in county cricket, you might say Dom Sibley, mightn't you?
Yep.
But Chris Tavares probably would
Tav
be up
back
there.
in the day.
Jeff Boycott, I suppose.
Boycott would be. I think he'd be odds on, wouldn't he? Because he got the defence and he didn't want to get out.
This one is played off the back foot by Pollock. My all-time cricket hero would be a good choice as well. Ken Barrington.
Oh yes.
Would be a man that I would back. My first ever cricket hero when I was a schoolboy. Here's Thompson round the wicket, bowls again, and Pollock is forward, plays defensively out on the offside. There was a great quote, I think it was Wally Grout, the Australia keeper, when I first used to watch Ashes series in the 60s, and he said, when Ken Barrington walks out to bat, you can almost see the Union Jack trailing behind him, which I used to thought was fantastic. Here's Thompson again, he's in, Pollock is forward, plays defensively, back up the pitch, end of the over from Thompson. Pollock remains on 2. He's faced 29 deliveries now, and Worcestershire are 124 for 4 with 73 overs left in the day.
He actually coached me, you know, I had one of those school kids exhibitions they used to have at Olympia or somewhere, where Earl's Court or somewhere. You go up there and they had various attractions on and things. You queue up and you face a few deliveries, and he was quite impressed with my batting as a sort of 10-year-old or something, oh, do this, and he's very, very good, and could I have your autograph, please, Mr. Barrington? Oh, here's one I did early, took the photograph out of the pocket and handed it over.
Great,
and it was well worth it for him, because my first proper cricket bat, Ken Barrington autograph.
Yeah, I think I had one of those. He's a great player. And he was
Bit of a
often
clunky old bat, though.
regarded as being a slow scorer, but often brought up his milestones with a six, often just to prove that he could do it many times. Anuj Dal from the New Road End bowls. That's a lovely shot from Gareth Roderick. Loose delivery, to be fair, from Dal, and Roderick on the back foot, just punching it with a high left elbow in front of square through the covers. Nice shot from Gareth Roderick. Goes to 85, 128 for 4. Good opportunity for him here to get that big score that's eluded him this season. He was talking about it the other day, saying he's been feeling in good nick. Got 100 for the seconds, I think, the other day, but got 40 in the first innings. Been finding ways to get out, he said. Well, not yet so far. This one is forced into the offside, but no run this time. Straight to the fielder Haider Ali at extra cover. 128 for 4. Roderick is 85, Pollock is 2, and Anuj Dal as yet not added to the 5 wickets that he took in the first innings.
Final word about Ken Barrington: average 58 in Tests, something like that. One of the highest batsmen. I'm going to move out and let Fletcher back in.
Thanks to David Townsend for joining us today. A little guest appearance from him. This one pushed out on the offside. Might be back later. David on his holes in the Cotswolds, just popped in to see us, having been at Headingley for the first day of the Gloucestershire game. He was telling us that game looks as though it's headed for a draw, certainly, with the Test match score 52 without loss. Australia, as Dahl comes in, and this one is worked away by Roderick into the leg side. Harry Kane fields and there's no run. Josh Tongs had his first bowl in Ashes cricket. His first over's gone for 10.
Lovely.
I see. So, won't remember that too fondly. 128 for 4 here at Worcester. 72 overs left after this. If Worcestershire are to see this one out for a draw, a tall order. Anuj Dal comes in and bowls to Roderick, who is forward, pushing out on the offside. Leas Deploy does the fielding and there's no run.
I'm going to chuck Hashim Amla into the...
Good
he did it, didn't he, for Surrey a couple of years ago, last year possibly.
In terms of more recent times, that's probably the absolute man, isn't it, for crease occupation. I mean, there's lots of players that can do it, but Hashim Amla, fantastic powers of concentration and good technique as well. Rahul Dravid, I guess you could say, as well. Anuj Dal in again, bowls. Roderick turns on the leg side. Harry Kane, busy as ever at mid-wicket, does the fielding. End of Dal's over. 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19. 2 men out today. Adavalath for 15 and Hose for 1. A wicket for Potts and a wicket for Thompson. Worcestershire with Roderick on 85 and Pollock on a very watchful 2, or 128 for 4.
Yeah, not too bad a morning so far for Derbyshire. One more wicket would turn it into a very good morning indeed. If they could have Worcestershire 5 down by lunch, I think that would send them to their food in a very good mood indeed. And if they could get rid of Gareth Roderick, that would be terrific. Batted well so far, 85 off 120. Ed Pollock, who's on strike now, has 2, and Thompson bowls to him, and he, again with that very big stride, pushes it up to Anuj Dal, who's fielding at extra cover, and there's no run, unsurprisingly. 128 for 4. Next delivery, again pushed out into the offside by Pollock. Again it's Dal who fields. Derbyshire down to just 1 12th man now, which is something. Sam Connors has been on the field. Haven't seen Sam on a cricket pitch for a while. There's Thompson around the wicket, bowls once more. Full, possibly too full really. Pollock can get to the pitch of the ball and just negate any potential spin.
They've shared the duties around, that's for sure, haven't they, the 12th man?
Yes.
They haven't overburdened anybody with the 12th man duties.
Thompson in again. That one's a little bit more flighted, but again dealt with comfortably enough by Pollock, pushing the ball back to Alex Thompson.
The rain, which was in the forecast, is looking absolutely nailed on now, but not till about 6 o'clock.
Excellent. Well, that's
it might
much,
come
much
a bit
better.
earlier, but it won't be so heavy.
Next delivery from Thompson, defended again by Pollock. So he may well get a maiden over here. But
35% at 3 o'clock, 39% at 4 o'clock, but then 56% at 5 o'clock, and then you're into the 60s and 70s at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock, so you might be driving home in the rain. Flash.
don't mind that, cleans the car.
Cleans the car, and if you've got points in the bag, you won't mind.
You can always tell when the home commentator's just clutching at straws when he starts looking at the weather forecast.
Don't mind admitting it. Don't mind admitting it. Although I don't get too miserable.
No, I don't either.
I've seen a lot of cricket.
I couldn't get any more miserable, could I? Let's face it.
But you know what I mean. Don't you? When you've seen a lot of cricket, you kind of accept that it goes in cycles. And
there's another game soon, isn't there?
Yeah,
there's another game soon.
Exactly. You're not missing any cricket.
Yeah,
by the way.
helmet for Leicester Ploy, and a change in the field as well. Looks like Conor McCurr.
Oh, not having that helmet.
No, he wants his own helmet. So I'll wear it if you want, but I'm not wearing it. You have to take that box out. It's fished out. The box is fished out by Zach Chappell. I hope it hasn't been somewhere warm, that helmet, otherwise that'd be very unpleasant. He's going to silly it off. There's a short leg. There are two slips, or it's almost a gully that Haider Ali is at. This one is defended by Pollock, and all that for one delivery. Was it worth it? Possibly not, but there we go. End of the over, 128 for 4. Pollock has 2. It was a maiden over from Alex Thompson. His first 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Anish Dal will continue 7 overs for 19 after his 5 for 45 in the first innings. If he gets 5 for 45 in the second, Derbyshire will win, I guarantee. But at the moment he is wicketless so far. Second time around.
Just having another look at that Adam Ho's dismissal. It turned quite a long way, but be disappointed with it, I think. Ho's Darlin bowls, and Roderick plays nicely off the back foot. Firmly driven past
That from George, by the way.
Mid-wicket, and George Scrimshaw fielding as 12th man. There's a long way down, but makes a good sliding stop on his knees. Sliding like a goal scorer in the Premier League on his knees, picking up the ball on the way.
He's not a natural slider.
No, you wouldn't have thought
George.
so, just watching a replay. Good work. And then the throw from a prone position. 129 for 4, Roderick's gone to 86. Pollock is 2 off 35 deliveries. Dahl round the wicket to him. Oh, he lets that go outside the off stump, and it went over the top of the stumps. Good leave. But it could have been a disastrous leave. I wonder what Harry Kane thinks, standing at short extra cover, thinking, that's what I did in the first innings. Unfortunately, it didn't bounce over the stumps.
As did Ed Pollock.
Yeah, he did. Which makes it even braver.
You would ought to be out twice leaving the ball with the same game.
No, absolutely. Well, not even once, really, but twice would be really disastrous. Anyway, he got away with it. There were a few sharp intakes of breath amongst the fielders around the close catchers. See Lewis Rees loosening up again. Could well be back into the attack soon with his left arm seam. Dahl round the wicket bowls. Pollock is forward, playing at that one. Blocks it out on the offside. And I'll let Dave tell you what happened.
Well, what happened has happened so many times in this match. Harry Kane fielded it and threw it to Brooke Guest, and Anish Dal had to take evasive action because he was very much in the line of fire there. Smiles all round. I don't think they'd have been smiling too much if it had hit any part of Anish Dal's body.
Dahl bowled it, followed through. It was hit to Kane, who had extra cover, was kind of behind Dahl. Bowls again, and Pollock blocks. Same 3 players are involved. And Kane picked it up and wanged it to Brooke Guest, but Anish Dal in his follow-through had got himself between short extra and the keeper, and he really could have been seriously hurt if that had hit him. I always say with cricket, you know, there's a spherical object that weighs 5.5 ounces flying around at some pace all over the place. It's amazing there aren't more injuries. Dahl bowls, Pollock plays defensively back to the ball and there's no run. And the reason there aren't more injuries generally, in my opinion, is because, with the exception of the batter who's wearing a helmet when the ball is projected at him at some pace, generally there's a kind of accepted conventional pattern of movement. But just now and again you get someone like Harry Kame who insists on wanging the ball around all over the place.
And all those motorbikes that used to do the fancy manoeuvres, it was like one of those that had gone slightly wrong.
Dahl bowls and Pollock plays the ball out to Kame and he does the same again. Just incapable, it seems, of fielding the ball without then sending it into the keeper. End of the over, 129 for 4. Roderick has 86. Pollock has 270 overs left in the day, 10 minutes left before lunch, and Derbyshire just need to be patient. As Fletch says, if they get one more wicket before lunch, they'll think they've had a really good morning. Not been too bad anyway.
No, well, the runs are immaterial, aren't they? But there haven't been many. 59 runs so far. Lewis Rees is coming back, so the helmet that was brought out for Lewis to deploy was completely superfluous. In fact, he brought one helmet out, Zach Chappell, and he's leaving with three. I beg your pardon, because Brooke Guest has kept his, I think, behind the stumps, just in case he's asked to go and stand up by Lewis Rees, which he has done before. But down to one slip at the moment. Lots of fielders in front of the bat, which has been a common theme on the leg side. Is that Hayder? It is Hayder and Harry Kame. And on the offside, as Rees comes in and bowls a very wide delivery outside the off stump. On the offside, it's Conor McCurr and Nick Potts, which are a couple of interesting choices, the two quick bowlers. They're on the offside. Alex Thompson fielding at mid-on. Liz deploy at mid-off with Alan Dahl at backward point, of course, and George Scrimshaw down at backward square leg on the boundary. Wayne Madsen, the only outfielder I haven't mentioned, is at slip. There's Rees bowls, and this one's again pushed up by Roderick to mid-off, where it's fielded by Lewis deploy. It remains 129 for 4. 70 overs including this one, so 69 overs and 4 balls left in the day's play. 2 wickets this morning, one to Nick Potts, one to Alex Thompson. Rehan Adavalath out for 15 and Adam Hose for 1. Good catch by Wayne Madsen and the clean bowled as Rees is in, and that one is played off the back foot by Roderick out backward square on the offside, picked up by Anuj Dahl. I don't think, having said that they would love another wicket before lunch, I don't think they'll be too exercised if they don't get one.
No.
The two batsmen, whoever they are, would have to start again after. And if they can bowl tightly, as they have done for the most part, been a few loose deliveries, but not many. As Rees bowls, and Roderick pushes it out, and Rees sprints back to his mark. You don't see that very often at 12:51. You don't see that very often at any time of the day, but Rees is already back at his mark, trying to hurry through this over to make sure he gets another over after it, but he almost certainly will. I think we'll have another 3 after this one. As Rees is in, bowls, and sprints back to his mark again. What on earth is going on here? Nick Potts threw the ball to Brooke Guest. He didn't really want it, and he throws it back to him. Now it's got back to Rees, at the top of his mark again, which is almost as quick, if not quicker, than an over of spin. And round the wicket comes the left arm at Rees, bowls to Roderick, who guides this out into the offside. It'll be picked up by Nick Potts. It is the end of the over, so Rees doesn't have to sprint anywhere, which is good news for him. 129 for 4, a maiden over from Lewis Rees, and in the last 6 overs, 5 overs rather, we've seen 6 runs. 69 left in the day. Roderick 86, Pollock 2.
Yeah, this is a tough watch, isn't it, for a lot of people? I think
it's great, though, isn't it? Is it not great? I think
yeah,
it's fantastic. It's exactly
we are converts, or not converts, but we are aficionados, if you like. We like county cricket. We like the grind of it. We watch our teams through thick and thin, and we appreciate the ups and the downs and everything else. But when people argue about whether county cricket is a real spectator sport, I think sessions like this test the patience of some. All round the wicket, bowls. Pollock is forward, plays defensively out on the offside, and I understand exactly why they're playing the way they are, and we know we've talked about this pitch and the fact that it's been testing, and in fact, to quote Gareth Roderick last night, tomorrow will be about which team plays the patience game better.
Absolutely.
And I think that's absolutely right, but you've got to kind of understand it in order to appreciate that, and I think there'll be a lot of people that would be watching this thinking, crikey, this is dull. In, bowls, Pollock on the back foot, well, kind of not on either front or back foot, just gets in behind it, across the crease and turns it on the leg side. Got a silly mid-off now. It's like a prep school field, it really is, like an under-12s, under-10s game on a Friday night up at your club when the kids are playing. You've got a slip, the ball doesn't often go there in a kids game, keeper, then you've got 1, 2, 3 in a little semicircle on the offside catching, and a couple on the leg side as well. As Darley's in round the wicket and bowls, and Pollock is forward, plays defensively down on the offside. 2 of 43 deliveries. I don't know what Pollock's slowest ever scoring is, but this must be close to it. And I'm not having a go, because we were talking about it earlier, who you'd want batting for your life in these circumstances. He's doing exactly what he's got to do. He's just occupying the crease. It isn't what necessarily comes naturally to him. That man at silly mid-off's gone even closer now, deploy. Darley's in, bowls, and Pollock drives forcefully this time. Lewis Rees, silly mid-on, does the fielding, and has the presence of mind to turn and look whether he could run out the non-striker. He won't know, because the non-striker is actually behind him, Gareth Roderick. He's wide, he's had to go wide at non-striker in order to run. Now we've got
another
6
man
now.
goes
We've
in.
got Conor McCurr coming into short mid-wicket. So the upside down umbrella, as Dave calls it, has got 6 members now. Dahl bowls, and Pollock whips this one away, and it's his first scoring shot for ages, hence a bit of ironic applause from somebody in the crowd. He gets a single out to deep backward square. 130 for 4. Pollock goes to 3. More significantly, 1 ball left in the over, and then there'll be 68 overs left in the day. So Anuj Dahl yet to make a breakthrough in this innings after his 5 wickets in the first innings and 140 odd not out. Fantastic game he's had, just changing the field slightly, only slightly. One of those 6 catches has gone back into the ring for Roderick, and Dahl is going over the wicket to the right-hander and bowls. Roderick drives, and there's no run. End of the over. 130 for 4.
He's reaching quite a long way for that one, wasn't he, Roderick? Which is why there was an ooh. If it had just mistimed it, he could well have played it straight back to Anuj Dahl, but he didn't get away with it. He played it nicely in the end. Lewis Rees to bowl with about 3 minutes left until the lunch interval, and the batsmen are trying to make sure this is the last over, as you would expect, by having a long chat in the middle of the pitch. George Scrimshaw is moving, I was going to say gazelle-like, it's more giraffe-like really, out to mid-wicket. Conventional mid-wicket. There are men either side of the pitch. Nick Potts at closest mid-wicket, and Harry Kame at extra cover, and Lewis Rees over the wicket, bowls to Pollock, who turns this up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by the Derbyshire skipper Lewis Deploy, and there is no sprinting from Lewis Rees on this occasion, I'm happy to say. Alex Thompson's windmilling his arms as though he might be coming on to bowl. I don't think he's going to have enough time. Keep the faith, Jono. In comes Rees and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Pollock. The batsmen will make a mistake at some point, and when they do, the fielders have to be ready to capitalise. Even the batsmen who made big runs for Derbyshire, Madsen, Duploy and Dahl, all offered opportunities. As Pollock waits and Lewis Rees bowls. He's clipped that one away nicely down towards long leg, where Conor McKerr, who I hadn't spotted, comes round to do the fielding. I thought it was going to race away for 4. Got a nice contact with it. Ed Pollock moves to 4, 131 for 4 now, Worcestershire. 2 wickets in the first session, 3 wickets in the second, and finish it off just after tea. Perfectly adequate way to end this game for Derbyshire.
You thought about coaching, right? I think you could get in there and tell them that.
Never. This one
Be a good plan.
Defended by... We've got to keep them with a positive mindset, haven't you? Lewis Rees is jogging back to his mark now as he has a glance up at the clock on the scoreboard that says 12:59. I'm not sure he can bowl 2 deliveries in a minute, but he'll give it a go, although Ed Pollock is holding things up quite correctly. And he's now got just 50 seconds in which to bowl 2 deliveries. He might not be able to do it. In comes Rees, bowls a shortish delivery. It's hooked around the corner down to George Scrimshaw for a single. Roderick moves to 87. 132 for 4. Big George has got a long way to go, and he didn't take many strides to get from one side of the field to the other. But I can't imagine, I was going to say for a minute there, which we haven't got, that the umpires are going to be in position ready for the start of the next over, not if Ed Pollock has his way. Potentially final ball of the session, and it's defended by Ed Pollock. The Derbyshire fielders are desperate for another over. Are we going to get one? Well, not if umpire Shanmugam walks at that pace. Alex Thompson's coming on from the new road end, but he's not, because that's lunch, as I expected it will be. At lunch then, Worcestershire 132 for 4. Roderick has batted pretty well in the morning session. He's 87 off 130 deliveries. Ed Pollock, who's out there with him, who Derbyshire thought they had, but not given, caught down the leg side, has faced 49 deliveries for his 4 not out. They still trail by 209. That's almost immaterial. Derbyshire needs 6 wickets this afternoon.
And they'll have 67 overs in which to get them, and they'll feel pretty confident they can do so. But Worcestershire will be hoping that their batsmen can hold out, in particular Gareth Roderick, who's played pretty well for his 87. And we'll be back with further commentary on this one at 1:38 or so. When play resumes at 1:40, we'll be with you. Until then, it's myself, Frank Watson, and BBC Radio Derby's Dave Fletcher saying have a good afternoon. Thank you for being with us, and we'll speak to you later. Lunch being taken with Worcestershire 132 for 4 in their second innings. The score is immaterial. They need to bat another 67 overs to save the game. 2 men out this morning. Adavalath for 15 and Adam Hose for 1. Gareth Roderick, the rock on whom Worcestershire depend really, still there. He's on 87 not out. Ed Pollock has played uncharacteristically cautiously. He's on 4 of 49 deliveries. And Worcestershire at the break with 67 overs left in the day. 132 for 4. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road at Worcester, where play is about to resume. Day 4, Session 2, Worcestershire against Derbyshire, LV County Championship. Worcestershire battling to save the game. They've got to survive another 67 overs. They are 132 for 4. Gareth Roderick is 87 not out. Ed Pollock is 4 not out. And Alex Thompson, the Derbyshire off-spinner, is going to bowl, I think, for the first time
from this end. From New Road end. Yeah, I think so. We've all been looking at rain radars at lunchtime.
Oh, have you? And
yeah, nothing till 6.
There you go.
But it might get dark because the rain is around.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So,
well,
Tom, I might have to
bowl
bowl a lot.
Just bowl spinners, won't they? You can support a team all you like, but you can't be worrying and relying on the rain, really. I mean, if it happens, it happens, but Derbyshire have deserved to win this game for the cricket they've played so far. That said, if two people get in and play really well, you could say that Worcestershire deserve to save it, but I wouldn't like it to be decided by the weather, really. 132 for 4. Worcestershire have been saved by the rain a couple of times this year when they've been in difficult positions. Thompson over the wicket from the New Road end to Roderick, who turns the first ball of the over just past Harry Kane at short leg under the lid, stuck his right hand out. It was in the air, but he didn't get a hand on it. But enough encouragement for a groan or two from Thompson, I think. Slip and a short leg, the two close fielders. Two men on the drive on either side of the pitch as well as he bowls, and Roderick just flicks this with the spin past Kane, this time along the ground, picks up a single. Conor McCurr comes in to do the fielding from square leg, and Ed Pollock, the left-hander, comes on to strike. Difficult for the left-hander against the off-spinner. He is getting a little bit of turn. I think he'll probably come round the wicket now, get the angle into the left-hander, and then try and get a bit of turn away from the footholds at the Diglis end. Got a slip and a gully in very close, as well as the short leg in there for Pollock, who has been uncharacteristically defensive in his innings, as he must be, and he's on the back foot just watching this one. Pushes it out on the offside. He's faced 50 deliveries now, Pollock, for his 4.
He needs to drag him forward, doesn't he, if he can?
Yeah, he's got to get it up in the air a little bit, hasn't he? It's a slow pitch, so if you go back, you've got a chance of playing it off the pitch. A good challenge for the off-spinner, Thompson. He's round the wicket, and he just loses his rub on this occasion. He's tall for an off-spinner. He's a burly man. Big, strong chap. Comes in around the wicket now. Bowls to Pollock, and he does get him forward to this one. But he stretches forward and pushes it out on the onside. To George Scrimshaw, fielding as a substitute at mid-on. As Thompson again is in, and he bowls, and Pollock, well, it's almost defeated by this. Pushing forward, it turned. He was trying to play it straight back at the pitch. It slid off the outside edge, all along the ground, square of the wicket. He doesn't want to go too hard at it, because if he does edge it, it will then carry to slip, or, well, there's 2 slips really. Slip and a very close gully. Call it what you like. Lets this one come, Pollock, and pushes it back to the bowl, and there's no run. End of the over. 133 for 4, just 1 run added in the afternoon session.
The lesser spotted Saranga Lakmal walks across in front of us. I've seen him, not that lesser spotted actually, played in the game against Yorkshire, but I got a very nasty bang on the head, and hadn't passed the concussion test in time to play in this game. Sri Lankan former test player. Nick Potts, who picked up a wicket this morning, that of Rehan Adavalath. He's going to bowl from the Diglis end first up in the afternoon session. 66 overs remaining. It's an awful lot of overs. It's more than 2 full sessions. It's just a matter of whether the weather behaves or not. And it's pointless looking at weather maps and all that, because they all say different things. Pick one that you like. go with that.
They had a delay at Cardiff, didn't they, this morning?
Yeah,
I think. But
yeah.
they are playing there now, so it's obviously blown through, and it does come that way.
Have you seen that Lancashire win?
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Yeah, I did
Surrey
see
out for
that.
less than
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, Surrey all out for 80 on.
Here is Nick Potts then, bowling from the Diglis end. He's only got one slip. There's a man very straight on the onside. The first delivery is turned into the leg side by Gareth Roderick out towards Haider Ali, who does the fielding out there at mid-wicket. They go through for a single, 134 for 4.
I don't suppose they're too worried about Roderick getting off strike. Be quite happy to bowl at people at the other end all afternoon if necessary, I think.
Well, he's slowly catching Roderick up for numbers of deliveries faced. In fact, he's faced 80 deliveries fewer than Roderick has Ed Pollock, and he's got 85 runs fewer. Both batsmen will have to start again after lunch, of course. An extra slip has gone in. It's sort of second and fourth slips now, as this next delivery from Potts is left alone outside the off stump by the left-handed Pollock. Allows it to go through to the keeper. I thought George Scrimshaw was off the field, actually, but he's not. He's actually fielding down at backward square leg. He's talking to Matt Lamb, and I thought he was off the field, and then he was waved a little squarer by Lewis deploy, which you don't normally do to people who are just having a conversation. Move a bit squarer, so you have to shout. No Ben Aitchison, of course, as Potts is in and bowls. That one is defended by Pollock up to mid-on this time, where it's fielded by Lewis deploy. Will we see him turn his arm? What will deploy do? He'll go through his bowlers first, you would have thought. Harry Kane bowls some leg spin, but took a wicket in a T20 match for the Seconds the other week. I don't think I'm not sure I've seen him bowl. I don't recall it if I have. We've seen deploy bowl a bit. Madsen hasn't bowled for a while now. Quite often associated with having a golden arm as Potts around the wicket bowls. That's left. A good leave by Ed Pollock. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Of course, the whole balance of the side is a bit strange, because ordinarily, if Matt Lamb had been playing, he's got some very useful leg spin that he can bowl, as well as being a middle order batsman. No Ben Aitchison, as I say, which is a concern, and I hope to find out more over the coming days about his injury. As Potts is in, bowls a very straight delivery this time, and Pollock pushes it out into the onside, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal, and there's no run. 134 for 4 it remains. 65 overs after this one. Worcestershire still 207 runs behind, so it's clear what they have to do. Saranga Lakmal having some fielding practice away to our left in front of the hotel. As Potts comes in to complete his first over after lunch, bowls to Pollock, who drives it up to mid-on. 1 run from the first over, 1 run from the second over of the afternoon session. Worcestershire 134 for 4, Roderick on 89, and Pollock on 4.
Seeing Matt Lamb there just made me recall a game that was played here in 2021. I was talking about some of the really dead pitches that we had here at New Road that year. There's a game, and I think we talked about it yesterday, when Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid both made hundreds and batted all day on the last day. I was just looking up that game. It finished and it was a really dull draw. Matt Lamb bowled 15 overs of leg spin in his sort of characteristic style, and took 2 for 38. Had quite a good day with the ball for Warwickshire in that game. But it was the Worcestershire first innings, the only innings that Worcester had in the game that I was looking at. They made 447 for 9. They batted for 174 overs.
Wow!
And it was really dull. It really was. And then in their second innings, Warwickshire made 215 for 2 in 60 overs. It was the dullest of dull draws that you've ever seen. Not like this, because this has got some jeopardy, and you think that, as you've said all the way through, if the weather doesn't interfere, Derbyshire stick at it and plug away and pick up a couple of wickets, 2 or 3 in this afternoon session. It should be a result game, but there was just no way there was going to be a result in that game, and it was dreadfully boring. And we all love cricket, but sometimes it needs the possibility of a result, doesn't it, really? And we've got that here, certainly, and it's quite interesting what Deploy's doing with his field here. He's got Thompson bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Roderick, and he's got that short leg, and he's got a slip in. He's bowling over the wicket, and Roderick is forward, and he's only got 2 men saving one on the offside, and then he's got a 6-3 leg side field. He's bowling outside the off stump to Roderick, looking to turn it back through the gate. He'd love him to try and drive him through extra cover to create that gate. He's in again now and bowls, and that's nicely bowled, and Roderick is forward, taking on the pad, and it runs out on the offside. And then on the leg side, he's got the short leg in, he's got a man on the drive at mid wicket, and he's got a forward square leg in conventional position, deep backward square on the rope, and he's gone in himself at short sort of 45, and then an ordinary mid on as he bowls. And well, there you go, that's the modern response to that kind of line. Gareth Roderick plays a reverse sweep for 4, plays it really well. Years ago you'd have thought, what's he doing, that's risky, but they play it so much now, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he gets 4 runs down to, well, wide third man, effectively long leg, given that he had played a sort of switch hit, if you like, reverse sweep, to be fair. Goes to 93, Roderick, good shot on 38 for 4. That man goes a bit further behind square. Thompson bowls again, and Roderick with the spin tucks this one away on the leg side, and well, there was all sorts of messing around there, because Pollock called through for a single, which is a bit dodgy, I thought, to be fair. And it was dodgy because the fielder coming around from backward square leg was Lewis Deploy, and he's left-handed, so he's running onto his good hand. Pollock realised that. He also then stumbled on the way through, the batsman, but fortunately for him, Deploy himself stumbled and didn't pick up cleanly, and Pollock scrambled home. But it was all a bit iffy. It takes Roderick to 94 and the total to 139 for 4, and Thompson now goes round the wicket to the left-hander with a more conventional approach. But that's quite a challenge, bowling that line to the right-hander with only 3 on the offside. In he comes and bowls, and Pollock is forward and playing defensively back up the pitch. It's a challenge for Thompson. It's also a challenge for Roderick, because the odd one has turned, and he can't afford to be too loose outside the off stump. Thompson again is in and bowls, and Pollock is forward, pushing out on the offside. Anna Jadal fields, interesting over. 5 runs came from it. Roderick is 94, 139 for 4. Worcestershire, more importantly, 64 overs left in the day.
Yes, good over from Alex Thompson, as you say. Quite interesting. It's going to be like that between now and the end. Said in my 1:30, if there was anybody here, it'd be really tense. But the Worcestershire supporters had obviously made their minds up. Any Derbyshire fans who are here, well, they'll have their fingers crossed. But those who are here are being treated to a thoroughly interesting game of cricket. As Potts is on his way to 139 for 4, bowls to Gareth Roderick, who pushes this one out into the offside. Anna Jadal runs past the ball, and it's eventually picked up by Lewis Deploy, and there's no run. So he's just 1 hit notionally away from 3 figures to become the 4th centurion of the game, after Wayne Madsen, Lewis Deploy and Anna Jadal in the Derbyshire innings of 578 for 5 declared. Harry Kame applauds, claps in the background. He's not really applauding, is he? He's clapping. As Potts is in and bowls, and that one is hits him high up on the bat that time. Pushed back towards Potts, who's picked up 2 wickets so far in this second innings. 11 overs and 2 balls, 2 for 36. Managed to get rid of Rehan Adavalath. Come on, Fletcher, sort yourself out. Yesterday, trapped at Azza, LBW. Roderick on strike. Here comes Potts and bowls to him. Pushes this to Anuj Dal, fielding in the covers.
If you're a seam bowler, a young seam bowler like Potts, this is a really good day in your career, really, isn't it? Just captain's giving you the responsibility and saying just stick at it, bowl in the right area, you'll get your reward, and it's a real good learning experience for him, and he's done well. I think he's bowled really well so far.
Bowling from the Diglis end here at New Road, in and bowls to Roderick. It goes onto the back foot and forces this out towards the cover boundary. Conor McCurr is out there, and he will do the fielding. Potts, only in his 6th first-class match, 20 years of age, will be having a birthday on the 17th of July. Born in Burton, just like George Scrimshaw, who's also out there at the moment. He's at square leg. Actually, he's at mid-wicket now. George Scrimshaw at mid-wicket. Interesting. 2 balls left of the Potts over. He's into Ed Pollock, who's now faced 60 deliveries. Make that 61 as he pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by Harry Kane, still wearing those fielding pads. And again, there is no run. I always think that Nick Potts has played more than 6 first-class matches. Clearly, he hasn't, because that's what it says on the computer. But he was around quite a lot last season, around the first team, and did pretty well. Derbyshire desperate for a young cricketer to come through the academy, and he bowls the final ball of the over, which is pushed by Pollock into the offside. Again, there's no run. 62 deliveries for his 4 not out Ed Pollock. 95 to Gareth Roderick. Worcestershire 140 for 4, 63 overs to go. The innings of 140 for 4 has taken 55 overs. Blimey. The over rate's good. What, +1? And no problems with that. And Alex Thompson will continue.
And he'll bowl from the New Road end, and he'll bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Roderick, and he's got that field exactly as it was in the last over. I'll describe it again as he comes in and bowls, and Roderick is forward to this, plays it back to the bowler, and a slip, backward point, and mid-off, wide-ish mid-off. It's a big gap. Please drive me through the offside, he's saying to Gareth Roderick, as he throws the ball up outside offside, looking to turn it back through the gate. That one a little bit quicker and flatter, pushed away on the onside. Then on the onside, short leg, so he might drive at one and get a little inside edge onto the pad or something like that. Short leg under the helmet, Harry came, and then deep backward square on the boundary. Man on the 45 front, and front of square, a man in conventional square leg position. Roderick works it to short mid wicket. Dahl is the fielder, and in addition to Dahl there you've got Lewis Rees in a conventional mid-on position. So a 6-3 leg side field for an off spinner on a pitch that's offering a little bit of turn, but it's not a big turner by any means, but it's quite old-fashioned picture as Roderick drives up to Rees at mid-on and takes a cheeky single, most importantly keeping the scoreboard ticking over, keeping the rotation of the strike, which is quite important when you're trying to survive like this, because you don't want the bowlers to just settle into a rhythm. So it's right hand, left hand, left-handed Pollock on strike, which means Thompson comes round the wicket and bowls, and Pollock is very watchfully forward, playing the ball back up the pitch. Wayne Madsen runs from slip to have a word with Thompson. Got a little idea, perhaps, about how he might get Pollock out, and has a word with the bowler, and now goes back to his position as the solitary slip. Well, I say solitary slip, he's got a gully in there, or a sort of third slip, and the idea was to bring short leg over to silly point, which he's done, and he's bowled a nice delivery here, Thompson, which beats Pollock as he goes back to it, goes past the outside edge, and is taken by the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. End of the over. Good over from Thompson. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. He dismissed Adam Hose in the morning session. Bowled through the gate for 1. The other man out today, Rehan Avadalath, LBW 2. This man, Nick Potts, who is continuing from the Diglis end, bowling to Gareth Roderick, who's on 96. And comes Potts, and he bowls, and Roderick is forward to one that maybe just squatted on him a little bit, pushes it back up the pitch to the bowler. 141 for 4 it remains. 61 overs left in the day after this if Worcestershire are to save the game. Fletcher's gone, and I've been rejoined by David Townsend. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon, Frank. They've survived a little tricky period, haven't they? Obviously got to keep going, but looking a little bit better for Worcestershire.
Potts in, bowls. Roderick looks to crack this away off the back foot, doesn't hit it cleanly, bottom edge into the ground. Anadjadal quickly onto it, good throw back, but Pollock in for a single. Takes Roderick on to 97.
Talking of throws backs, good or bad, there should have been a run out. It was a shocking throw from...
Well, he didn't gather it, did he? They both stumbled, didn't they? I was describing it. Pollock fell over on his way through. It was a tight one. I don't think there was a run there.
If the throw had been accurate, it would have been.
But he didn't pick it up cleanly.
Accurate, not even a direct hit. An accurate would have done for him.
Potts in to bowl to Pollock, who looks to turn this one away off his pads, misses it, gets taken on the pad, and they go through for a leg by. 143 for 4. Pollock stays on 4 his face. 64 balls. There's one player you would have thought was incapable of facing 64 balls.
We didn't think it could be done,
and only scoring 4. It would be Ed Pollock. Here comes that update for FM listeners. Well, Worcestershire continuing to battle away in their attempt to save this game. 61 overs left in the day's play after the one currently underway, and they are battling along. 143 for 4 at the moment. Gareth Roderick is on 97, nearing a century. It would be his first of the season, and with him Ed Pollock, uncharacteristically calm and defiant. He's so far faced 65 balls and he's made just 4 runs. 2 wickets have gone down today, but none in the afternoon session. Worcestershire battling hard to save it. 143 for 4 as Roderick just squeezes that one out on the onside. Potts coming in again from the Diglis end, bowls now, and Roderick drives nicely. Might have thought that was his opportunity to reach 100, but picked out the fielder at mid-off, Leos deploy, and not surprisingly just holding himself back as he leaned into the shot when he realised it wasn't quite a full half volley. Doesn't want to give it away now. In fact, doesn't want to give away at any stage. He'll not only want to get 100, he'll want to keep going for as long as possible. Gareth Roderick, mature cricketer, former captain of Gloucestershire, of course, waits now, and Potts is bowling to him, short of a length outside off stump, and he just picks up a single as he forces this one away into the covers off the back foot, and he keeps the strike. Goes to 98 at the end of the over. 144 for 4.
Now obviously 100 will be a personal landmark and something that he'll have his eye on and won't be doing anything silly. Not that he's done anything silly all day, but you just wonder after he gets to 100 whether there'll be a couple of 3 overs there where the concentration will just waver a little bit. He'll have the 3 figures. Maybe that will be Derbyshire's chance just to create a little opening. And I see St. Louis Reese is starting to warm up in front of us.
Yeah, could well be replacing Potts at the Diglis end. I think we'll see Thompson carrying on from this new road end for most of the afternoon. He's in, bowls to Roderick, nicely forward to that one, pushing back to the bowler. Yeah, I was talking this morning, David, before you were here, I think, about Gareth Roderick, and he was asked the question last night whether it was hard work to go out and open the batting after keeping wicket all day. So Thompson bowls and he goes for that reverse again, misses it this time, takes the keeper on the pad and runs to slip. And he said no, he said, I don't mind, I'm here to play, I feel strong and physically fit, and for me it's all about being out there. I'd rather be out there than sitting watching. So no complaints from him about having to bat, keep and then bat again straight away. Picks up a single here as he cracks this one to long mid-on. He fielded by Reese, underarm at the stumps, but he's home. Roderick goes to 99 off 153 balls, and it's 145 for 4.
I thought he wasn't going to do anything rash, and he has a reverse sweep, and he follows it by smacking one straight to mid-on. And
neither of which I would count as rash, really. Hit a reverse sweep beautifully for 4 in the previous over, and then he would have been in even if that had hit, I think. Thompson bowls to Pollock, pushed down on the offside.
I'll tell you what, umpire was in a perfect position. Well, that was impressive.
I don't think reverse sweeps for a lot of players are risky at all anymore. They play it so often, it's just like almost like any other shot. And he knew exactly what he was doing with the one he hit for 4. Pollock has a man coming in under the helmet now at silly point. We've got a short leg, we're going to have a slip, or 2 slips really, you'd say, one of them a bit wider than a conventional second slip and a bit closer, but he's not a gully. And now we're going to have a silly point as well. Deploy the captain going in under the lid at silly point. So Thompson round the wicket to the left-handed Pollock, and a little card school in there, a little circle of people. Short leg, wicket keeper, 2 slips, silly point, and Pollock surrounded as Thompson comes round the wicket to bowl to him, and he's forward and plays it to deploy under the helmet at silly point. Tight little group and a tense few minutes, you suggest, for Pollock. 4 of 67 deliveries, absolutely uncharacteristic, and now further protective equipment of a more delicate variety being brought out for deploy. And well, he was in there for 1 ball without that protection. I'm not sure I would have been, and he's now pushed the protector down his trousers and goes in. He has got shin pads on. Really close at silly point as Thompson is in and bowls, and Pollock is forward, resisting the temptation to whack it through that little group like you or I would, David. Just get away from me, don't want you all round me. Just drops it down in front of him. End of the over, 4 for Pollock. Roderick on 99.
I was just wondering whether he's also popped himself in there just so he can
Chat.
perhaps have a little natter and teach Ed Pollock a few words of Afrikaans or whatever. And well,
maybe he might know them already. He might know them already.
Yeah, it's
It is going to be Lewis Reese. Roderick on 99. He's faced 153 balls. And
can you see Pollock doing this for another 3 hours? I think I can actually.
well, I probably would have said no until maybe earlier in the season, but he's been trying to change the way that he plays. Of course, he's been opening in Red Bull, not successfully, particularly. Down the order now. Obviously, changes to the order for Worcestershire with Haynes and Oliver missing in this game. But well, The other thing about Pollock is that, it is widely believed, certainly in T20, that he would rather face seam than spin. But touch wood, so far to date, he's coped fairly well with Thompson's off spin. Here's Rees round the wicket from the Diglison to Roderick on 99, and he plays this one back up the pitch off the back foot, and there is no run. Gareth Roderick had a rotten time when he came to Worcestershire first of all 2 or 3 years ago, coming up from Gloucestershire, coming up from Bristol. Took him a long time to settle, but about halfway through last year got the gloves in red ball cricket, and his batting improved as well. And there is his 100 as he steers that down to third man. That's a very popular innings with a lot of people here at the road. 103, his 100 coming off 155 balls, and it's not just that 15 fours he's hit. It's not just that. It's the fact that he's held the whole thing together. He scored a high percentage of the total. It's 149 for 4, so that tells you how well he's played. But it's the fact that he's held things together so competently, and he will want to continue to do so. Rees round the wicket to him, and he's forward to that one, plays it back to the bowler. But as David Townsend alongside me just said, could well be that there might, even if it's subconscious, certainly won't be deliberate, might just be over the next few minutes a slight easing of the concentration, and the Derbyshire bowlers might sense a little chink. I think you often see players like, I think Rahul Dravid always used to consciously take his guard again from the umpire when he reached a milestone, as if to say, no, I am starting again. Here's Rees round the wicket, bowled, left alone by Roderick, taken by Brooke Guest.
Yeah, it's one of Jason Gillespie's favourite stories, that about getting to batsmen just after they've got to 100, and the toughest batsman he ever bowled against, Justin Langer, playing against him in a Shield game. He just got to his 100, and the skipper said, Dizzy, really put it in these next couple of overs, mate. Got a chance of getting him here. And Dizzy said he bowled 2 of the fastest overs he bowled in his career. He broke 2 of Langer's ribs, and he broke 1 of his fingers.
It didn't get him
and
out.
Langer made a double century.
Yeah. Here's Lewis Rees in bowls, and that one is worked nicely by Gareth Roderick. Off his pads, but straight to the fielder at square leg.
Do you ever bat with a broken finger, Frank?
I broke a lot of fingers because I was a wicket-keeper. I'll tell you what I did do once. I batted with a couple of broken ribs, and that was absolutely awful. Really, really painful. I was playing up in Derbyshire.
Restricts what you do, doesn't it?
Towards the end of my career, got hit by a quick bowler, left arm over the wicket in the ribs. There's Rees in bowls, Roderick plays defensively, and I took some time to get my breath back and recover, and then hit the next ball through the covers and ran, and the pain was unbelievable. I just couldn't believe I had to retire. I just could not breathe because of the broken ribs, and running was the worst thing I could have done. Very, very painful. I was out for quite some time, and it went
ribs
blue and yellow.
The ribs near the bottom, the floaty ones.
Yeah, just really, really, really painful. 149 for 4. No such problems in terms of injury for the batsman here, but mentally, Roderick will be hoping that he could show that sort of fortitude that you were just talking about with David. They don't come much tougher than Justin Langer, do they?
No. I was in a conversation with a few former Australian players, and ask any of them who the toughest cricketer is that they would have played with. It would have been Justin Langer.
Well, speaking of Australians, in the Test match, it's 90 for 1 Australia off 28.4 overs, and that 1 wicket taken by Worcestershire's Josh Tongue, and he bowled Usman Khawaja, leaving the ball alone just before lunch. This one from Thompson to the left-handed Pollock, with his little entourage of close fielders, is left alone, and through it goes to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Warner 64 not out, Labuschagne 5 not out. 90 for 1. Australia. Thompson again. Balls, and Pollock played at that one.
That was better.
No, a kind of indeterminate shot from Pollock. He's annoyed with himself. Just turned past the outside edge, and I mean, if he'd have been trying to give a catch to the slip, he wouldn't have been able to do it any better. Well, he would. He could have hit it, I suppose. But you know what I mean? He was shaping as if just to run it down. It wasn't what he really wanted to do. Chastises himself and plays better to this one. Forward. Low forward defensive.
Just needs to pull it back a foot and a half or 2 foot, doesn't he? He's just been a little bit too
full.
A little bit too full. Maybe give it a little bit more air as well, and just easy to save from here.
He's in again. Bowls. That's it. That's nicely flighted, but he's got the line wrong this time.
Yeah, and also
Pollock's got a single just clipping it away on the leg side.
Oh, let's see if it ticks over to 5. It might have got stuck on 4, Frank.
Yeah. There it is. 5 off 72 balls. Ed Pollock. 150's up for Worcestershire. Doesn't matter. The number that you're looking at, if you're really bothered in this ground, is the number on the bottom left of the scoreboard where it says overs remaining. 58 after this one, because that's all that matters if Worcestershire are going to save this game. Thompson bowls, Roderick is forward, pushes out on the onside, and Rees does the fielding. So if you're Derbyshire captain, you're thinking, well, just got to concentrate, focus, set the right fields, keep my bowlers going. But at the same time, the longer a partnership develops, the more you start thinking, well, I've got to make something happen. It's Thompson bowls, Roderick taken on the pad, the ball drops down on the offside. End of the over, 58 left in the day now, 150 for 5. And then you're thinking, do I change the bowling, do I change the fields, do I try different things? And as I say, with 50 odd overs to go, you're not too worried. But if that gets down below sort of 40 and they haven't lost another wicket, then he's going to start thinking, I've got to make something happen. Hasn't had a ball yet himself. He nearly did last night when it got dark, Lewis Tapoy, with his left arm spin, but he hasn't yet. And there is also the possibility that the weather could close in as well, although apparently no real rainfall, still about 6.
Yeah, nothing. I don't think that's going to save Worcestershire, but you never know. It might turn up at 20 to 6 with 9 wickets down. Or something.
It got very dark last night. It did get very dark. When
Ed Pollock has faced 72 balls, which of course is in other words is 12 overs. I wonder if he's ever faced 12 overs before and not hit a boundary, Frank.
Have I?
No.
Oh, was he?
Was he?
Oh, beg your pardon. No, I don't know. Probably. But you know I have many times. I don't know, actually. I don't know. We didn't say Trevor Bailey, did we, before? I
didn't mean across some 6 or 7 innings as you would, but you know.
Yeah. We didn't say Trevor Bailey before, did we, when we were talking the great blockers?
Yes, he was the other one going back before the war. Eddie Painter, was it? Eddie Painter. Was Eddie Painter the one who got up off his sickbed or something and defied Australia? Or was that somebody else?
It was, I think. I'm pretty sure it was. Lewis Rees bowls, left alone by Pollock. Outside the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest. It was Eddie Painter, I believe. My dad told me that story about. Came out of hospital, didn't he, in Australia, and was brought back to the ground.
Was it the Gabba or wherever they were playing in? Because they didn't start playing in the Gabba until the sort of mid to late 30s, I don't think you played that.
We'll have to have a look.
Brisbane Showground before that.
It was, great story of fortitude, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In comes Rees again. Pollock steers this out on the offside, no run. And the other great story of fortitude I remember was that Dean Jones, wasn't it? Sadly no longer with us. Who made a double 100, didn't he, in India, and then collapsed and had to be put on a drip.
He kept going. I think he was physically sick a couple of times, wasn't he, in the middle, and dehydrated.
Eddie Painter, just looking him up. Yes, you're right. It's the Bodyline tour.
Yeah.
Here comes Rees, bowls to Pollock, forward defensively, no run. And the other thing I love about Eddie Painter is that he was born in that wonderful place. There's no place which says Lancashire more to me.
Hickinbottom?
Oswald Twistle.
Oh, right.
born in Oswaldtwistle. I'm reading off Wikipedia. It does say, I think he averaged over 50 in tests, which is pretty amazing. It was Brisbane. Doesn't say which ground.
First test at the Gabba, maybe, I don't know.
In comes Rees and Pollock defends out on the offside. Anyway, it says perhaps the most famous of his test appearances came against Australia on the Bodyline Tour of 32-33 at Brisbane. Painter was taken to hospital with tonsillitis, yet with England in difficulty at 216 for 6 in reply to Australia's 340, he came out to bat. After spending the night in hospital, he made his way to 83 and helped his team to an unlikely first innings lead, and though he only fielded for a couple of hours, returned for the second innings and had the honour of hitting the winning runs with a 6 off McCabe.
Well,
That is truly heroic, isn't it?
well, no, the 6 off Stan McCabe wouldn't have been anything special because
No.
he was an opening batsman.
Why do you have to ruin it? Why do you have to take the gloss off it, David? Anyway, back here, you're not missing any cricket while I was reading all that information, because there's been massive rearrangement of the field, and we've got 6 men in a semicircle on the catch now for Pollock, 3 on the offside, 3 on the leg, as he pushes forward to this one, and it goes out to one of those fielders. So we've got this umbrella field, which was often a word used to describe the field back in the days of those
Yes.
Ashes tours, but this is not 6 slips in a row. This is short mid wicket, straighter short mid wicket, silly mid on, short mid off, short extra cover, and short cover, and a slip. As over the wicket, Lewis Rees, left arm from the deepest end, bowls to Pollock, and Pollock is driving up to mid off, conventional mid off. And there's no run at the end of the over. Pollock then 5 off 78 deliveries, and Worcestershire 150 for 4. Gareth Roderick has 103.
Yeah, so smashing innings from Roderick needs to keep going. If he's there at tea, I'll stick my neck out, Frank, and say I think Worcestershire will probably save this one.
That depends with him.
But yeah, I think Pollock's booked in for bed and breakfast, or whatever the old-fashioned saying is on that one, isn't he? At the moment, I would say Roderick's looks the more likely, but is the more likely of the two to get out, simply because he's reached that milestone, and
he's the most likely to get out because he's on strike. Thompson bowls, and he plays this up to mid on. There's no run. Another wicket at Lords for Josh Tongue of Worcestershire, who's
he's going to take a 5.
Bowled both openers. Warner this time out for 66, and off 30 overs, Australia are 99 for 2. Both wickets for Josh Tongue, 2 for 35 off 7. So justifying his selection.
Yeah, no, that's good.
He'll be a very, very proud man, and there'll be a proud family, the Tongues, tonight. And that man who picked up his 50 grand for betting on Josh to play for England at 500 to 1 when he was 10 years old was a very, very clever,
astute
judge. Yeah. As Roderick takes a single, this ball from Thompson a little bit short of a length, and clipped through mid-wicket by Roderick. He goes to 104, 151 for 4 Worcestershire, 56 overs left in the day. After this, tea is at 340, set in stone today. And as David said, if Roderick's still there at tea, Worcestershire will be hopeful, as Pollock plays a rare attacking shot, a drive. Doesn't bring him any runs. Thompson over pitching, and Pollock drove it past the man at silly point, but stopped at extra cover by fielder, and there's no run. It's Sam Connors, I think, on as a 12th man at extra cover. Indeed it is. Oh, this one is nicely bowled. That's what David was talking about. Give it a bit more air, pull the length back a bit, get a bit of turn, and Pollock pushing forward is, well, not beaten by it because he got a bat on it, but it was an edge. He didn't really know a lot about it, and it rolled along the ground to be fielded by Hayder Ali. That second slip diving to his left. Here's Thompson again. He's in it. Bowls, and again this one is edged by Pollock. Past Hayder Ali this time. Roderick wants a single, but he's sent back. So encouragement for Thompson. This last couple of deliveries, finding the edge of Pollock's bat. And now another helmet being called for. We're going to have another man in the card school in a minute.
Well, I suppose
Matt Lamb, another one of the substitutes, bringing out a helmet. Hayder Ali it is. He's not going to have another man, but he's going to go even closer. Really difficult if you stand that close, I think, at silly point or slip or gully, call it what you like, just behind square on the offside. Really, really close. And you're basically just relying on your reactions. He's going to field on his knees, which they sometimes do these days. Hayder Ali is kneeling down at very close gully as Thompson is in and bowls, and Pollock is again watchfully forward, pushing out on the offside. No run. End of the over. 5 off 82 balls for Ed Pollock. Roderick is 104 of 163 balls, 56 overs left in the day. It's 151 for 4.
Yeah, good point about him being almost too close to do anything catching wise, but even if he catches one out of 10 that come through there, it's better than being a yard or more back, because you're going to catch 0 out of 10 because the ball's never going to reach you the yard back.
You just basically hoping you can just rely on your reaction, stick a hand out and take a catch.
Maybe one will stick, maybe one won't.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, Gareth Roderick is on strike and Lewis Rees is continuing, and dare I say it, the light is not very good at the moment. You can always tell when the scoreboard lights start shining brightly. It's not anywhere near bad enough to go off, but it's not great at the moment. It's darker than it's been all day as Rees comes in and bowls. And Roderick on the back foot steers out on the offside, and Anaj Dar, regardless of the light, always wears that brilliant white floppy hat. Comes in from backward point to do the fielding. Pretty grey away to the southwest where the weather comes from as well. Got no flag on the cathedral today to give us an idea of direction, but I'm pretty sure it's coming from over towards the southwest. Lewis Rees from the south comes in and bowls to Gareth Roderick, who pushes this one back to him.
Grey and miserable to your right as well, Frank, but less about me.
Some things never change. It makes no difference what the weather's like. So just the one slip now for Roderick on strike against Lewis Rees. 3 men saving one on the offside, the man on the drive at short mid wicket. Other than that, it's a fairly defensive field. We've got a man on the drive at short extra as well, as Rees is in and bowls, and Roderick lets that one go outside the off stump. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest. Bounced a bit. He's kept the wicket very tidily, and he'll be enjoying himself, because standing up to the seam is what is probably the most enjoyable part of wicket keeping for most keepers, I think.
Is it? Do you not? Is that not?
So, yeah, standing up to the seam is where you really know you're testing your skills, I think, the most. In comes Rees again and bowls, and Roderick is forward. I mean, it's standing up to the spinners like he is at the moment is quite fun, but it's probably a little bit more nervy. But this is with the seamer of the pace of Rees that you're happy to stand up to. I think it's the most fun you can have keeping wicket. Maybe somebody really quick when you're taking everything up here is nice, but I think Brooke Guest will be enjoying it out there at the moment. They don't tend to crouch down all the way now these days. He's half squat and in behind this one as Roderick pushes it back to the bowler. 151 for 4.
Wouldn't it also be the position where you've broken most of your fingers, though?
Well, probably, but it's still, seriously, and I never wore a helmet in those days, obviously, had a few occasional arguments with a bail, not quite as bad as Paul Downs, who got the one in the eye. Did have a bail hit me close to the eye once, and that was obviously a very serious injury for Paul Downs. They always wear helmets these days. Ooh. Oh, and there you go. Well, if Brooke Guest had been standing back, he might have got a catch there. He can't believe it because Roderick's got a nick to that one, and it has flown through for 4 between keeper and slip. Madsen, who has been standing deliberately wide at slip, and has picked up a couple of catches in that sort of 1.5 slip position. This time, done by that, 2 wide, and Roderick has got away with one. He's got a boundary. 108 he goes to, 155 for 4. Stroke of fortune. And Reese looks disappointed. Brooke Guest couldn't believe it. Buried his face in his gloves.
He couldn't have been trying to get it that fine because he knew there was a slip there.
Yeah.
It was that fine. It wasn't too far away from the little run of helmets that was put directly behind. It was closer to the helmets than it was to the slip.
It would have been a straightforward keeper's catch if
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
But whether he would have played that shot or not, we don't know. But be that as it may, it's a boundary.
It all count for it.
Back to the left-hander Pollock facing the off-spinner Thompson with this clutch of close fielders. Although Deploy himself has come out from that silly point position, so there's just 4 of them now. First ball is defended, short leg slip, and silly gully as Thompson bowls, and Pollock is forward pushing out on the onside. Silly gully, you can't call it anything else really, can you? He's very, very close under the helmet, on his knees, Haider Ali, hoping, as we said, just to be able to stick a hand out and grab it if it comes off the outside edge. Thompson is in and bowls, and Pollock's beaten. Good one from Thompson. That's turned and bounced and he's pushed forward. That's the perfect length from Thompson. Round the wicket, not bowling too quickly, bit of air, drew him forward, turned and bounced. Couldn't bowl a better ball really, and just be cursing his luck that he didn't get a glove or a shoulder of the bat on it. Comes in again and bowls, tiny bit fuller, and Pollock is forward, pushing back up the pitch. Good little contest this.
Such a small margin, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just got to say, if he gets that perfect length he did the couple of balls ago, let's see what he does this time.
In again he bowls, and well, Pollock pushes away on the offside. Haider Ali falls forward from his silly gully position and almost puts his helmet down into the ground. It's all happening out there. There'll be a bit of chat going on, fairly friendly stuff I should think. Come on Tomo, you're nearly there. Next one. In he comes, bowls, and Pollock, that's a good leave. Pollock gets forward and then leaves it. Roderick applauds him from non-striker. Well played, well negotiated, beaten by 1, got through the over. He's faced 87 balls for his 5 runs now, Ed Pollock, and they said he couldn't do this sort of thing. 108 for Roderick, 155 for 4. Update imminent.
Tremendous effort, though, isn't it?
It's a good contest.
More than
Quite
14
enjoying this.
overs, though, isn't it?
Yeah. 54 overs left in the day. Here comes that update. Tense stuff here at New Road as Worcestershire try to save this game. 54 overs left for them to bat. They've lost 2 wickets today, but none in the afternoon session. Gareth Roderick has reached 100. He's 108 not out. Ed Pollock playing a most uncharacteristic innings. He's faced 88 balls and made just 5 runs. Crease occupation is the name of the game. Spin at one end, seam at the other. It's quite tense here. Worcestershire holding on. 155 for 4 as Lewis Reese comes in. Round the wicket and bowls to Roderick, who pushes out on the offside. I'll let David chat to you for a minute or two, and then Dave Fletcher will be back.
Yeah, it's Frank slipping out after that excellent update. Let's everybody know exactly how things are standing. As far as momentum goes, the momentum really with is, what do we say, in the doldrums the game is, but the momentum, if anything, is with Worcestershire. It's Reese bowls, and forward defensively comes Roderick, desperately trying to save this game.
We're going to do a headphone swap, David, so I'll
turn me off.
let you go out and Fletch come in, and then you come here. So one more ball probably you've got to put up with me for, from Lewis Rees from the Diglis end. Pollock 5 off 88 balls, doing a great job for his team at the moment, but Derbyshire well aware, I'm sure, that patience is the order of the day. Take your chance when it comes. Rees in, Roderick forward, pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run, and it's good afternoon to Dave Fletcher. It's good contest, Fletch, with Thompson bowling against Pollock, with all those close fielders. Tense stuff.
Don't try and cover up your error from before with a question. Messing around with the headphones. Yes, no, it is a tense well, it would be tense if there was anybody here. Yeah, I'm particularly enjoying Ed Pollock, and who wouldn't be? This next delivery from Rees outside the off stump, left alone by Roderick, and there is no run, unsurprisingly. At this current rate, it would take him 1,700 overs to get to a century.
1,700 balls.
1,700 balls, sorry, 293 overs.
Yeah.
I've got a story about him. It's Roderick on strike. That one's pushed straight back to Lewis Rees, and there is no run. He made his debut. I felt it was certainly one of his very early games for Warwickshire against Derbyshire. Hardisfield-Jeune was the bowler, and he hit Hardisfield-Jeune for a 6 and a 4 the first 2 balls he faced against Derbyshire. He's currently on 5 from 88. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent.
Playing the situation, I remember that epic knock a few years ago. Was it by Hashim Amla?
Yes, yes. Was it Hampshire?
Deny Hampshire, wasn't it? Sorry.
Astonishing. Here's Rees around the wicket, bowls to Roderick, pushes it up to mid-off. Is it not time? That's the end of the over, incidentally, 155 for 4. For Derbyshire's skipper Lewis deployed to bowl some of his left arm, or Harry Kane to bowl a couple of overs of his leg spin, or just do something a little bit different.
Yeah. Well, they're being patient, aren't they? They're plugging away, sticking at it. The off spinner is causing Pollock problems. When he gets it right, he's just bowled a little bit too full, and by a little bit too full, I mean literally a foot, 2 foot too full, which is obviously preferable to bowling too short, but he's not quite giving it enough chance to spin. And when he does get one right, as he did in that last over, then it's difficult for Pollock, because he pushes a long way forward defending. The ball spins past the bat, so he's just got to kiss it. He's just got to take a splinter on the way through.
And the Roderick 4 that came down below us, that's got to go down as a half chance, hasn't it? He hit it.
Oh yes. But started a new over, and Thompson bowling.
Do you want me to do that? Do same arrangement as this morning?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm just
no, that's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
I'm just here for the beer, as the advert used to say.
Yes. Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Pollock.
That's the leg.
Defends. He's down on his knees. Is the man at? What is he? He's at.
Well, Frank's calling him a silly gully.
Yes. I was trying to work out where he was to start with. It's Hayder, isn't it, underneath the helmet? Silly mid-offs, short leg as well. Forward comes Pollock, clutched into the left hand by Lewis Deploy, who polishes the ball furiously. Second new ball available in 14 overs after this. Might be too late. Might go to all parts, of course, which it has done in each of the 3 innings that we've seen so far. Thompson's in again, and it's a good leave from Pollock, who must be absolutely itching to smash one somewhere or other.
Well, I don't know. I think sometimes you could just get in a mindset, can't you?
It's like cricket and the art of Zen.
Well, we were talking earlier about sort of epic defensive efforts. Obviously, there was the Hashim Amla one.
Pollock waits, and Thompson bowls to him. He pushes it out into the offside.
We were discussing Charlie Sale, the old Daily Mail sports columnist, who, when he was at school, batted for, I think it was 3 hours for 4 not out, and that was an inside edge he didn't mean to hit.
Pollock defends this next one, full face of the bat, towards Thompson. It's another maiden to rack up. He's now bowled 3 maidens.
I think it's Frank's old school where he taught Repton, and Charlie, who's well into his 60s now, very, very proud of that, but he was aghast when it was hoping that the umpire would signal leg byes, but he got the bat on. They needed to draw the game, and he just went out there with that mindset.
Yeah.
Block, block, block.
That's a terrific effort. A couple of people have said to me via messages from various places, well, Derbyshire should win this and it would be disastrous if they don't. But this is a pitch on which Derbyshire declared off 578 for 5. They bowled exceptionally well in the first innings. There were some rash shots by Worcestershire.
Oh, hello, what's that?
I thought we were going to have to evacuate then for a moment, but it's just somebody next door messing around with some beeping noise. Conor McCurr is back from the Diglis end. Bowled 10 overs for 41 on loan for 1 game from Surrey, whilst also on loan in the T20 at Nottinghamshire. What's going on there? That's just nonsensical, isn't it? But there we go. I think he's going to come around the wicket. He is going to come around the wicket. They've dispensed with the slip, so when Madsen's at short, going short at him, backward square leg, there's a man at mid-wicket, and then there are 2 men behind them at square leg and mid-wicket on the boundary, and there's also a backward square leg on the boundary, in addition to Sam Connors, who's feeling quite a wide mid-on. So I think we know where these deliveries are going, and at the moment nobody really knows what's going on anywhere. And now, no, we've had a little change of mind. Perhaps we're going to have a short leg. That'll be Harry Kane. I thought Zach Chappell was coming on to throw in his 6 penn'orth. He's desperate to get on the field. He's got his feet on the ropes, juggling a sports drink. Kane does have a helmet, and he's not a particularly short leg at the moment. Well, he's getting shorter by the moment. There we are. He's a strip away. Now he moves backwards. He doesn't really know where he is. McCurr in bowls. It's a back of a length, but not particularly short delivery. It's turned down the leg side by Roderick for a single out to George Scrimshaw. I thought it might have been shorter. Perhaps they're just waiting for a moment or two before unleashing the short delivery.
Of course, they're going to have to check the field around now for left-handed Ed Pollock. Still going to go with the short delivery, you'd think. 2 men out. Not quite as obviously now that it's a more orthodox field, short leg. Mid-wicket coming in. Mid-on. 2 men's for 4-5 field, but as opposed to a 2-7 field that we saw just now.
I just like them to get on with it, really.
Well, they're trying to think the batsman out at the moment.
Yes, he'll be dropping off soon. Ed Pollock then 5 from 94 deliveries. McCurr bowls to him and he defends this one into the onside. Alex Thompson comes racing in to pick the ball up, gives it to Lewis Deploy, and no doubt there'll be another meeting before the next delivery. But I would like to see Deploy bowl himself. I'd like to see Harry Kames. Daddy'd have to take the fielding pads off, of course. Just do something that Worcestershire are not expecting. They'll be expecting Conor McCurr to come back. They'll be expecting Anuj Dal or Lewis Rees to come back. And certainly for Thompson to carry on. Nick Potts as well. As McCurr is in and bowls, and it's defended by Pollock. Back to the bowler. Just something outside the box, as I believe they say these days.
Have you enjoyed your few days here in?
Oh, we had a great time in Worcester. Yes.
You've been staying locally? Were you in?
Very local.
Oh.
Yes, as local as you can get.
Yeah.
And then just a little walk across the bridge into the city centre.
1 or 2 decent hostelries.
There are a couple, aren't there? Yeah, there are. Don't want to name minute. Went to a quiz the other night. We weren't part of it. This one is delivered by McCurran, and defended back to him, of course, by Pollock. I think they were getting irritated with us actually by the end of it, because we weren't part of the quiz, but we did know a lot of the answers, and we might have been slightly louder than they would have liked.
Yes.
Which is, we have good time, which is what matters, isn't it? Of course.
Yes.
Been to the pub.
So sometimes you can sort of have a little. They can ask questions like which war took place between 1780 and 1810, and you can say, was it the 100 Years' War? You know, gets a little chuckle.
McCurr bowls, and that is pushed into the offside, almost on one leg by Ed Pollock.
Have you done any of these app pub quizzes?
No, I've heard about them now. They're good.
It's interesting. You download an app and then sign into obviously the mother hub or whatever it is, and you get then the question is asked like you normally would do. You've got 10 seconds and you go and you have to press A, B, multi choice or what's the first letter of it and that sort of thing.
Go to complete his over, bowls to Pollock, who pushes it up to mid-off. One run from that over. 156.
Quite interesting.
For 4. Yeah, no, well, the pub quiz, I think there were 7 teams, but they were all using pads to... They didn't write anything down, so you knew the score of the we didn't ruin it at all. Yeah, so that you kept saying, oh, so-and-so's got that wrong, so they've moved to the top, and it was very good.
The greatest pub quiz I ever witnessed was in Derry a few years ago. We were having a night out over there, which it's a great town. I don't know whether you've been out.
No, I
Derry,
haven't.
London, Derry, whatever, depending on which side. And it was the most fiercely fought pub quiz that I've seen for many a year. And the prize at the end of it all was a large packet of crisps. And it is I wasn't involved in it, but there was cheating going on and all sorts.
The first delivery from you, Thompson, over, pushed back to him.
So sneaky, could you help us with that? Oh, so you have to phone a friend under the table and all that sort of. A big packet of cheese and onion crisps.
Cheat and onion crisps by the sound of it. Thompson in again, bowls to Roderick, full delivery, too full really. Meets it on the half volley, pushes it back to the bowler. 51 overs left. So 50 overs left after this over, which is a lot of overs. Clearly, next one is turned into the leg side by Roderick, well fielded by Harry Kane.
Yeah, a lot of overs to come.
That's assuming that the light holds is perfectly fine at the moment, but it's been uniformly grey pretty much the whole of the day. It's quite bright at the moment, comparatively. As Thompson goes in over the wicket, bowls to Roderick, clips it into the leg side. Fielded by Haider Ali. And unless I say otherwise, there's no run. We could just assume that now, and then you're going to get fed up with me saying it, and I'm going to get fed up saying it myself. 185 runs behind, which doesn't really matter.
Well, it would have mattered if they'd have gone a little bit quicker, because they could have got into credit by the end of the day, couldn't they? Probably won't be able to now.
Thompson in, back into his crease goes Roderick, pushes it down into the floor.
Went to a pub quiz in a very rough area of Liverpool a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, excellent.
First question was, who are you looking at?
Yes. I wouldn't come in here if I was you. Excellent. I'll just have the one then. Thompson around the wicket, bowls, defended by Roderick out into the offside when it's fielded by George Scrimshaw. Maiden over from Alex Thompson, his fourth. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 19. Bowling coach Ajmal Shahzad is now down on the boundary's edge, along with just about everybody else who's actually on the books at Derbyshire. Lewis Rees is back. That's the end of Sam Connors for now. George Scrimshaw is clearly the nominated 12th man for Ben Aitchison. Matt Lamb sitting down with his back to the fence. Saranga Lakmal's here. Zaman Khan is here. Zach Chappell is here. There's a lot of people here. But the Derbyshire squad that's here is almost as many as the people sitting in the Battle D'Oliveira stand. So here it is then, this is the moment I've been waiting for. The 100th delivery faced by Ed Pollock. He's 5 not out, remarkable. And McKerr bowls to him and he celebrates the 100th delivery by pushing the ball out into the offside, and it's fielded by Nick Potts.
Yeah, so round of applause for his 100th.
I think so. I'm going to write it
It's a
down.
little ripple of
Yeah.
one or two
100 balls.
areas.
5. The applause is coming from Harry Kame, I think.
Oh, right.
It generally does. He's under the helmet at short leg, 1 slip. Fairly standard field, really. As McKerr bowls a short delivery and Pollock ducks underneath it. Goes through to Brooke Guest, who's got 3 fielding helmets immediately behind him.
It's a risky old policy, the short ball bowling from that end to a left-hander, because the boundary here can't
Shortish,
be
isn't
much
it?
more than 60 metres.
Yeah, it is short. It would be sensational if Pollock suddenly said, I'm taking this on and hit a 6.
Well, he did play a few flourishing sort of clips off the leg just before lunch, didn't he? Those would be his, so far, his, I would say his most attacking shots, but probably his only attacking shots.
Yeah. Well, he got into the side because of illness and injury. Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira not playing in this one for Worcestershire, so an opportunity in the middle order. And he's certainly taking that opportunity at the moment as McKerr is into him, and he turns this into the leg side and gets a run, everybody. Single taken, yes, absolutely. Gentleman to our right, very excited by that. He moves on to 6 from 102 deliveries, 157 for 4.
That's a single every 17 balls. Fine effort, keeping us.
No, I haven't got a problem with the innings he's playing.
No.
Absolutely no problem at all. You'd have more of a problem if he just went out there when he first came in, had a dart at one outside the off stump, got caught at second slip and walked back in.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah. And Roderick seems to have negotiated that little period after 100 where most batsmen are just a little bit more vulnerable mentally. Be seeing the ball very, very large now.
More meetings, Deploy and McKerr. The overall over rate is +1, or was +1 up till lunch. That only gets changed at each interval. Derbyshire may well panic later on if it gets too negative. So what are we having here? I think we're having a leg slip. We are, but he's standing a long way back. He's quite fine, Wayne Madsen. There's a short leg and a square leg who's immediately behind him. It's almost like he's got a grin on his face as well, Lewis Rees, who's standing at square leg, like he's hiding behind Harry Kame. Anyone would do well to hide behind Harry Kame. Only a diminutive cricketer, as McKerr bowls a short delivery down the leg side. It's left alone, of course, by Roderick and taken by Brooke Guest. Very much a leg side field, just the 2 fielders on the offside now. Men out at mid wicket, backward square leg. There's a straight mid wicket as well as the 2 square legs, or the short leg and the square leg, the leg slip and the mid on. There's a mid off and a backward point, that's it. And McKerr around the wicket bowls. That one is turned down into the leg side by Roderick, controlling it very nicely indeed, down to Big George Scrimshaw, who throws the ball back, and another single is taken. Roderick moves to 110, 158 for 4. They were 132 for 4 at lunch, which was 17 overs ago. Almost 18 overs ago. So just 26 runs since lunch. Marvellous effort. Absolutely marvellous. And then comes McCurr to complete his over. It's, of course, defended by Ed Pollock. Straight back to the bowler. I'm going to say it. And there's no run. 158 for 4. And Anuj Dal has removed his floppy sun hat. The man who got 5 wickets in the first innings. He needs to weave his magic here. This ball's only got 11 overs left of its life, though.
And that, of course, is another contributory factor to the fact that they, using the Kookaburra ball for this round of games and the next round of games, you would have to see why. It just smacks of gimmickry, really, doesn't it? You normally set out the playing regulations from the start of the tournament, and they're the same for every game.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the pink ball experiment a couple of years ago.
That went well, didn't it? Yeah.
Did you see some of those balls when after they'd gone through about 80 overs?
Just a mess. Yeah.
You know,
No, I didn't enjoy that. We were at Cardiff for one of them. It was horrible, the weather. Nobody watched.
we should actually be encouraging the rest of the world to use Duke balls.
Yes.
That would be a far better way. Or better still, get somebody who's got a few quid to actually buy Kookaburra and
close it down.
Well, no, just start producing Duke balls.
Proper cricket balls, for
Proper
goodness
cricket
sake.
balls.
Proper cricket balls.
They could still be called Kookaburra.
Yeah.
That would be the name.
Yeah.
But they would be produced to a standard that actually gave you a more interesting game of cricket, if you like.
Well, can you imagine in a Football World Cup, you went there and the side that was designated as the home side in a World Cup said, well, we're using our ball for this match. And then the next game, the team's using it. It's just nonsensical. Just use a ball and get on with it. Anyway, here's Anuj Dal in from the New Road End, bowling to Gareth Roderick, who pushes it up to Lewis Rees. I did 2 days ago, probably now, seems like last week, read out some of the reasons that the ECB said they were doing it, but they also said that they were going to take the footage from the cameras that apparently the umpires are wearing. That'll be part of the data, so they see what the ball does. But they're going to send a questionnaire around to the players. Well, Anuj Dal's going to say, well, I thought it was quite good, really. I got 5 wickets in a century. His next delivery is turned into the leg side. Alex Thompson does the fielding. Roderick on strike. But 1 or 2 other batsmen, Harry Kane might say, well, I left one that I thought was going to miss the stumps. It hit the stumps. It's all the ball's fault, so I don't like it. I think you can ask the players whether they like a ball or not. But there was a suggestion that somebody put forward, said, well, they might just be trying to keep Dukes on their toes after last year's dreadful batch of balls, just to say, look, we're not averse to using a Kookaburra, you know. The Dukes have been much better this year, by the way, as Dal bowls, and that's guided bat and pad together from Roderick out into the offside. So I don't know what the point is, really, but they'll try and justify it. There'll be somebody earning an absolute fortune who come up with the idea of using a Kookaburra ball for 2 matches. Derbyshire's next Kookaburra.
I would imagine.
Yes, absolutely. But
have you ever thought of becoming a consultant, Fletch? It seems
I'm not
to be
sure who would ever consult me, though.
Very well paid job, and you don't have to be particularly bright, I don't think.
Dal's takes delivery played as Roderick goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. Yes, I wouldn't mind. Derbyshire having batting consultant.
Yeah. Well, you probably
Bell.
need to know a bit about batting, but
I think he probably does,
when
actually.
I was working at the Daily Express,
Yes.
they paid a consultant to come in. They paid him 30,000 quid, and he decided to change the name from the Daily Express to the Express,
Lovely.
and he got 30 grand for that.
Darling bowls a very straight delivery to Roderick, who defends it to Harry Kane.
Or his company did. No, I could do that, couldn't we, really?
They must have gone around all the regionals as well, because they've all dropped evening, and now it's the Bolton News. It used to be the Bolton Evening News, so there's somebody's done that.
And then a few years later, they changed it back to the Daily Express, as it is now.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they paid a consultant the second time round. They may well have done.
You'd hope it was the same one, wouldn't you? I've got an idea.
I say they come out with these ideas. Are wonderful, aren't
Dahl in bowls, defended by Roderick, picked up by Kame. In front of George Scrimshaw, throws it to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. And it's the end of the over, 158 for 4. It was a maiden over, of course it was.
If you don't get me started on management consultants, do we, mate? They come in, don't they, and they say, well, if you sack 10% of your workforce and get the rest of them to work harder and cover the work, you'll be 10% better off. And I think to myself, you're a genius, you are, mate.
I'm a brother.
Why couldn't anybody else have thought of that?
Yeah, well, indeed. Frank will be back momentarily as we approach 3 o'clock.
Oh, he's going to have to come fairly quickly.
Updates. Well, he's there at the moment. He doesn't move very quickly at the best of times,
I'll
Frank,
move
does he?
before I get myself into even more trouble.
And we're going to see Conor McCurr continue from the digless end. DT needs to go and have a quick lie down with all the excitement over the last hour. It's been fascinating, and I'm absolutely enjoying it. There's no question. That I particularly like Ed Pollock getting to 100 balls with just 5 to his name. That's magnificent.
Well, you're not the only one, because I've had a text from a tweet from somebody who says it's somebody called. I'll just break off as that ball's played by Pollock. Somebody called Random Female.
Random Female. Good
I
afternoon.
think Ed Pollock could teach these Bazballers a thing or two, and your
Quite
commentary is hugely entertaining. Well, brilliant. Thank you very much
That
for
was
that.
That was while you weren't on, Frank,
It was
wasn't
sent to me.
That was
Fletch.
while you weren't
It
on.
was
I think
sent
that
to
wasn't the
me.
entertaining
Sorry about
commentary
that.
aspect, though. It was when you
sorry
weren't on.
about that.
Yeah.
I think it was. It's a shame you've gone off, Frank, and I hope you're back soon.
I'm off.
Okay, Fletcher's gone to do an update. As McCurr is in and bowls to Pollock, who continues his defence, pushing this one up to mid-on Lewis Deploy field. I must say I'm with Fletch a bit on the fact that that Deploy hasn't had a little bowl himself yet. I thought he might have done, but he will be of the opinion that it only needs a breakthrough. It only needs one.
You need something to break them up, don't you? The concentration and maybe just something a little bit funny.
Yeah.
I mean, in situations like this, years ago, Mike Braley would bring himself on and bowl some literally what we used to call donkey drops. You know,
We saw some yesterday from Jake
Yeah.
Libby. It wasn't to break the partnership; it was to hasten the declaration. But yeah, anything. But so far, Deploy believing that sticking at it is the way forward, and they've still got 47 overs left after this, so no reason why he shouldn't believe that. Silly point has gone in again now as Pollock is on strike against McCurr, and that's banged in short, and he ducks underneath it. Didn't bounce much, went over his shoulder and through to the keeper. 158 for 4. I must say that Pollock on 6 off 106, it's extraordinary, but he's done a great job, hasn't he? And you know, even if he were to get out, if he's faced 20 overs of the overs that are going to be bowled in the day, he's done a pretty good job in the circumstances. It's all about context. Pollock is on 6, as I say, Roderick 110, and these two so far holding firm. Update coming now. And the Worcestershire rearguard action continues. Ed Pollock and Gareth Roderick refusing to be parted out there in the middle at the moment. Worcestershire are not really bothered how many runs they've got. They've just got to survive the rest of the day to save the game. 47 overs left in the day after the current one, which is in progress. Gareth Roderick is 110 not out. Ed Pollock, resisting all his natural urges, is on 6. He's faced 107 deliveries, and they are blocking it for England at the moment. 158 for 4 Worcestershire as they attempt to save this game. Conor McCurr changing the field slightly, leg slip going in, man in at forward short leg as well. McCurr into Pollock, and again banged in short. Pollock sways back out of the way, and there's no addition to the score. As I say, it's the figure at the bottom left of the board that really matters. 47 overs left in the day after this, and also the figure in brackets after Pollock's score that we're looking at with great interest. 108 balls now for his 6.
That will be 18 overs, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I honestly don't think he's ever done this
18
before.
overs.
I don't know. He may have done, but I've certainly never seen him bat like this before for as long as this. It's been a tremendous effort by him. He waits again now as McCurr is in and bowls, and he digs this one out, punches it up to mid-on. McCurr hands on head, thought he'd squeezed one through. He hadn't. The end of the over. Conor McCurr's figures now are 13 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 44. Still no wickets in the afternoon session, 158 for 4.
Yeah, it's attritional cricket, but I think the three of us in our different ways are all really quite enjoying this, aren't we? We're just through past halfway in the day's play. There's the the ongoing sort of Ed Pollock subtext or subplot. Can he get to 20 overs having only scored 6 runs? I mean, that'll be tremendous effort. He's got another 11 balls to go to do that. Will he score a boundary at any point in this innings, which is another one. And Roderick, who's as we said with all batsmen, they are slightly perhaps vulnerable after reaching 3 figures. He's gone well beyond that now. Not necessarily in runs, he's got 110, but well beyond it in balls faced.
Anaj Dahl over the wicket bowls to Roderick, who pushes this out on the offside. And no run. Dahl 5 for 45 in the first innings, and a big 100 yesterday. Yet to strike in this innings. Worcestershire's pretty much his favourite team to play against. Got 100 at Derby last year as well against them, and possibly I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen more of him. He's in his 11th over, no wicket for 21 so far. Bowls to Roderick, who clips him away on the onside, and they pick up 1. Roderick wants 2, but Pollock sends him back, and just as well he did as McCurr's throw comes in, actually strikes Roderick, the non-striker, as he regains his ground. And they've taken a single, which moves Roderick onto a personal Nelson, 111, and it's 159 for 4. And the left-handed Pollock now on strike. And the spinner having been withdrawn from the attack. We've got another quirky field being set up. Madsen is at slip, wide, got a second slip. And now we've got one of these sort of umbrella fields of 3 catchers in front of the wicket on the offside, 2 on the leg side, plus a man out at deep backward square leg who's being moved a bit squarer, and a man at mid-on as Dahl is in over round the wicket to Pollock. And guess what? Plays forward and blocks it to Thompson, who's gone into that silly mid-off position. 159 for 4. What have we got? 34 minutes to go till tea, which is at 3:40 today. Anaj Dahl in again to Pollock. It's round the wicket, bowls, and Pollock is forward, pushes out into the offside. McCurr fields, and there's no run. I'll tell you what you don't want to do now, David. You don't want to drop a catch.
No.
I would say. Worcestershire did it yesterday. They dropped 4 or 5, and that, when you've waited and waited and waited, you don't want to do that. But when it's got like this, where it's kind of one partnership that they're desperate to break, they really do not want to drop a catch. 116 when Adam Hose was out before lunch, and Harry Kane's gone in really close now on the offside as Anaj Dahl bowls, and Pollock is unperturbed, pushes out on the offside. He's standing.
He's getting there front.
Very, very, very close silly mid-off. Against a seam bowler, against Ed Pollock, I wouldn't fancy being in that close, because even though he's in this mode, he is quite capable of leaning into one and smashing it at you.
That was his personal Nelson in balls just before then. He's on to 112.
Round the wicket, Dahl into Pollock, bowls, he lets that one go outside the off stump. Good leave taken by Brookguest, end of the over from Dahl. His figures now 11 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. Pollock's faced scored 6 off 113 balls. Roderick 192 balls for his 111 to 159 for 4.
Yeah, I was just wondering that. What I thought I'd have a look on. We always call 111 Nelson, don't we? And the official computer, official Google explanation for that is that Admiral Nelson, obviously, who allegedly had one eye, one arm, and one leg.
Yes.
Near the end of his life. It's in fact inaccurate because he never lost a leg.
Yeah.
But I think other variations of that had another.
Yeah, I've always wondered about that explanation.
I think probably
I've
comes.
heard it before, but I don't. I've
Possibly
never thought
comes
it was
from his what he was nicknamed or something, doesn't it? And maybe by the men who were serving with him. Who, perhaps the final one was not as complimentary as it could be. Roderick is on Nelson. He's on 111. He's going to face Thompson.
Thompson's coming on at the Diglis end with his off spin over the wicket. He bowls and it's pushed out on the onside by
Bowl
Roderick.
it there when you're that with his perfect spot.
So he's juggling his resources a little bit, Leas Deploy. Hasn't had a bowl himself yet. It's getting very, very gloomy. Thompson over the wicket bowls. Roderick sweeps and sweeps nicely. He'll probably pick up 2 here. He will pick up 2 as the fielding is done by who is it down there? It's Potts. Nick Potts running around to his right. Picked up and threw the ball back in, but 2 more to Roderick, goes to 113, so he's off that personal Nelson. Scoreboard lights really shining brightly now, and in comes Thompson again and pushes. Roderick pushes this one back to him. No run. 161 for 4. And Thompson again is in bowls, and Roderick is forward, blocking this one away on the onside. There's no run. Just trying to work out exactly what over the wicket fell in. I'll have a look back in a minute and work out just how long these two have been together. Thompson again is in bowls. Roderick works this one away with the spin to short mid wicket.
Would you be bowling round the wicket at this stage?
We bowled mainly round the wicket in the first innings. Gone to a more conventional line with this one, maybe thinking it's turning a little bit more. He's in, bowls, Roderick lets that go and kicks it away. And I think it was going away down the leg side, but it was a misjudgment by Roderick. There haven't been many. End of the over, 161 for 4. 45 overs left in the day.
The umpire's having a natter about something. He's not got any worse, surely, has it? Or
it's pretty grim, isn't it? I think. So the wicket fell in the 39th over. The last wicket fell. So they've been together for 34 overs. So that's the extent to which they've blocked it, and continue to do so as Anuj Dal is about to start a new over. Umpires have had a chat. They've decided it's not worthy of a light meter yet, but it is gloomy. It's a bit, if anything, the clouds are a little bit higher than they were maybe 10-15 minutes ago, but it is pretty grey. We gather that rain is on the way. It's unlikely to come before the close of play. There have been interruptions in Cardiff, apparently, which is where it tends to come from. Darlin round the wicket bowls. Pollock is forward. Scrimshaw, 12th man fields, and there's no run. I'll describe the field.
I was going to say, you've got to tell them those fields.
Describe the field. We've got Madsen at slip, but he's not at first slip. He's kind of 1.5 slips. Then you've got Harry Kame under the helmet in the shin pads at a very, very, very close silly mid off. I'll just break off as Dahl comes in again and bowls, and Pollock drives back to the bowl. No run. And then, so came at silly mid-off, and then George Scrimshaw, 12th man, who's a tall figure, 6'8", 6'9". He's a very straight silly mid-off. And then just to the right of Came, at a sort of short extra cover, you've got the also imposing figure of Conor McCurr. Brooke Guest is now putting a helm on. He's going to stand up to the stumps. And on the leg side, you've got a silly mid-on, or a short mid-wicket, and then two short mid-wickets, one slightly straighter than the other. Dahl round the wicket, bowls. Pollock is forward, blocks this ball down on the onside. It is not the sort of field that you see very often. It's partly to do with the situation, it's partly to do with the Kookaburra ball, it's partly to do with the flat nature of the pitch, and it's partly to do with Leicester Deploy trying to be imaginative and creative and find a way through this partnership. Dahl in, round the wicket, bowls. Pollock defends down on the onside. Fielded by Thompson, no run.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a field like this, exactly like this.
No.
Especially with that very short.
Yeah. Maybe in a club game, if you've got a young kid in at the end of an innings or something against an experienced spinner or something like that, I don't know, and they're trying to put him under a bit of pressure. But it is most unusual. And it's Dahl round the wicket into Pollock, bowls, and Pollock on the back foot, plays defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. 161 for 4 it remains. 45 overs left in the day, 44 after this. What have we got? 25 minutes till tea. And intriguing cricket being played out in front of a very small crowd here at New Road. Dahl in again, bowls, and Pollock is on the back foot, drops it down on the onside. Pollock has now faced 119 deliveries and he has scored 6. This is a man, David, that I once saw opening the batting in the Birmingham League not 4 or 5 years ago for Bark Green against Ombersley, and we lost 8 balls in the first hour.
Yes.
161 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yes, an expensive afternoon. Did you get any of them back?
Well, there's a lot of trees at Bark Green. My team was bowling and I wasn't too enamoured of the situation, but he just kept whacking it and they just kept disappearing. We didn't get many of them back.
I saw him score a fairly rapid century last year for Worcestershire to beat Middlesex at Merchant Taylor School.
There's Thompson bowling to Roderick, who plays defensively out on the onside. The field for the off-spinner bowling to the right-handed Roderick is more conventional. 6-3 leg side field. You've got mid-off, backward point and slip, and then on the leg side a short leg in front, a short leg behind, and a man at short mid-wicket, plus mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. He's in and he bowls short, and Roderick cuts for 4. You can't bowl there with that field, to be fair. A little bit short, and Roderick taking the opportunity to break the shackles a little bit, gets inside it, cuts it away to the cover point boundary. It goes to 117, 165 for 4, and 43 overs left in the day after this. Tea is 23 minutes away, and Gareth Roderick continues his marathon. He waits again now as Thompson is in. Bowls to him, Fuller this time, and he just pushes up to mid-on. I think most professional batsmen love batting, and what these two have got the opportunity to do here is just to bat. There's pressure. Thompson bowls and Roderick's forward, taking on the pad. There's no run. There's pressure, but at the same time, opportunity just go out and bat. No scoreboard pressure. Don't have to get any runs. Just go out there and bat. Just go and occupy the crease. And they're certainly doing that. Here's Thompson in, bowls to Roderick, and he's playing defensively back at the pitch, almost French cricket-like, his footwork there. But between them, these two have faced 321 deliveries. That's a lot of balls. That's over 50 overs between the two of them. 74.5 overs gone in the innings. Thompson again over the wicket, bowls, and Roderick sweeps, and he'll get 4 more because he knows there's no fielder out there. So he says, I'll have a boundary. So 2 boundaries in that over. Goodness me. The shackles have not only been broken, they've been thrown off. 165 for 4 at the end of the over. 169 for 4. Roderick's gone to 121.
So beginning to look as though Worcestershire.
Shh.
So all the Worcestershire fans throwing things at their computers. It has got to that point, particularly with the light as well. I think, Frank, it's it's got that feeling of closing in, hasn't it?
It has.
Maybe a little bit of rain later, as I say. I think the latest was it was going to come about sort of 5 before the end of the game, but not much, but a little bit. Are we now going to see Lewis deploy? Finally,
going to see
a little bit
Lewis
late.
deploy.
I would have thought he needed really to.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he gets a wicket early on, he's going to feel really annoyed that he didn't come on sooner. But that's the way it often goes, isn't it? And people will say, "Oh, there you go, you should have come on sooner." But he's backed his seamers. He's on anyway. Left arm over the wicket. Starts with a full toss, which Pollock nearly slices in the air to McCurr diving it backward point. Gets 4.
Pollock's got a boundary.
But he sliced it off an outside edge and it was in the air. It was a horrible wide full toss from Deploy. He's got a stiff neck, Deploy. That might be one of the reasons he hasn't bowled. He's been receiving treatment for his stiff neck throughout his innings yesterday. A bit of gel being brought out every now and again and rubbed on it, and he's just ruefully done a little head circle as he watched that one go to the boundary. Pollock's in double figures. He's got 10 off 120 balls.
Or to put it another way, 20 overs.
And I'm not for a minute making fun of him because it's been a brilliant innings in the circumstances.
Making fun of the stats, aren't we?
Deploy bowls and Pollock drives up to mid-off. He certainly looks a little freer against Deploy's off-spin, and he's got nobody crowding him on the offside. Still 2 men catching on the leg side. One at short leg, one at leg slip, and still got Madsen in at a conventional slip as Deploy bowls over the wicket to Pollock. That was a little bit short, turned a bit, and Pollock plays it off the pitch on the back foot to mid-wicket where Thompson fields, and there's no run. 173 for 4. Deploy in again, short approach, full toss, 4 more for Pollock. Loose outside the off stump. I dare say, David, him being a left-hander, it just made me think of this. As he goes to 14, Pollock, I dare say, even now, having not played for years and years and years, you would have hit that for 4.
I think I possibly would have done.
I think you would. I think you would. I'm only saying that because there's a big gap there on the offside. But
yeah,
I think you would have probably done exactly what Ed Pollock did there. Just steered it through the gap. He goes to 14. And Deploy bowls again, and this one is a bit quicker and flatter, and Pollock defends it to mid-wicket, no run. 177 for 4, 42 overs left in the day after this, 20 minutes till tea, and Ed Pollock is cutting loose. Deploy again bowls, and this one again Pollock is watchfully plays back to the bowler, end of the over. 177 for 4, 76 overs gone in the innings. Roderick 121, Pollock 14.
Yeah, that's the first time really that obviously Pollock has batted with attacking intent, and I think Derbyshire should really have maybe half an hour ago just thrown a few up. You could see there with a loose ball, he's not going to pat it back. Anything that's on, that's vaguely good ball, he's going to pat back to you, but throw a few ones up, so by his wicket.
Thompson to Roderick. That one pops up in the air and there's a bit of excitement. Guest throws an arm up. It lobbed up to short leg, but it was off his thigh pad.
I got excited there myself.
Didn't show it, David.
I thought, you don't often see them pop up quite like that. I thought I must have just hit a glove or something.
Thompson again in, bowled. Roderick is back, drops it down on the onside. No run. 177 for it remains. So These two came together in the 39th over, and together approaching 40 overs, and still together as Thompson is in and bowls, and Roderick again pushes out on the onside, and Anuj Dahl is the fielder at mid wicket. 41 overs left in the day after this. Gloomy light.
New
Alex
ball
Thompson
might make a difference.
over the wicket, bowls to Roderick, who sweeps in front of square, and he will get 2 runs as Nick Potts runs round from backward square leg and flicks the ball back just inside the rope. So Roderick goes to 123, total to 179 for 4. Yeah, new ball will be due shortly, and I'm pretty certain they'll take it. As Thompson is in and bowls, and Roderick is out, caught at short leg. The partnership is over. He pushed forward, it turned. Not a ball that looked particularly threatening, but he just steered it straight into the hands of the fielder at short leg. And Harry Kame it was who takes the catch, and Roderick's innings is ended at 123. Really, really good effort from him, but a wicket that absolutely revitalises Derbyshire's hopes of winning this game. David Townsend alongside me did say if Roderick's still there at tea, I think Worcestershire will save it, but he isn't still there at tea, and suddenly it's game on again. 179 for 5. Roderick gone for 123, and well, reward for the persevering Alex Thompson.
Yeah, but Roderick walked off looking to the heavens and just angry with himself that he just he almost, we can see it on the replay here, Frank, he's just coming in there, and that was the ball before, wasn't it? So we'll see the replay in a minute. It's almost as though he sort of just lost concentration, or just didn't quite focus on what he was trying to do. Almost when the ball was onto him, he just sort of, it was almost a lazy shot. Is that unfair to say for a man who got 123? I mean, he's played a brilliant innings, but has this done a lot? Let's have a quick little look at this dismissal again. And yeah, it was a funny one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
no need to turn that round the corner. He could have pushed it back.
He's played well enough to be disappointed, I would say, with that. Matthew Waite is the new batsman.
He's had a long wait, hasn't he, Matthew?
He has, yeah, and he's, as you said earlier, he's a gritty player, Matthew Waite, gritty Yorkshireman who relishes challenges, but...
me having said that earlier, quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah, you could have done him already, couldn't you? You could have done him before he's come in. But anyway, he's taking guard. What's he got to wait? He's got 14 minutes till tea. And he waits now as Thompson is in and bowls to him, and he's back and just pushes this out on the onside. And there's no run. End of the over for Alex Thompson. Applause for him. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 31. That's decent effort from a young spinner.
Again, I don't know, Frank. We've been overcritical, but I mean, he's got a situation there where the batsman's come in, 1 ball left in the over. He obviously hasn't seen anything, and he pushes one through, which is straightforward to defend, isn't it? I mean, surely there was going to get a little attempt to first ball, coming forward, I think
you know, a really wily experienced old spinner might have done something a bit different. But he's quite inexperienced, really, Thompson. As Deploy starts a new over from the New Road end with a full ball, which Pollock pushes out on the offside. You can't get through to tea now, these two. You can't guarantee, where the ball's going to land, but you can guarantee the pace you're bowling it at, can't you? Yes. Deploy bowls, full toss, which Pollock misses out on, drives into the covers, and there's no run. Well, I mean, I think you can guarantee where the ball's going to land if you're really good. You mean, yeah, he is. It's harder to control the actual pace you're bowling at. You can be very. He's a young spinner. He's doing a pretty good job, I think. Anyway, here's Deployed bowls to Pollock again, driven wide half volley, but straight to Anadol at extra cover. And there's no run. Pollock's vigil continues.
Yeah, but he's just getting
14
to play.
off
He's
128. Yeah, he's playing some
playing
shots.
some shots now. He's just getting him to have a little go. Oops. No.
Just pulls out as deploy comes in because the man in a check cap standing up behind the bowler's arm. Sit down, sir. I think he's the man that's disturbed things.
Sit down, you mug.
Settled again now. As deploy bowls, and again Pollock is looking to drive up to mid-off. He certainly put the forward defensive away for a while and lifting the bat a bit higher.
He
Might just make a mistake if he's doing that.
He'd get some stick in Australia. Stand up like that. Sit down, you mug, wouldn't it?
In comes deploy again. This one pushed through more quickly. Pollock kicks it away. Lets it hit him on the pad. It just runs away on the offside.
The other great one in Australia, of course, being if you're not going to sit down, stand sideways and we'll watch through your ears. It's, it's quite a term of abuse when you think about it.
179 for 5 deploy. In bowls, big full toss, freebie for Pollock, 4 runs. You'd have hit that one for 4 as well, David.
I think so.
Real big full toss. Pollock capitalises.
Racing away
broken
now.
his bat with that one. He's hit it so hard. He hasn't. He's having some tape on his bat. He's been blocking it so much. He's cracked the bottom of his bat. Anyway, he's 18 off 131. Don't get me wrong. He's played really, really well for his team in the circumstances. Waite is yet to get off the mark. The one man out in the afternoon session, Gareth Roderick, who made 123 in a marathon innings. He faced 209 balls and hit 19 fours.
Another unusual one for Ed Pollock is that although he's now hit 3 boundaries, we said, he got to very nearly 20 overs, didn't he, without hitting a boundary. All 3 of his boundaries have been on the offside. He does like a leg side boundary.
Yeah, and they've all been pretty much gimmies, haven't they, really?
Well, yeah.
Alex Thompson, the aforementioned off spinner, to continue from the Diglis end. Bowls, this one's fairly flat, might have turned a little bit. Matthew Waite on the back foot plays defensive. It's dark now, isn't it?
Come on, give him has it got much worse? I don't know.
I think so. Thompson again. He's in.
Give it a little bit
Fielders
of
gathered round. Waite on the back foot, pushes out on the offside. So we've got Silly Point under the helmet. 2 short legs, one in front, one behind. Here's that update. Yeah, the marathon partnership is over. Ed Pollock and Gareth Roderick adding 63 for the 5th wicket, but more importantly, their partnership occupied 37 overs as Worcestershire tried to save this game. The score's immaterial, really. The man out, though, Roderick, caught at short leg by Harry Kane off a tired-looking shot off the bowling of Alex Thompson. Roderick made a very good 123, faced 209 balls and hit 19 fours. Ed Pollock still there. Marathon innings from him too. He's faced 131 balls and scored just 18 runs. Matthew Waite's joined him. He's on 4. We've got 10 minutes to go to tea. 39 overs left in the day as Worcestershire battle to save it. They're 187 for 5. As Waite is off the mark with that boundary. Thompson into him again, and he's just forward to this one, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. Good looking shot to get off the boundary, but it was a half volley. 1 ball left in this over, and then we'll have 2 or 3 more before tea, and then a tricky final session. Thompson in, balls, Waite forward, turns this on the leg side.
Better.
One a bit better. David approves of that, given a little bit more air, just held back a little bit. End of the over, 187 for 5, and what have we got? 8 minutes to go until tea. 39 overs left in the innings.
Yeah, sometimes you forget the mics on necessarily, and you're just watching for something, aren't you? It isn't easy. It isn't easy, but for a spinner, as you say, if you're Fred Titmus and you've bowled 1,000 overs a year for 20 years or something, you can put the ball pretty much where you want it. But a younger spinner is not going to do that. But you can control the pace you're bowling, and he should just Matthew Waite just in. It doesn't matter if he hits you for a couple of fours.
Ed Pollock on strike now. This one's short and he looks to swing it away on the leg side and just really got a bottom edge on it and squirted it away behind square for a single. Not the most comfortable of shots. He's on 19. He almost looked more comfortable when he was just in the groove and blocking it away against the off spinner. Right-hander on strike now against Deploy for the first time. Short leg, slip. Haider Ali kneeling down at that silly gully position as this one is left alone by weight outside the off stump. We've got a man at deep backward square. McCurr is loosening up, suggesting the new ball is coming at the end of this over, which might or might not be a good idea in the gloom as Deploy bowls again and weight pushes back up the pitch.
Only off spinner's just taken a wicket and there's a couple of overs to go before tea. Don't know what's going on, Father.
Deploy in again. Oh, that's horrible. Wide down the leg side. He does look like a part-timer, to be fair. He's got the odd one in the right place. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest. Wouldn't have been expecting that. Had to shimmy across and pick it up on the half volley. Deploy again, bowls down the leg side again. Guest doesn't take this one cleanly. Flicks off his gloves and goes to Madsen at slip. There's a bail come off. Oh, very messy. But no change to the scorecard. Deploy again round the wicket. Bowls and forward comes Waite. Blocks out on the offside. It's the end of the over. So 80 gone. New ball is due. Will they take it? We'll have to have a look. McCurr is coming in, doing his loosening up exercises. In the Derbyshire innings, Worcestershire took the new ball. Joe Leach bowled 3 balls with the old ball, then took the new one and got a wicket straight away, with Wayne Madsen being trapped LBW. So I just never understand why they don't just take it. You don't need a couple of loosers with the old one first, but that's what they often do, isn't it? And it looks to me as though McCurr is going to do that here as well.
Just taking the light again.
They are putting the light meters on. I do think it has got a bit gloomier, but umpire says it's okay, and they are taking the new ball, which surprises me, I think, because if it gets even remotely darker now, the umpires will probably think they'll take him off. If you had 2 spinners going, they wouldn't, and it just shows you that Deploy thinks our best chance is to take the new ball, get a wicket, get into the tail. What have we got? Joe Leach to come next, as McCurr with the new ball comes into bowl to Pollock, and that's wide down the leg side. Pollock goes for that big hit over the leg side that you have seen him play so often, David. If he plays it at this end, he'd probably clear this short boundary down here. If he plays it at the other end,
probably clear the stand down there.
He might
the Graham Hick
hold out, as he has done. We had one big hit the other night here, David, in the Vitality Blast against Lancashire, when they were playing on that hybrid strip just over there next to where the mat is. I'll just break off as McCurr comes in and bowls. Pollock drives through the covers for 4. I think it'll probably go all the way, hit it well, and indeed it does. He goes to 23 and it's 192 for 5. And Liam Livingston came in at number 9. It was the 18th over. Goodness knows why he didn't come until then. And he hit his first 2 balls for 6 and then got out to his 3rd. But the first one he hit went over the Graham Hick Pavilion, landed on the square on the King's School field next door. It was one of the biggest hits I've ever seen on this ground, and that goes back to the days of Botham and Hick as well. It was huge. McCurr bowls. Pollock tickles this one down to fine leg. That'll be 4 more. He's getting a bit of reward now for all his patience early on, Pollock, and he's racing on to the relative heights of the mid-20s. 27 now off 135 balls. Let's not forget he had 6 when he finished.
Well, I was going to say he scored 21 off his last 16 deliveries.
Yeah.
That's more like the Ed Pollock we know.
Well, so it was 6 off 109.
Well, his first boundary came off as his 120th ball. So
that's another lovely drive. This time straight to mid-on though. But it's good news in a way for Derbyshire that he's actually beginning to play some shots, because when he was in that ultra defensive mode, he was apparently giving nothing away. And he's lost his partner, Gareth Roderick. That mammoth partnership broken finally. I say mammoth partnership, not in terms of runs. They only did 63, but they faced 37 overs between them. So really good effort by them for the team. McCurr bowls, Pollock is forward, plays back to the bowler, and there's no run. One ball left then in this, the 81st over, the first with the new ball. I think we'll probably have one over then after tea, before tea. And
well, I don't know. Could be struggling.
36 over last session.
Got a minute to bowl it.
I just reckon. Well, yeah, you might be right. Umpire Shanmugam hasn't exactly rushed in from square leg. Previous experience.
55
Comes in
seconds.
now. Bowls to Pollock, who is beaten outside the off stump, drawn into the shot, played at it, taken by Guest. End of the over.
Yeah, you're just going to do
one over left till tea. I think we'll get one more in.
He's sprinting in.
And it's going to be bowled by...
Certainly marching in, look.
Who's going to bowl it? Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, changing ends.
Yeah, no, I like this.
Very
I like this.
regularly at the moment. Top off-spinner with a new ball in his hand. Might get a bit of bounce. Might get a bit of bounce with that harder ball. Fielders clustered around, silly point, slip, leg slip, short leg, helmets galore. In fact, Deploy's taking a helmet off. He's not going to stand in at silly point. He's going to go at short extra on the drive. Matthew Waite, right-hander on strike. One over left until the tea interval. Alex Thompson from the New Road end is in, bowls, and Waite is turning. That one he did bounce. Turns it behind square on the leg side, could easily have gone to hand. It went between the two fielders, one at short leg, one at leg slip, but there's a bit of bounce for Thompson. He's a big lad, 6'4", 6'5", broad shoulders. Looks like a lock forward, doesn't he? Or a quick bowler, not an off spinner. But off spinner he is. Good job he is doing. 2 for 35, it is his 20th over. That one just bounced a little bit. Deploy now, changing the field, going to put that helmet on. He's going to have 3 catches now on the leg side, 2 behind square, so he's bringing McCurr over to short extra, and he's going in there under the helmet. So we've got Haider Ali at leg slip, Deploy going in at backward short leg, and Harry Kane at forward short leg, and Madsen at slip. So Thompson could run one in with the arm and deceive the batsman, get him caught at slip, or he could try and get that one to bounce into Waite. Bowls, and Waite is on the back foot and blocking it very firmly out to mid wicket where Anuj Dal fields. And now another change to the field. Yeah, because McCurr is going to go to a forward square leg. So we've got a 6-3 leg side field, line of 3 close catches under the blue helmets at short leg, and Waite on the back foot plays this one down defensively. You want to see him give it a bit of air.
Yeah, of course I do.
Just bowl it a bit slower, just on around off stump, try and get a bit of turn, try and get Waite to pop the catch up on the leg side. 3 balls left till tea. Thompson in, bowls, Waite on the back foot, just plays defensively down on the onside. It's good cricket, this. He'll have been in a few situations like this up north. Matthew Waite in league cricket, I'm sure. Some wily old spinner bowling at him, and plenty of verbals. 2 balls left before tea. Thompson in, bowls, and Waite lets that one go outside the off stump. That was the one I think he was hoping might just run on across the batsman. The arm ball didn't spin. Waite kind of picked it, I think, and knew it wasn't going to spin, so he left it, and it just went past into Brooke Guest's gloves. Didn't miss the off stump by much. Last ball before tea, 196 for 5. Thompson is in, he bowls, and Waite is forward, and he pushes it out on the offside, and that is the end of the over, and that is tea. That's been a really interesting, gripping session. Worcestershire have lost just 1 wicket in the afternoon. Gareth Roderick out for 123. Ed Pollock has resisted all his natural urges. He's 27 not out off 138 balls. Matthew Waite's on 4. 36 overs left in the day. Worcestershire are 196 for 5. The wicket taker in the afternoon, Thompson, 2 overs, 2 wickets, I beg your pardon, for 35 off 20 overs with 5 maidens. And the only other wicket taker today is Potts, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39. The new ball is 2 overs old, 36 overs left in the day. Play will resume at 4 o'clock, and we'll be back with ball by ball commentary from then. Until then, hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thank you very much for being with us. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road. Play about to begin after tea in this game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Skies have brightened quite considerably actually during the interval, and play about to get underway in the last session on day 4. Worcestershire with 36 overs to bat if they're to save the game, 196 for 5. The new ball has been taken and Conor McCurr is bowling with it, and he will be bowling to Ed Pollock. Ed Pollock, whose vigil has extended to 138 deliveries. He's scored just 27 runs so far, and he is on strike now as McCurr comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, and he's on the back foot defending this back to the bowler. There's no run. I'll be updating BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners very shortly if you hear me give a brief summary of the afternoon's events. And then Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby will be joining me again, and we'll be taking you through the afternoon session, the evening session, as Worcestershire try to save this game and Derbyshire try to take the 4 remaining wickets that they need in order to do so. Conor McCurr from the Diglis end in and bowls, and Pollock is forward and playing back to the bowler. And there's no run. Here comes that update. Well, we're just underway in the evening session here at New Road. Worcestershire have to survive a further 35.5 overs if they're to save this game. They lost 1 wicket in the afternoon session. Gareth Roderick, whose mammoth 123, 209 ball vigil was ended when he was caught at short leg by Harry Kame off the off spin of Alex Thompson. That was the only wicket to go down, 179 for 5 at that point. And now 196 for 5. Matthew Waite is on 4. Ed Pollock is on 27. And in the gloomy light here at New Road, the new ball's been taken. Worcestershire need to occupy the crease for a further 35.5 overs to save the game, as Pollock plays defensively to this one. And McCurr does his own fielding. Dave's back. Lights him
still here.
Bit,
I'm still here. Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine at the moment.
Interval, maybe. Round the wicket. McCurr bowls, and Pollock steers this behind square on the offside. Anaj comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and they take a single. Pollock goes to 28, 197 for 5. Matthew Waite, who made 4 off 18 balls before the interval, didn't really look that comfortable against the off spin of McCurr. I thought with all those close fielders round of Thompson, and it'll be interesting to see what Deploy decides to do at this end. Do you think he'll keep the spinner going?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
With the new ball, big man might get a little bit of bounce with the harder ball, you would think. And he had a clutch of fielders around the bat putting pressure on. He's been quite imaginative with his field, Deploy, throughout the afternoon. We did think at one stage he might have rotated his bowlers a little bit more than he did, but generally speaking, fairly imaginative in his thinking. The captain, 3 slips now as McCurr bowls, and Waite pushes defensively out on the offside, and that man Thompson comes in to do the fielding. So Ed Pollock, 28 off 142 balls.
14 of those have come off his last 13.
Yeah. He was extremely defensive early on, resisting all his natural urges. Well known as a rapid scorer, keen striker of the ball, but sacrificing all of that in the attempt to stay at the crease. Waite, meanwhile, is on strike as McCurr bowls outside the off stump. Left alone, Brooke Guest takes end of the first over after tea, and all the helmets are being donned, which suggests that Thompson is indeed going to continue with his off spin from the New Road end, and he's the most successful bowler, or equally the most successful bowler with Potts in this innings. Thompson, 20 overs, 5 maidens, a very tidy 2 for 35.
I've already seen this season Matthew Waite score his century, so I've seen enough of his batting. Anytime he wants to leave, that would be absolutely fine. a century up at Derby, and his full debut, if you like, having been here at Worcestershire last season on loan from Yorkshire. In his first match he had a few days out as Worcestershire won that game at Derby. After which Mickey Arthur said to me, "I'll tell you one thing, Fletch, Derbyshire won't lose another game this season."
Really?
Yes, when we went to Durham and they were beaten in 2.5 days, I said, "Mickey," he said, "Yeah, yes, I was just being enthusiastic." Here is Alex Thompson then. He's got a short leg, silly mid-off and 2 slips and bowls and takes the edge of the bat of Pollock. And he calls Waite through for a single. Waite was rather on his heels there, but he got there in the end. Ball is fielded by Conor McCurth.
Nicely bowled that, I thought. Held it back, bit of flight.
198 now for 5 more wickets for Derbyshire in the gathering gloom, I think they describe it as.
Brighter over there, though, I think.
Away to the southwest. For those not watching any pictures of us, Frank pointing
through the window. Always good on the radio.
3 men on the leg side now for Waite, who turns this delivery into the ground. 3 helmeted fielders on the leg side. So I don't know. Is it a leg gully? Short, silly leg gully, silly leg slip, and short leg, all helmeted.
They're all silly.
It's Haider Ali, Leicester Ploy and Harry Kane, not necessarily in that order. As Thompson is in, gives this one a bit of flight, and he's caught behind, is he? No, says the umpire. He did hit the ground, there was a puff of dust, so you can imagine that the noise that the fielders have heard was him hitting the floor with the toe of his bat. Waite wasn't going anywhere, quite clearly, and why would he? But there was a huge puff of dust.
Just watch the replay.
We need hotspot.
Yeah, I haven't got a hotspot.
I haven't got the hotspot, sadly, no.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Well, I think the proper cricket balls would be a start. As this next delivery is defended by Matthew Wade. We're asking for hotspot, and all we want is a Duke's cricket ball. That one's pushed into the offside by Waite, no run. Waite has 4 from 23, Pollock 29 from 143. I mean, there's no way on earth you can tell from a replay whether he's hit the ball or not. Thompson again pushes this one through a little bit more, and it's defended straight into the ground by Waite. Yorkshireman, so he's bound to be belligerent. Almost certainly. Just in everyday life, you would have thought. So out there in the middle, doubly belligerent. As Leicester Ploy asks Alex Thompson if he wants a field change. Thompson says no. Harry Kane does his trousers up. Thompson bowls, defended by Waite, into the onside. Doesn't go very far. And Alice Dell comes in to do the fielding. 1 run off the over. That matters little. 198 for 5 now. 34 overs to go. So just a little more than a regular session left. I've just been asked. I'm not going to say who by, but somebody back at base. What time do you think it'll finish? Well, I said, well, between 5:30 and 6 if they don't take any wickets, because they're not going to walk off with overs left in the bank unless they might walk off after the first delivery of the final over with 5 wickets left.
No. It's difficult to say, isn't it? And obviously there's a light to consider, but I reckon the light, it is gloomy at the moment, but I reckon it's going to improve because to the southwest where we look, it does look brighter. Here's Conor McCurr around the wicket, ball short to Pollock, hammered away by Pollock in front of square. Good pull shot by the left-hander, takes him on to 33, beginning to score a little bit more freely after that. Well, I was going to say ridiculously slow start, but it wasn't ridiculous.
No, it was perfect.
Because
it was
played
perfect.
A very, very good innings for his team, and played an innings that I think probably a lot of people didn't think he was capable of playing, and did a good job. 2 slips waiting as McCurr is into him again, bowls, and he's in behind this, pushing out on the onside. Deploy fields at mid-on. And there's no run. 202 for 5 now.
I know I said that runs don't matter, but it will make Ed Pollock feel better when he hits the odd boundary, won't it? He won't feel like he's not scoring, which, I mean, he's started to score now anyway, but if he starts hitting a couple of boundaries, it'll make him feel better.
Yeah, it was a peculiar first hour and a half or so of the afternoon session, as Roderick and Pollock almost made no attempt to score. McCurr in, bowls, Pollock blocks this on the offside, no run. And as I clumsily said in the press box at tea when I was struggling to find the right word, but when Deploy came on to bowl and fed Pollock a couple of horrible loose full tosses which he hit to the boundary, although it cost runs, it broke the shackles a bit, and it just sort of changed the mood and made Pollock come out of himself a little bit more, and you felt in that brief period before tea that they were more likely to dismiss him than they had been when he was just trying to stick around, because it isn't his natural game. McCurr in, bowls, that's more his natural game, driving a half volley through extra cover for 4. McCurr just over pitching, and Pollock, given the extra length and a bit of room outside the off stump, just leaned into it and picks up another boundary out towards extra cover. Anuj Dahl goes after the ball to field it. There's almost nobody in the ground down in that part of the ground. It's almost deserted. A few in the Basil D'Oliveira stand. So 4 more to Pollock, 37 now to him. 206 for 5. And 33 overs left in the day after this one. McCurr in, bowls to Pollock, and there's taken on the pad. An appeal for LBW. Umpire Illingworth says not out. 1 ball left in this over, the 85th of the innings, the 5th with the new ball. And you're absolutely right. I mean, there's no way they go off until they simply cannot win the game. And Derbyshire will keep going, and he could pick up this next wicket with just 3 overs to go, and it will suddenly become really tense again, because
well, Worcestershire won't get in front, will they? They won't get in front,
absolutely not. It was just a case we all knew, I think, this morning, that they just had to try and bat all day. Conor McCurr from the Diglis End bowls, and Pollock drives out on the offside. He'll only get 1 this time because it's gone square, and Dahl comes off the boundary to do the fielding. Means that Pollock keeps the strike, so the left-hander will be on strike against the off-spinner. Pollock has 38, 207 for 5, 33 overs left in the day.
This ball's 5 overs old, and we know that in the first 10 overs of the ball's life, the Kookaburra ball, it is easier to score. Certainly both sides have scored more quickly in the first 10 overs of any of the ball's lives, and then it slows down again, so don't be too alarmed from a Derbyshire perspective if Worcestershire suddenly start hitting a few boundaries. It won't make any difference ultimately to the result, but as I say, it'll just make Ed Pollock feel a lot better about life. He's on 38 and facing Alex Thompson. He steps away. I think that's because Haider Ali's kneeling down at extra silly gully. He's on his knees. Thompson in and bowls, and this one is played off the back foot and out into the offside. Lewis Deploy comes around to do the fielding. Ramy's unimpressed by the Kookaburra cricket balls. I want to read his tweet, obviously, because I'll get taken off air. Just next delivery, given a bit more flight, and it's edged, and well, it has been caught by Wayne Madsen, and it isn't edged. And it came off the wicketkeeper, I think. Calm down, Dave, calm down. Give him anyway. Just give him anyway. Definitely turned, though, from Thompson. Yeah.
Didn't go off anything.
No.
Just turned.
Just turned. Thompson bowls to Pollock, who pushes this one out into the offside. Anuj Dahl's there to do the fielding. So there has been turn. There was turn for Lewis Deploy with his slow left arm, but it was exceptionally slow turn. I was standing behind the bowler's arm outside, and well, it was turning, but blimey. Thompson's in again, and they pulls away again. Who said what and what's happening?
Yeah, it could be a word, couldn't it?
Yeah, he's sort of pointing out towards the leg side. There's barely anybody there. Thompson in again. Pollock waits and goes forward and defends it straight back to the bowler.
I think sometimes a fielder might say something not intending to put anybody off. He just leaves his encouragement a tiny bit too late and the bowler's on his way in and the batter might feel justified in pulling away.
It's prolonging how long we're going to be here. Thompson from wide of the crease. That one is turned into the leg side by Pollock. Around comes Nick Potts to do the fielding. No run. He was sort of interested there, but I don't think Waite was. Waite just leaning on his bat at the non-strikers end. Final ball then of the 22nd over for Alex Thompson. 2 for 36, 5 maidens. He's in again and bowls. That one is defended off the back foot. Up towards George Scrimshaw at mid-on. A maiden over from Alex Thompson, his 6th. Worcestershire 207 for 5. 32 overs to go.
He's bowled well, I think, Alex Thompson. He's fairly inexperienced and got a big responsibility, really, in the sort of bigger picture of this game as the number one spinner, and he's bowled very tidily. Bowled well in the first innings too. Gave his captain a lot of control in the first innings. 12 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20, preferring around the wicket line in the first innings to the right-handers. But big responsibility now. If he can pick up another 1 or 2, he could play a big part in this as McCurr comes in and bowls to Waite down the leg side. Tumbling stop by Brooke Guest. Gets a low 5 from his captain. Save 4 byes.
Hit him in the chest.
Yeah, just as he's demonstrated to everybody now, but any way will do when it's like that, scooting through down the leg side. He's kept wicket well, I think, Brooke Guest. It's been good. So up to the stumps to Thompson. Pretty tidy. Up to the stumps occasionally to Lewis Reese's medium pace as well. 207 for 5. McCurr in, bowls, Waite tucks this one away off his pads, and a really sharp piece of fielding by Harry Kame at short leg, because it did look as though that one was going away for a couple of runs on the leg side, and Waite almost sort of started off looking for a run, as you do, just sort of play it and think it's going, and came very sharp. And had Waite taken a couple of paces down, he might have had a shy at the stumps and tried to run him out. As it was, the Yorkshireman saw what had happened and regained his ground. McCurr once more, bowls to Waite on the back foot, just dropping this one down to Kane this time. Not thinking about a run at all, just a defensive shot. So he stays on 4, Matthew Waite. He's faced 29 balls now, and it's 207 for 5. Gloomy here at New Road, lights shining brightly on the scoreboard, but no rain today, and I don't think we're going to get any rain before the close. Whether the light will hold or not, I wouldn't like to say. McCurr in again, bowls, and Waite is forward this time, pushes out on the offside, thinks about a single, but Thompson is in quickly from extra cover, and that thought disappears. Gareth Roderick,
keen to run though, isn't he?
yeah.
He seems very keen to get the runs on the board. I think Ed Pollock's just having a word with him now, saying calm down.
I wonder if they have made a sort of agreement that the right hander will face the off spinner a bit more than the left. I don't know. Possibly, which would explain the keenness for that run. Deploys change in the field again now. He's going to come into if he's coming in there, he's coming into leg gully, isn't he, or leg slip almost, and bringing George Scrimshaw, the 12th man, round to a finer long leg position. He's kept trying different things. McCurr is in, bowls, Waite pushes up to mid-on, Reese is the fielder there, and there's no run.
Waite just testing the handle of his bat there. That didn't sound very good. Off the bat, sounded a bit tinny. It's a new bat. He may only have one, who knows?
I think he's probably got more than one. He uses a well-known Yorkshire brand.
He does. I can see the K from here.
Yeah.
With my eyes.
Yeah. One or two of those. I think Taylor Cornell, one of the Worcestershire backup batsmen, uses that brand as well, as McCurr bowls a bouncer and Waite ducks underneath it. Allows it through to Brooke Guest. End of the over. 207 for 5. 31 overs left in the day.
Innings already longer than the first innings, but yet to match the first innings score. Worcestershire 237 all out first time round, 207 for 5 second time. Derbyshire 578 for 5 declared. Big lead. Big enough, certainly. Big enough to make sure that Worcestershire won't actually get ahead again in this game. Over 8+2, so we're going to have plenty of meetings. And as Frank said, 31 overs remaining in the day's play. The current run rate is about 2 1/3. Let's deploy, just applying the protection where it is required. He's at silly mid-off. Pollock edges, plays this, does he play it now? Has it hit the bat? Has it hit the pad? They're appealing for LBW, they're appealing for a catch. It's silly mid-off. They're not getting anything. I've no idea what it hit. It could have been anything. It didn't sound woody, did it?
Just having a look at the replay. I think he's basically just kicked it to short, silly point, hasn't he? Good catch.
Was a good catch by Deploy.
Yeah, it was actually hit him on the pad. I think it was going down the leg, so I was going on with the arm.
Balls are full of delivery, and it is met as it hits the floor by Pollock. So there's plenty of brightness in the distance, but it doesn't appear to be particularly bright over New Road. As the next delivery might even be raining as well, as pushed out into the leg side. There's a gentleman just down here who's just put his hood up on his rain jacket.
Raining in Malvern.
A couple of, good job we're not playing there then. A couple of,
it's not far away though.
a couple of other people have just moved back to get extra shelter, so I think it might be raining.
Message from Bradders, raining in Malvern.
Lovely, thank you, Bradders. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Pollock.
Might have had his wife telling him, but it's not far away, and it is to the southwest. But doesn't look too dark over there, does it?
No, he's talking nonsense. Which wouldn't be the first time, in fairness, for Bradders. I've got a couple of clips of him on my laptop. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Pollock. One of them is entirely unbroadcastable, but very, very funny. One ball of the Thompson over to go. 23 overs he's bowled, or will have bowled. He's in now, and this one is driven into the ground, out into the offside. Another maiden for Alex Thompson. 23 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 36 now. Umpires, well, they look all right. They look all right. Umpire Sean McGam is making his way very, very slowly to square leg. 30 overs remain.
And Conor McCurr will continue from the Diglis end. Patience, perseverance and application, what's required from the Derbyshire bowlers today. Just keep going, and make sure you take your chance when it comes, which is what Worcestershire didn't do when they were fielding. McCurr bowls and Waite plays that nicely. Short ball aimed at his sort of throat area, and he just drops it down in front of him. And there's no run. So Waite stays on 4, and it's 207 for 5. 30 overs left, 29.5 overs left. 3 slips. 2 slips and a leg slip, I should say. As McCurr bowls, and this one Waite plays down into the ground. It bounces almost over the stumps, and McCurr at the end of his follow through throws his hands onto his head. Slips have both got their hands on their heads, as has short leg. and they can't believe it, but Waite has got away with it. He's on 4. Pollock on 38, the non-striker. Conor McCurr in his 18th over from the Diglis end, bowls, and Waite drives, and he'll get runs this time, 2 of them, as he punches it past Rees at mid-wicket, mid-on, and he runs back and picks the ball up and walks back in, carrying it, polishing it on his shirt. Matthew Waite goes on to 6.
His first runs after tea.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's why he was very keen to run earlier.
Possibly. Pretty dark now as McCurr comes in. Bowls to Waite, bouncer. Waite ducks underneath it, but Guest takes over the top of his head, two-handed. And there's no run. As I say, very few spectators in the ground, certainly in the areas that we could see from our position. There's a few in the Dollarview stand, you can almost count them on 2 hands. Few in the pavilion, quite a few tucked away behind us in the New Road stand, but not many here today, to be fair. Those that have been here, well, it's not been everybody's cup of tea, but it has been quite interesting. McCurr is in and bowls, and Waite gets 4. Short and wide outside the off stump, punched away through cover point off the back foot, and he goes on to 10, and the total to 213 for 5. And the afternoon session in particular was quite intense. Not many runs scored, not many shots played, but quite tense one way and another as Derbyshire sought to break the big partnership for the 5th wicket between Roderick and Pollock. I say big partnership, not in terms of runs scored, but they did bat together for 37 overs. There's McCurr in again to Waite, and he's on the back foot again, just dropping this one down on the onside short leg field, end of the over. 29 left in the day. 213 for 5.
25 people in the stand at the far end of the ground. I did count them, but some people might be able to count them on the fingers of 2 hands, but not everybody. One of them is actually asleep, so I'm not sure that he counts, and 2 have just left.
2 have just left. We're nearly there, aren't we? And I did live in Norfolk for a while. No, that's not what I meant. Obviously. Look at the time. Might do a couple of balls from Alex Thompson, beginning a new over from the New Road end, bowling to Ed Pollock, who defends the first one down into the ground, fielded by Lewis Deploy. 28 overs and 5 balls to go. That's a lot of cricket. It's a lot of cricket in the dark. The ground, it is definitely raining now, by the way. You can see it in the trees. And over on the far side, the ground staff are getting a bit antsy. This one is driven, but doesn't pierce the second ring of fielders. Pollock, it was Alish Dahl who stopped the ball, but it is definitely raining. Yeah, it is definitely raining now, and you wonder how long they will wait. But the ground staff don't look overly exercised, but they are all gathering, which is never a good thing. Nobody likes to see a gathering ground staff, as Thompson is in. That one is Christmas, mate.
There was a shout there, and he's claiming that it's a dead ball. Who shouted it? Somebody shouted, and Pollock just stepped away as the ball was bowled. So yeah, somebody away to our left, no question. Somebody with an umbrella saying, "Isn't it time we came off for rain?" Next delivery, defended by Pollock. I am going to have to go now. I can't risk it any further.
Okay, Dave off to update BBC Radio Derby listeners. I'll carry on here. It is raining quite hard, looking through my binoculars, against the trees at the far end, but no sign of the players leaving the field as yet. Thompson round the wicket, and again somebody shouts, and again Pollock pulls away. Somebody's being very, very annoying at the New Road end of the ground. Pollock waits now. Things have settled down again, and he comes in round the wicket and bowls, and taken on the pad. Appeal for LBW. Sean McGann, the umpire, has a look at it, says not out. There's a tense moment. a few overs ago when Pollock kicked one and it popped out on the offside and was caught at silly point. They appealed, but he hadn't got a bat on it. They also appealed for a catch behind off weight, also given not out. Pollock forward to this one, knocks it out on the onside, another appeal. They also had a massive appeal against Pollock quite early on in his innings for a catch down the leg side this afternoon. That was given not out as well. He's kept going, Ed Pollock. 166 balls he's faced now for his 38. Thompson round the wicket bowls to him. 167 balls he's faced as this one is fielded at silly point by Leas Deploy. End of the over. 28 left in the day. It's raining. It's gloomy. The umpires are going to have a chat, and David Townsend is back,
they're
and
going
they're coming
off.
off. It is raining quite hard. So they're coming off here at Worcester with 28 overs left in the day. Covers are coming on. Ed Pollock is 38 not out for 167 balls. Matthew Waite 10 not out
Oh yes,
for
it's coming down
37
quite hard.
balls. And the players are leaving the field for rain. And we will leave you too, although I'll be doing an update any minute now for BBC Hereford and Worcester with the news that Worcestershire are still fighting in this game. 5 down, 213 for 5, 28 overs left in the day, and players leaving the field for rain. Doesn't look too bad, a bit gloomy across to the southwest, and Derbyshire being frustrated in their attempts to win this game. So we'll leave you. Thank you for being with us, and we'll be back just as soon as there is any more cricket. Players have just left the field actually with very, very light drizzle falling. Worcestershire continuing to battle hard trying to save this game. 213 for 5. We've had 8 overs of the evening session. No wickets have gone down. Just one man out in the afternoon. That was Gareth Roderick for an excellent 123. Ed Pollock, the other hero of the day, 38 not out. He's faced 167 balls. Matthew Waite is with him on 10. 28 overs nominally left in the day, but rain falling at the moment. Worcestershire 213 for 5. earned your lunch today, I'll say that for you. Well, we've had a rain break, play about to resume in around about 4 or 5 minutes time. There'll be 20 overs left in the day with the reduction taken into account for Worcestershire to survive. They've got 5 wickets left, 213 for 5. Only 2 men have been out since lunch. Adam Hose for 1, in fact 1 since lunch. Roderick for 123. Hose out this morning, and Davalath for 15. 3 wickets have gone down in the day. It's just a matter of survival for Worcestershire. Gareth Roderick made an excellent 100. Ed Pollock played really well too. He's 38 not out, and he's been out there for 167 deliveries. Matthew Waite with him. Worcestershire 20 overs to survive, 213 for 5. Welcome back to New Road. Play about to get back underway after a rain break with, well, how many overs did we lose, Fletcher? 8 overs lost. So Derbyshire's attempt to take these last 5 wickets dented slightly by that loss of 8 overs. They've still got 20 overs left. They'll still feel, if they can do the old bang bang, get a couple of wickets, that they'll be in with a real chance. Worcestershire have got a bit of a tail in this game, but so far the resistance led by particularly Gareth Roderick with his 123 and Ed Pollock's unbeaten 38. Worcestershire have held firm. Matthew Waite also there on 10. 2-1-3 for 5, 20 overs left in the day, and Derbyshire been frustrated so far by a spirited Worcestershire performance, and also frustrated by that little rain break. The skies have cleared though, and I don't think we'll have any more interruptions, he said, confidently, but I'm not absolutely sure, of course. But 8 overs lost, 20 left in the day, and alongside me is Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby.
Yes, good evening to everybody. It's going to be Anuj Dal to pick up the attack from the Diglis end. 5 wickets required, 20 overs to go, plenty of time. Stay calm, everybody. The field is interesting, couple of slips. There's 2 men, well, one on the leg side square, that's a short leg, and then there's a man catching at mid-wicket. There's 2 men catching in the covers as well as a backward point. The backward square leg as well. They've just hidden George out there. Harsh. And here comes Anuj Dal then in and bowls, and the first delivery goes past the edge of the bat through to the wicket keeper. Here we go. Anuj Dal, 5 for in the first innings, century. Beats the bat first ball after the rain break. The light actually improved dramatically while it was raining, and it's okay now. So we may well get these 20 overs. Who knows? Frank seems confident. We're not going to have any more delays. I'm not confident at all. 2 wickets today for Alex Thompson already, 1 for Nick Potts. As this next delivery is defended up towards Lias Deploy by Matthew Waite. Rehan Davalath was caught by Wayne Madsen, slipped low down off the bowling of Potts for 15. 46 minutes or so into the day's play, and less than half an hour later Adam Hose was bowled by Alex Thompson through the gate for 1. That followed the stand of the day, possibly of the season, as Dahl is in and bowls to Waite, gets a full delivery, nicely fielded in the leg side by Nick Potts, guides it towards the stumps in actual fact, and there's no run. That was between Ed Pollock and Gareth Roderick. 37 overs, 2.5 hours they were together for 63 runs. It was truly remarkable. Ed Pollock got to his 100th ball on 5 as in goes Dahl again, and that one is defended up to mid-on where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Roderick eventually going for 123, 19 falls in his innings, caught a short leg by Harry Kame off the bowling of Thompson. 208 deliveries. Ed Pollock started to score after that. He still isn't racing along, 38 from 167, standing at the non-striker's end. Matthew Waite has joined him. He's on 10 from 41. And there are 19 overs and 2 balls left in the day's play as the leg side cordon is strengthened and Dahl bowls, and it's pushed out into the leg side by Matthew Waite off the very toe end of his bat. And there's no run. So that's the situation we've got to here. Remarkable, really. I did think the ground staff had put too many covers on, if I'm entirely honest. But they know what they're doing, and I've got absolutely no idea. In the second division, Yorkshire against Gloucestershire is finished as a draw, as in comes Dahl again and bowls. Waite pushes it back to Dahl, who begins this final session, potentially final session, with a maiden over, beating the bat with the first ball. But now it's 19 overs to go, and it looks like it might be Lewis Rees, or is it going to be Alex Thompson? Let's see if Thompson removes his cap. He does. So Yorkshire against Gloucestershire. Yorkshire declaring their second innings on 200 for 6 before the players shook hands. Gloucestershire need 224 more runs. They have 2 wickets remaining, though. They're 215 for 8 against Durham at Grace Road. And Sussex on the brink of defeat need another 107, but they're 252 for 9. We will, over the course of the next wee while, explain how it affects the table, although it's tricky with the points deduction heading Yorkshire's way to know exactly how many points they're going to be deducted, of course. Lewis Rees hands the ball to Alex Thompson. Ah, look, one of the pegs that holds down the colours has been discovered by Lewis Rees. It's all been kicking off in the last half hour or so, actually, because the ground staff put all the sheets on unnecessarily. A bloke was thrown out of the ground, apparently on the insistence of match referee Steve Davis. He was the one who shouted twice. Here's Thompson around the wicket, and balls. That's defended by Ed Pollock. It was Pollock who was most put off by him, and he actually pointed to him and told him to be quiet at one point, but he's now been removed, which has thinned the crowd out considerably, because it was already fairly thin. There are barely a handful of people in the Basil D'Oliveira stand now as Thompson bowls, and that one squirts off the edge of Pollock's bat down to backward point, picked up by McCurr. Next 2 wickets are going to be huge, if Derbyshire could get them. Joe Leach next. Navdeep Saini, Josh Baker, Dylan Pennington after that. Not necessarily in that order. It would just be poetic, I think, wouldn't it, if Navdeep Saini was out there and kept out the last ball of the match. A full delivery by Alex Thompson is defended into the leg side by Ed Pollock after his fielding had kept me entertained yesterday. Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. The ball that he kicked over the boundary rope before was a particular highlight. As Thompson is in, back into his crease goes. Pollock pushes it back towards the bowler. But both the centuries for Dahl and Deploy were as a result of boundaries that he could have easily prevented. Thompson around the wicket, bowls it, and that one bounces, turns and bounces. The bails are whipped off, but Pollock hadn't moved his back foot. There's Deploy, has his hands on his head, looking for his first victory as the official Derbyshire skipper in the championship, of course, as Thompson bowls, and that one is pushed into the leg side by Pollock, and that's back-to-back maiden overs to begin this 20-over session. And 18 remain. Worcestershire 213 for 5.
11 people in the Basil.
I would go excellent, so it's halved, doesn't it? More than
so
halved.
We're not down to the 2 runs yet, but close to it. It always fascinates me, the spectators that stay regardless of the situation in any ground. Sometimes you can sit in a test ground and see one person huddled under an umbrella halfway up an open stand. But there are probably a few, I suppose, who think I'm going to watch every ball of every game played at home or something like that. Here's Anuj Dahl from the Diglis end, bowls to Matthew Waite, pushes this out on the offside, no run, 2 slips, man on the drive at short, extra cover, short leg fairly deep under the helmet, Harry came, and then a man on the drive at mid-wicket as well. He's unconventional, and attacking fields have been set throughout the game by both captains on this pitch, trying to make things happen because it isn't producing wickets in conventional ways, you'd say. Anuj Dahl again got 5 in the first innings, bowls to Matthew Waite, drives up to Lewis Rees at straight mid-on, straight silly mid-on, right by the cut strip at the non-striker's end, and there's no run. Waite has 10 off 45 deliveries, Pollock 38 off a mammoth 173 deliveries. Worcestershire just basically trying to occupy the crease. 17 overs left in the day after this. Dahl bowls and Waite fishes for that one outside the off stump. Might have done a little bit off the seam. Didn't bounce much. Taken low down to his right by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And a few groans and arms raised by the Derbyshire fielders. Just got to keep believing. But the next ball might well be the one that produces the chance. Take it when it comes along. See if they can knock another one over. And it could all be on again. They need 5 wickets. Dahl in again from the Diglis end. Bowls and Waite is forward. Pushes out on the offside. Deploy the captain at short extra or silly mid-off. Does the fielding. It's a grey old afternoon. It's been a grey day. We've had a little bit of rain. Light's not been good all day. Perfectly playable now. Make no mistake about that. Compared to how it was about half an hour before they went off, it's positively bright, but still a gloomy afternoon anyway. As Dahl is in and bowls and Waite on the back foot picks out the same fielder on the offside. Lewis Rees. Beg your pardon, Elias Dupuy. Lewis Rees is on the other side.
He just threatened to throw the stumps down. There was no point in doing it. He's got to make ssure he doesn't look frustrated. He's the leader.
Yeah.
Wayne Madsen will never look frustrated at first slip. He'll always offer encouragement, but it's a real test for Elias Dupuy.
Keep everybody going. In a test match, Australia, 228 for 3. Not really what you want when you put them in. As Anuj Dole bowls again to Matthew Waite, pushes this out on the offside. The end of the over, 17 left in the day. Worcestershire, well, it's immaterial really what the score is. It's 213 for 5. The fact is they're 5 down and there's 17 overs left, and they've got to bat to the end of the day to save the game.
How is that Baz ball going?
Yeah, it's not
It doesn't.
exactly,
It's not
is it?
all. It's not about winning. It's about entertaining.
Well, it's not been that exciting today. 61 overs, 230 for 3. 2 wickets for Josh Tongue. Worcestershire's Josh Tongue picking up both openers, but only one since then. Marnus Labuschagne caught behind by David, Johnny Bairstow. David was his dad.
Yeah.
Off Robinson for 47. Smith is 51 not out. Travis Head 22 not out.
I'm sure I saw Trent Bridge tweeting Josh Tongue's wickets. In comes Alex Thompson. Get the name right, Dave. Come up, and you've just tried to be funny. Don't.
Say it again, sorry. Who's tweeting that?
At Trent Bridge.
Really?
No.
Oh.
No. But he's going, isn't he?
Yeah, but not there, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
That's my understanding. I'm not sure though.
Thompson in bowls. That's defended by Pollock.
In fact, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Tell us, Frank. Tell us where he's going,
I'm not
Frank.
sure anybody does know, but I have heard rumours of another
Ooh.
test match ground county
Love a rumour.
being involved further north.
Around the wicket goes Thompson, driven very pleasantly by Ed Pollock for 4 out to the cover boundary. Nice shot, over pitched from Thompson. Got the treatment. The ball has just gone right the way along the slightly damp outfield. So already Alex Thompson has the towel out from the back of his trousers and he's ready to dry it off.
Wasn't there? I think there was a story in one of the newspapers online yesterday suggesting that there were several counties interested.
I don't read that newspaper, so
No,
it's not one of my favourites.
indeed. Never mind.
Thompson bowls. Pollock defends out into the offside. No run. 217 for 5. The last. Here, I'm going to do some maths here, which is very dangerous. 783 runs have been scored for the loss of just 10 wickets. Thompson bowls, cut away by Pollock for 4 more. This time slightly squarer, but to the cover boundary nonetheless. And he moves on to 46 now from 178 deliveries. That was his 9th 4. So when you consider he was 5 off his first 100, he's got 41 off the next 78, which is much more in keeping with what he would have envisaged when he got up this morning, I'm sure. Ed Pollock, boundary away from a half century. That game, it's been confirmed, the game where he hit the first ball he faced in senior cricket was a 6, and the second ball was a 4. Thompson in, bowls, and Pollock defends. That big stride he gets in, and it's been a characteristic of his innings since he arrived out in the middle. 16 overs to go, which by my reckoning means it's the last over. Last hour. Last hour, don't panic, it's the last hour, which will start at 5:19 and a half.
Yeah, the story I was referring to about Josh Tongue says more than a dozen counties have inquired since the gateway to speak on June the 1st was opened, and Lancashire and Notts made the initial running.
No.
And although it says here insiders at New Road believe a switch to Old Trafford is a done deal.
Oh.
So I have no idea if
that wasn't you then, the insider
Absolutely,
at New Road?
Certainly not an insider. As Dahl bowls and Waite tucks this one away off his pads and picks up 2 runs as George Scrimshaw, the 12th man, comes round to do the fielding. So Waite goes to 12, 223 for 5. No, I think, presumably an agent somewhere has spoken to a journalist. You would think when you get a story like that, don't you? And they always write things like that.
Yeah.
Insiders at New Road, a source close to the player.
I may have written stuff like that myself in the past.
Something like that. I've never been in that position, but those are the sort of phrases that are used, aren't they? Anyway, he's made it clear that he isn't staying. I think that is true. Anajdal bowls and Waite is forward and plays defensively up to mid-on, and there's all sorts of factors involved, and I have no judgment one way or another. I don't think you can blame any young sportsman for wanting to get financial security and so on, and there's all sorts of arguments about loyalty and everything else, and some players do stick with their home club or the club that's brought them through, whatever it might be. Anajdal bowls again to Waite, and he plays this on the onside, and there's no run. Every case is different, and I think it's a short career. Josh Tongue has already in his short career experienced quite a significant amount of injury, and he recognises, I'm sure, that his career might not be a long one. You just don't know, so you've got to take opportunities where they come. But at the same time, my feeling is, and I've said this before, and it isn't intended to be a criticism of anybody, just an observation. I'll just break off as Dahl bowls again, and this is Waite driving on the offside no run. My feeling is there should be a proper form of transfer system or compensation system for a club like Worcestershire, who loses players, like Derbyshire, who loses players, to a bigger, more financially secure, financially just richer county, if you like. And they should have to pay some sort of fee for the time and effort that's gone into making a player who he is. Waite drives, that's brilliant stop by Deploy, back foot shot from Waite. Deploy dive into his left at short extra, thought it was past him, thought they'd get a couple of runs, but he grabbed it with his left hand and there was no run. 15 overs left in the day after this, 1 ball left in this one from Anajdal, 223 for 5. I'm sure they could come up with some sort of system where adequate compensation was paid. Dahl bowls, Waite turns this on the leg side, no run. End of a very good, tidy maiden over from Dahl, but it didn't produce the breakthrough. 15 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 24, his figures. Oh, was there a run off it?
2.
Oh, of course there were, I beg your pardon. 15 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 24, 223 for 5.
Well, if Josh Tongue does go to Old Trafford, he can join Saqib Mahmood and Richard Gleeson in the physio's room. If he needs to go into a physio's room ever, I don't know. Change of bowling at the New Road end. It's Lewis Rees coming back. He's bowled 20 overs, 1 for 30. Lewis Rees. Since 2 for 44, Alex Thompson in his 26 overs, so he's bowled tidily, but was hit for a couple of fours in the previous over. And
yeah, I'm just trying to make it. You can't stop players from wanting to move. I can understand that, but if your club's invested 10 years into somebody, you've got to get something for it, haven't you? Just got to. Otherwise,
they'll all be at knots.
Yeah, well. Broadly, generally, I mean, otherwise what's the point in bringing players through if they're just going to get cherry picked? And Worcestershire have lost a few over the years, I know Derbyshire have as well, and you just feel if you got a decent sum for them, you could do something about it.
Rees in to bowl to Pollock, who defends the first ball into the leg side, where Leas Deploy does the fielding.
X £1,000 per year that they were in your academy, or something like that.
It's been a while since they went on a spending spree, not so they're due one. Hoarding all the talent from the Midlands. Although clearly we're in the south here. Just something I've been teasing John Curtis about. As it goes Rees, not that you can hear me, and that is driven off the back foot nicely for 4 runs by Ed Pollock. Beautiful shot, and it's a 50 off 181 balls. Must be the slowest 50 Ed Pollock's 10 fours in his 50, but it's taken him 181 balls to get there. Remarkable. It's been a magnificent innings, in fairness to Ed Pollock. It's been terrific to watch, despite the fact that he barely scored a run.
For the first 100 balls.
For the first 100 balls, yeah, it was remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. So totally out of character. Or out of the character that we expect to see from him, that is. Pollock waits now. Reece bowls to him, full of delivery, pushed out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. So 14 overs and 3 balls left for Derbyshire to get these 5 wickets. They've only got 3 today. Alex Thompson got 2 of them. The other one was taken by Nick Potts. 12 of the wickets in this match, and there have only been 20, I think, were taken on day 1. Derbyshire 2 down at the close after bowling Worcestershire out. Here is Reece in and bowls, and that one is guided out into the offside. They'll get a comfortable single as around from the slip and gully cordon comes Haider Ali to do the fielding. Pollock moves to 51. So in 3 days we have seen 10 wickets fall. Which I don't know what it says about day 1 or about the other 3 days, but it says something that I can't quite work out.
Well, they didn't bat very well on day 1, Worcestershire, did they?
237 was a ridiculously low score, as it turns out, and gave everybody hope that there'd be a finish in the game. But well, there will be a finish, obviously, but a positive finish one way or the other. Reece is going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Matthew Waite, who dabs this ball into the ground. Conor McCurr walks to the ball and picks up. And Derbyshire all-out attack. They've got 2 slips, and they've got 3 men on the leg side and 3 men on the offside in front of the bat catching and a backward point. Everybody is there. All 13 players on the pitch when the bowler delivers his ball are in David Griffin's photograph. Reece bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside, fielded there by Harry Kame. And it's the end of the Reece over. 5 from it. Score 228 for 5. Waite has 12. Pollock has 51. The important number is 14 overs remaining in the day's play.
You mentioned that Pollock playing out of character, and it just got me thinking about, it's another one of those things about cricket, isn't it, that makes it such an unusual game, in that it is possible to play in a certain way and get a reputation for playing in a certain way, and then to have to, or choose to, play in a completely different way in order to produce the result that you want to, which is what Pollock's done here. It's unlike other games in that way, isn't it? If I suppose you could be a footballer who plays unusually. I suppose Jack Grealish could have a game where he decides not to go to ground, and that might be called a day when he didn't play to character. And don't get me wrong, he's a fine player, of course, but generally, as Dahl slips and doesn't let go of the ball in this one. Generally, when you play football, you play in a certain way. When you play rugby, you play in a certain way. You can't change it, or you're not required to change it quite in the way that you do with cricket. I suppose golfers have to alter the way they play according to the conditions, and that is a factor. But if it's tennis, I suppose the surface can change, or the opponent. But generally speaking, you don't quite get the situation such as you've got here, where Pollock has played an innings that's completely out of keeping with his usual way of playing. Dahl bowls, and he drives and gets a single despite a half stop from Lewis Reece at silly mid-off, the ball running back past the non-striker's stumps, and Pollock goes to 52 and the total to 22945. And the field changes slightly for Matthew Waite. George Scrimshaw, the 12th man, goes out to deep backward square leg in case Dahl bangs one in. Otherwise, we've got a circle of fielders. Dahl bowls, Waite on the back foot, pushes out on the offside. and there's no run.
They look like a gang. Yeah, so 12 wickets day 1, 3 day 2, 2 day 3,
Yeah,
and 3 on day 4. Madness.
yeah.
Absolute madness.
Not a great pitch in terms of stroke making or bowling. Kookaburra probably hasn't helped. Dahl bowls, and for the second time in this over, as he lands in his delivery stride, something feels not quite right, and therefore he doesn't let go of the ball. And he's asking the umpire now if he can borrow something just to scrape the dirt out from between his spikes on his right foot. And Lewis Deploy, the captain, is helping him with that. It's like getting a pebble out of a horseshoe. He's just standing. He's the horse, and it's Dahl just tipping his foot up and allowing Lewis Deploy to get the blade that they borrowed from umpire Richard Illingworth in amongst the spikes to clear out any debris that has accumulated on the bottom of that shoe. And Dahl is happy now, goes back to the end of his mark and prepares to come in to bowl again to Matthew Waite. 3 in a row, hands on knees, catching on the offside, 2 on the leg side, all in front of the wicket as Dahl bowls, and Waite picks out one of them, Conor McCurr, who is square, almost square on the offside, and McCurr does the fielding, and there's no run. So 13.5 overs left for Worcestershire to survive. If they're to save this game, they only got 1 bonus point out of it to Derbyshire 6. As Dahl bowls again, and Waite is again forward, plays back to the bowler. There's no run. Gloomy evening here at New Road. Light shining brightly off the scoreboard. Not many spectators in the ground. A little rain break this afternoon. Lost a few overs. Lost 8 overs in fact to the weather. Other than that, it's just been a day of survival for Worcestershire as Waite continues that theme with another forward defensive, pushing the ball out on the offside. It's not been a thriller, to be fair, here at New Road. Worcestershire probably feeling they had the best of the first hour, when they were 70 without loss at one stage, first morning, but after they lost that first wicket they subsided really in their first innings, 237 all out, and then saw Derbyshire pile up 578 for 5 before declaring, leaving Worcestershire with nothing to do but try and save the game. Still trying to do that as Dahl is in, Waite defends, and again there is no run. That's the end of the over. 13 overs now left in the day. Waite 12, Pollock 52. Only 3 men out today. Adavalath for 15 and Hose for 1 this morning, and 1 since lunch. Gareth Roderick made 123 before he was caught at short leg by Harry Kame off the off spinner Alex Thompson, having faced 219 balls and hit 19 fours, and since then it's been about Ed Pollock and Matthew Waite. Pollock in particular earning our praise for his rearguard and uncharacteristic effort, and he's on strike now as Lewis Rees bowls to him, and he just punches this off the back foot. McCurr fields in the covers. Those 3 fielders on the offside, they've just sort of turned round. That's all they do at the end of the over. They face one way and then they turn round and face the other way. So they are now, having been in a line on the offside for the right-handed Waite, they're now in a line on the offside for the left-handed Pollock and Alex Thompson. The off-spinner, one of them, is loosening up, suggesting that he's going to come back into the attack shortly. There's Rees, left arm over from the New Road end, bangs this one in short to Pollock, and he smashes it away for 4 through mid-wicket, takes him to 56, total to 233 for 5. And Pollock at last reaping the benefits of his watchfulness early on in his innings with another boundary, which I believe is his 11th boundary, his 11th four in his 56. Rees in again, bowls two, he's forward, less certainly, pushing this one away on the onside. A few groans, a few hands on heads, as that one might have popped up and carried to one of those fielders in front of the wicket on the leg side. It didn't, it went a little bit squarer than that. And Harry Kane, who's got helmet and pads on, but he isn't really at short leg, he's quite deep on the leg side, a peculiar position, probably about 5 yards in front of square and about 12 yards away from the bat. Here's Rees into Pollock again, bowls, and Pollock is forward, playing defensively back up the pitch to the bowler, and again there is no run. But yeah, that's the best way I can describe it really. Those three fielders who are at the moment in a line on the offside for Pollock. Thompson close to the strip, and then 3 or 4 yards to his right another fielder, and then 3 or 4 yards to his right another fielder, Dahl and McCurr, those two. Oh, Pollock has skied this in the air, and he is very well caught by Anuj Dahl, one of those fielders who's in for a close catch and is in fact taken a skyer. Ed Pollock, for some reason, after all his watchfulness, going for a big hit. Can't believe he's done it, and he's gone for a big hit over the top, and he's mishit it. He's got a top edge, and Anuj Dahl has turned and run back and taken a really difficult catch over his shoulder. Almost lost his footing as he took it, hit the ground but held on. That's a really good catch by Anuj Dahl. Reward for Lewis Rees's persistence. Ed Pollock's vigil is over, and this game, just when you think it was drifting towards a conclusion, is suddenly absolutely alive again, because Pollock has gone. And I'm just in time to update BBC Haven Worcester. Worcestershire have just lost their 6th wicket, just when it looked as though the game was going steadily towards a draw. And it's Ed Pollock, who faced 189 balls, but he's just been dismissed by Lewis Rees for 56. Going for a big hit over the top, most unexpectedly, got a leading edge. It skied up in the air, and Anuj Dahl fielding in a close ring on the offside, running back and taking a really good catch over his shoulder, hitting the ground, holding on to the ball. Excellent catch from Dahl. Rees gets the wicket, and Worcestershire, with just over 12 overs to go, 12 overs and 1 ball to survive, have lost their 6th wicket. Pollock out for 56. Joe Leach coming out to join Matthew Waite. Game on. Worcestershire 233 for 6. And there you go, excellent catch by Anuj Dahl.
Really good catch.
Lewis Rees, having been hit to the boundary earlier in the over, sticking to it, persistent, and bowling good line and length delivery, and probably to his surprise really, seeing Pollock go for that big hit. And most unexpectedly, Ed Pollock is the 6th man out for Worcestershire. 233 for 6. And we now have 73 deliveries left in the game.
Oh, we've got down to counting the number of balls,
Rees round the wicket to the new batsman Joe Leach, who's off the mark straight away, just tucking this one off his pads. He'll get a couple of runs. Harry Kane goes back and does an extravagant sliding stop, which he didn't need to do at all because they'd taken 2 anyway.
The ball had already stopped.
But he enjoyed it anyway. And it's the end of the over, 235 for 6, 12 overs left. And, well, I wasn't expecting that from Ed Pollock. I'm not saying I wasn't expecting him to get out. I didn't think he'd get out in the way that he did.
I think it might have been partly because earlier in the over he pulled quite violently out to the leg side, didn't he? And he thought, well, this is quite easy now. Nothing to it. And just potentially a lapse in concentration. We'll never know unless we speak to him, and I almost certainly won't. And Alex Thompson is back. So that's an interesting move. Anuj Dahl, I don't think he did himself any damage. It is getting a little gloomy though. I wonder if that's anything to do with it. And they're going to surround the batsmen here. We've got 12 overs left, as Frank said. Waite has 12, Leach has 2. And Derbyshire need 4 more wickets to force a victory. Test match special might be better coming off here, rather than sticking up with what's going on at they're at Lord's, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably watch it tomorrow, and then on Friday drive down to Derby to watch it rain, and then on Saturday club match. Don't like missing club matches, so I'll be on my way up to Barnoldswick, that kind of area.
262 for 3.
What's happening here? Anasdal, I think he wants to be directed by Brooke Guest as to where he should go. He's going quite straight on the leg side, which means that Lewis Rees just has to go a little bit wider because he's at mid-on. There are 4 catchers on the leg side. There's also Leas de Ploy at silly mid-off and Wayne Madsen at slip. And here comes Alex Thompson from the Diglis end. He bowls and very watchfully Waite goes forward, pushes it out into the offside.
Do you drive home every night after the home games at Derby?
No longer. No, I have a very, very good friend who lives in Sawley.
Right.
Our breakfast show host puts me up. In comes Thompson again and bowls, and that one is defended into the leg side by Waite, but with it being Friday, Sunday, the 2 home games, I will go home Friday night, come back down on Sunday, and depending on how those results go, might have a week off before we have to go down to Hove. So Thompson is in, and that's defended again. He needs to just get him a bit further forward here. Alex Thompson. He's coped very comfortably with the first 3 deliveries of the over. And there are just 11.5 overs to go, and at the end of it there'll be 66 balls, I reckon.
I think you're right.
Thank you. In comes Thompson again, 2 full weight defends, picked up by Nick Potts, who finds himself fairly close in on the leg side. It's sort of short mid-wicket. There's a silly mid-on. There's a short leg. There's a leg slip, and he drives, does Waite, a full delivery outside the off stump for 4 runs to backward point. Disappointing from Alex Thompson that time. He's bowled well in the match though. 27 overs almost, 2 for 48 in this innings. Bowled tidily in the first as well on day 1 when he blocked up an end for 12 overs for 20. So he can be pretty happy with his game at New Road, I would suggest. And he's in again now. Bowls to Waite, who defends this one into the leg side. It's picked up by Potts, and it brings to an end the over. We do now have 66 deliveries left. Ooh.
Yeah, we've talked about our woes with mental arithmetic throughout the game, but I think you'll find most cricketers, and certainly people that do our job, the one we're of the generation that learnt its multiplication tables reasonably, but we're quite good on the 6 times table, generally in cricket, because of the number of balls in and over, I suppose. But 66 balls it is for Worcestershire. I reckon this is going to be tight. I've just got a feeling.
I think you might be right. I'm excited.
Yeah, I know. Well, you've been excited all day.
I sort of calmed down a bit.
Lewis Rees round the wicket with this ridiculous field. They're just in a circle, basically. Lewis Rees bowls. Joe Leach pushes to mid-on, and there's no run. If the captain said, look, from the wicket-keeper, just form a circle,
that's how it would be.
You'd probably get something like this. You've got Harry came under the helmet at deep short leg, clapping, as usual. And then you've got 3 in a row on the onside, and if they turn round and could have readjust themselves, they become 3 in a row on the offside at the other end, and 3 in a row on the other side, all with hands on knees. So Leach blocks this one from Lewis Rees out on the offside. It really is a circle field.
It's where you need a real out and out quick to bang it in short and really discomfort the lower order batsmen. They're not tail enders, these two, by any manner of means, but they're lower order batsmen.
Bang one in, bowl a Yorker, bowl a wide one, yeah, absolutely. And just get them guessing a bit, yeah.
McCur's probably
And
the
it's a bit gloomy
quickest.
as well.
It is. That might stop them from doing it, in fairness.
McCur's gone out to deep backward square in case he does drop one short, and they think Joe Leach might go for it. He does bowl this a little bit short of the length, but Leach is in behind it, pushes out on the offside. 2:39 for 6 men out today. Davalath for 15 seems like ages ago when he was out this morning, and then Hose for 1 in the afternoon. Roderick for 123, and in this session just an over or two ago, Ed Pollock for 56, which doesn't really tell the tale of his innings. Reese bowls and Leach drives very nicely on the offside. Must have thought he got 4 there. It was a good diving stop by Deploy at one in that ring on the offside. I say about Pollock's innings, 56, but the key stat really, 189 balls he faced. I think that tells you, if you know anything about Ed Pollock, that it was an uncharacteristic and very praiseworthy knock for his team. 2:39 for 6. Reese, 2 balls left in the over. Comes in now and bowls to Leach, and Leach blocking this one to Thompson at silly mid-on. 1 ball left in the over, 11 left after this, and just a case of nagging away for Derbyshire, waiting for something to happen and possibly forcing the door open a little bit wider and then trying to pile through the gap as the tail begins with the fall of the next wicket. Reese bowls, Leach trying to keep the door firmly shut, blocks that to Thompson at silly mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, 10 left, 60 balls.
I'm fairly sure that when Worcestershire comfortably held on for a draw at Derby last season, Joe Leach was out in the middle.
With Cox, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, just double checking on that one. He's out there now, and there was just no way through in the end. It was horrible. Derbyshire really were on top at one point, and the next moment they weren't on top anymore. And by the end of the day, as Alex Thompson begins a new over, think of, oof, what's he done there? Ball has turned. It seems to have hit. He's gone for a sweep shot, I think, and it's hit Hayder Ali, and now the umpires are conferring about something. They've gone right across. Is the umpires suggesting that it's too dangerous to field out there? No, they're not. Well, they might be, but
yeah, it just hit his knee actually. It didn't
come off his off.
I think it came off the bat. It bounced, it hit his knee, and I think his knee was bent and it missed the pad. 2 men already behind square on the leg side. George Scrimshaw just going in front.
Yes, no, you can't go behind square, George.
Can't go behind George. No, he's just right on the line, isn't he?
Yeah, has to stay in front of square. Thompson bowls, defended by.
I think if I was umpiring there, I'd go over to the
Wait,
other side.
yeah.
It's pretty crowded, isn't it?
It is.
It could be a stumping.
If there is a stumping, he's going to do well to look through
Yeah.
Harry Kame, who's at short leg. Thompson around the wicket. Bowls, and that was turned into the leg side. Fielded by Kame. Wait coping comfortably at the moment.
2 other games in Division 2 are close to finishing. Sussex 86 behind Glamorgan have only got 1 wicket left.
Thompson in again, bowls to Wade, pushes it back to the bowler.
And Leicestershire 180 runs behind Durham have only got 2 wickets left.
Could be draws, could be victories.
Could be. Yorkshire have drawn with Gloucestershire.
They lost most of yesterday, I think, didn't they? Thompson is in, bowls, Wade defends into the onside, picked up by Potts.
And 2 results in Division 1. Kent beaten Northants by an innings and 15 runs, and Lancashire, who bowled Surrey out for 84, have won by 123 runs.
Having been behind on first innings. Thompson drags that one down a little bit, not happy with the delivery, just turns away, looks a little bit disappointed, and it's pushed out into the offside by Wade, back to back. Maiden's been bowled. Are we going to see Lewis Rees continue? It looks rather like we are, unless Lewis Deploy is having a word with the umpire just to see if he's allowed to bowl, because of, I mean, it's medium pace at best, Lewis Rees. He's hardly express. And umpire Shanmugam,
Having a look at
yes, he is. He's just putting the light meter on the stumps and says everything's fine, so we can carry on. Waite has 16, Leach has 2, Worcestershire 239 for 6, but the important number is 9 overs remaining.
Conor McCurr is loosening up at mid-wicket. Could see him shortly. Rees round the wicket to Leach. And he bowls it's almost like a left arm spinner, that. He's flicked it with his fingers and it's gone away off the seam a little bit, but it was really gently bowled in terms of pace and taken by the wicket keeper Brooke Guest outside the off stump. It really was. I'm going to watch the replay of it, but it was pretty much like a left arm spinner. Just watching it now. Yeah, he just rolled his fingers over it, and that was sort of Derek Underwood pace, really. That one's a bit quicker, taken by Guest, left alone by Brooke Guest. We've got this circular field. Slip, first slip, fourth slip, and then 3 in a line, saving one on the offside, catching on the offside I should say, in front of the bat, 3 in a line, catching on the leg side in front of the bat, and a deep short leg as Rees is round the wicket to Leach. Bowls now, and Leach lets that go outside the off stump. Well, make him play might be the call
I don't think so.
The Derbyshire field. 3 times he's gone past the bat. Once he did play, twice he's let it go in this over. 8 overs left after this, and Worcestershire hanging in there at the moment as Lewis Rees comes in again and bowls, and Leach is made to play this time, forces him forward, and it slices out behind square on the offside for a single. Joe Leach goes on to 3. Matthew Waite 16 off 74 deliveries.
He's done
Not
well.
his natural game either,
no,
really.
he's done well.
But he has done well. And he's just having a word with Joe Leach now.
We're going to see McCurr. He's clearly the quickest of the bowlers that Lewis Deploy has at his disposal.
Yeah. Might make the umpires look at the light meter again. I don't think
it's too bad,
dark.
do you?
No,
I don't at the moment.
No, I think it's fine. Rees round the wicket. Bowls to Waite. Good Yorker. Well bowled by Lewis Rees, but Waite just digs it out, watches it all the way up, right onto the toe of his bat, just make sure it's not getting through, and it dribbles out on the onside. And McCurr, the tall figure, now doing some quite vigorous loosening up exercises, does the fielding. Last ball of the over. Rees in, bowls to Leach, he's forward, blocks it out on the offside. Sorry, Waite. End of the over, 8 left, 240 for 6. And it is McCurr coming into the attack.
Yeah, it makes sense, I think, doesn't it? To have Conor McCurr come in and try to give it to the Worcestershire middle order, lower order. Is that what they are? They probably are. Lower order.
Lower middle.
Lower middle, okay.
That's what he said. Lower middle order.
Either way, it's Matthew Waite and Joe Leach.
7 and 8.
Yeah.
7 and 8.
48 deliveries to go, potentially. If neither of these two batsmen get out, I would suggest we've got 45. Don't wait up if you're listening at home. Word with Mickey Arthur at the end of the game. I wonder what his take on everything will be.
You're going all the way home tonight? All the way
Yeah.
home.
So
The M6.
2.5 hours. The later now, the better, I think. So more than happy. Once you get past about 2 o'clock, you might as well be here until 6 o'clock. I will be here beyond 6 o'clock. Haven't got any instructions for the show tonight, mind. We'll be going on to do a bit of the news at 6, of course. A few minutes away from that. Here's Conor McKerr then, from the Diglis end, with that enormous backing behind him. He's in and bowls to Lee Chu, goes back into his crease and defends the first delivery. Back towards the bowler. I think there are 10 people.
9.
We counted the one up there.
5.
Way to the left.
10. You're right. 10. It wasn't the one I missed. It was the one in the white shirt. It was the sleeper.
We're not sure if he's fully with us or not, to be perfectly honest. But to his credit, he's been there all day. As McKerr is in again, bowls to Leach, who turns this one into the leg side, fielded by Alex Thompson. He's not asleep, incidentally.
Not now.
No, I don't think he was before, but it was just amusing to suggest that he might have been. So I did. And there were 21 people or something, 25 people, and one of them was asleep. We've lost a few over the course of the day. Some have decided to leave, some were asked. Well, one was asked. Chucked out of the ground, chucked out of a cricket ground, goodness me. In comes McKerr again, that's a short delivery and Leach ducks underneath it.
A few chucked out Edgbaston last Friday.
Oh, and the Edgbastons, yeah, that's
Friday
a
night.
lot to itself, isn't it?
T20, there were a few chucked out.
Derbyshire's T20 there last season.
In between Birmingham City and Aston Villa.
Oh, was it? Last season it was on a Wednesday night, but it was student night. That wasn't good. There were naked people running around, which is never a good thing, full stop. But on a cricket ground, I think even less so. Here comes McKerr in and bowls to Leach, who gets right up on his toes and plays that into the ground. Fielded by Thompson once again. No, I can't say too much. It wasn't. This wasn't good. It wasn't good. It wasn't a good look.
They had a couple of problems at Edgbaston with student nights.
It wasn't a good look for cricket. Full stop. I'm afraid.
Don't think it was too good at Lord's today, from what I've heard. Just stop oil. Invasion, put to bed by Johnny Bairstow, apparently.
There is McKerr's coming round the wicket now to Joe Leach. Bangs another one in, but it doesn't really get up, and Leach pushes it out into the offside, where Anish Dahl does the fielding. 2 balls of the over. Oh, the scoreboard's gone off. Excellent. 2 balls of the over to go. That's not good, is it?
It won't be long before it's back.
The scoreboard has disappeared. 2.5 minutes before an update. Is the other one still on?
No.
Excellent. So we haven't got a scoreboard at all now. Not that we need to know how many runs. I mean, Worcestershire trail by 101. Probably. As this next delivery is down the leg side. He gets his bat out of the way of it. Joe Leach as it goes through to Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. By my calculations, we have 7 to go. Probably. Yeah.
7 to go. 2:40 for 6.
I'm going to take my phone with me to do this.
Leach on 3. Weight on 16.
I can confirm, in reply to not Fred Titmus, that it wasn't the person you're suggesting who was thrown out of the ground. No. He left of his own accord to go to the station.
The one video turned. Yeah. Alex Thompson coming back into the attack at the
scoreboard's back.
Scoreboard's back. Good news.
Excellent. That's good for me.
And he is coming over the wicket to bowl to Matthew Waite, who is forward, pushing this out on the onside. And there's no run. 240 for 6. The important figure, however, is the number of overs remaining. 7 after this, as Thompson bowls again to Waite, and he drives up to George Scrimshaw, the 12th man at mid-off.
Yeah.
6 after this, I beg your
No,
pardon.
the scoreboard hadn't quite caught up
No,
after
it
coming
hadn't,
back on.
It hadn't, you're right. 6 after this, which is important. Thompson bowls, Leach off weight, I beg your pardon, plays it off the pitch, goes back and just drops that away on the onside. Similar situation, I think, to in the Durham game, looking at Martin Emerson's latest tweet as Thompson goes round the wicket, pushes out on the offside. 6 overs left and they're coming off a bad light, apparently.
I thought it was always nice up there. So are they away?
Here's... Oh, weight is beaten. That's well bowled by Thompson. Just went on with the arm, he went back to it, and that left alone and taken by the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, and there's no addition to the score. Here's Thompson again over the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed out on the onside by weight. End of the over. 6 overs left, the clock strikes 6, 240 for 6, and weight on 16, Leach on 3.
You could cut the atmosphere with a knife, potentially. You couldn't really, there's not enough people in here to create an atmosphere, but it's tense. 36 deliveries to go, and I'm going next door.
Okay, off goes Dave Fletcher to update BBC Radio Derby listeners. Conor McCurr continues down the leg side. Matthew Waite flicks at that, taken by Brooke Guest, tumbling away down the leg side, and there's no addition to the score. Tense atmosphere remains here at New Road. 240 for 6. And McCurr from the Diglis end into bowl to Leach. Bowls, and Leach pushes this through mid-on. They'll pick up a couple of runs as Thompson runs back to do the fielding. Leach goes to 5. More importantly, it's another dot ball. We were talking a moment ago about a spectator being asked to leave the ground. That was because he distracted the batsman a couple of times. Ed Pollock, who was on strike, twice was disturbed by a spectator shouting just as the bowler was coming up to bowl. The match referee, well within his rights to ask for that spectator to be removed from the ground, and he was asked to leave. McCurr bowls, Leach on the back foot, plays out on the offside, and it was all dealt with, I think, fairly appropriately by the stewards, to be fair. I don't think it was a major incident, in case anybody thought it was, and we were talking about people getting thrown out, genuinely thrown out at Edgbaston the other night when there were all sorts of shenanigans in the Hollies stand. It wasn't anything like that, I must add. 242 for 6, the score here. And McCurr round the wicket to Leach, who chops at that one, gets the bottom edge, and it flies up into the hands of Brooke Guest. Update for FM listeners on Hereford and Worcester coming now. Worcestershire still hanging on here, just 5.5 overs left, and they're still battling it out there. 242 for 6, the score. Ed Pollock's innings came to an end. He was out for 56. Excellent effort, faced 189 balls. Tremendous rear guard from him. Earlier in the day, also an excellent 100 from Gareth Roderick. Matthew Waite played really well. He's on 16 not out. He's faced 82 deliveries. Joe Leach on 5 off 21 deliveries. Worcestershire had to bat all day to save the game. Looks like they're going to do it. We've got 5 overs and 1 ball left. They're 242 for 6. As Leach plays that one defensively out on the offside, and Conor McCurr does his own fielding. 1 ball left then in the over, and then there'll be 5 overs left. Joe Leach, the batsman, on strike. Little bit of luck earlier in the over with that bottom edge, and bouncer from McCurr. Well bowled. Leach ducks underneath it. End of the over, says Richard Illingworth. 5 left. 242 for 6.
30 deliveries, 4 wickets. That's the equation. Worcestershire need to survive. 27 deliveries. Now, Alex Thompson removes his cap. He will bowl the next over. He may well bowl 3 of the remaining 5. Has got a little quieter out there now from the Derbyshire fielders. They got the wicket of Ed Pollock since after the rain delay, but nothing since. And it's Matthew Waite on strike. He's got 16 from 82. And in goes Thompson and bowls. Jimmy goes back into his crease. It's bat on ball. And as Down allows it to roll to him. Who's that wheeling his arms around at leg slip? I think it's Haider Ali. In goes Thompson and bowls. It's clipped into the leg side by Matthew Waite. Nicely fielded by Dahl, just moving down to his right, getting his right hand on it. Four overs and 4 balls to go. Thompson over the wicket to Waite, just slightly outside off stump, and the ball just gets away there from Nick Potts, allowing the batsman to get through for a single, sharing out the workload. Potts will be slightly disappointed he didn't take that cleanly, but it's not about runs. Worcestershire trail by 98 at the moment. It's all about the last 4 wickets. Just remarks his guard, does Joe Leach, and has a little step into the leg side. Sorts his clothing out. Now he's ready. Thompson in and bowls, and he's caught, is he? No, he's not caught.
Sharp catch.
Yeah, the ball was taken by Leas Deploy at leg gully probably. There is a leg slip as well, and a short leg, and a normal slip, and a short mid-wicket, and a silly mid-on. There's all sorts of fielders around Joe Leach, who goes back into his crease to the next Thompson delivery and pushes it into the leg side. And there is 1 delivery of the over to go, and then we will have 4 more. Somebody in the office just asked if I'm enjoying myself. This is brilliant. Thompson in again, bowls Leach. That was a quicker delivery. Stabs his back down on it, pushes it out into the offside, and we have 24 deliveries left. 243 for 6. Waite has 17 from 85. Leach 5 from 26. And this one's going to end in a draw.
Well, it looks that way. I think Leas Deploy's decided to have a bowl himself, which might produce a shot, which is what he's hoping, I suppose. Yeah, but it might, I suppose he's thinking it might just make them sort of adjust from the sort of defensive mode that they're in if he bowls a bad ball and they find they've got something to hit. It's actually hard to block rubbish, isn't it?
Well, it can be.
Not going to be absolute rubbish, but it is sometimes, I think.
It's very much occasional.
Yeah. Well, it was earlier, wasn't it? But it did kind of shake Pollock out of that groove that he was in before, and I suppose he's hoping he can do the same. I can see the thinking. He's going to be bowling round the wicket, Deploy. Slow left arm. Bowls! There you go. He beats the bat with his first ball. Might have turned a little bit. Waite played at it. 2 slips in place, could have been an action. He missed it, taken by Brooke Guest. Well bowled. Leas Deploy. 3 men in that ring on the offside, catching. He's in again, he bowls. That one he didn't play out. I think it turned a bit. It looked as though he played out, but I reckon he pulled his bat away from that one. Watched it off the pitch through into Brooke Guest gloves. Joe Leach, non-striker, leaning on his bat, hand on hip, watching gritty Yorkshireman Matthew Waite, the all-rounder who made 100 at Derby earlier in the season, facing now, and that one is just tucked away on the onside, and there's no run. So 3 overs left after this. Derbyshire need 4 wickets. Worcestershire set out trying to bat all day. Are they going to achieve it? Deploy bowls. Again, Waite plays very late enough to encourage a few gasps and groans from the gathered fielders, but safe enough as he plays it down on the leg side. And here's deploy again, and Waite is taken on the pads. Big shout for LBW. Umpire says not out. Brooke Guest suggesting that we should have a short, silly point in, because he might have got a nick on that, and it might have been a bat pad catch, I think. Not sure if he did get a nick on it. 1 ball left in the over. I'll say one thing for those spectators that have stayed: they've had a bit of dogged, determined cricket to admire as Deploy bowls and Waite pushes out on the offside, and that's the end of the over. 3 left in the day, 18 deliveries. Worcestershire hanging in there, 243 for 6.
Yeah, 18 deliveries. That's all that's left of this game. We lost 32 yesterday, and we lost 8, I think, today. So only 40 overs lost in the entirety of the game, and it comes down to the last.
It was outside the line, that
Was it?
LBW shout.
Last 18 deliveries. Alex Thompson is going to continue, I think. Yes, he is. It is reasonably gloomy now, which means I'm not necessarily surprised that the spin from both ends. Thompson's got a smile on his face. Lewis Rees has got a smile on his face there. I think they've enjoyed this. They'd enjoy it more if they were to win it, but that's becoming increasingly unlikely. Thompson in and bowls a full delivery, almost sneaks under Joe Leach's bat, and fielded by Potts, coming in from cover. All the close catches, barring the slip and the wicketkeeper on the leg side for Alex Thompson, who's in and bowls. Leach goes back into his crease and defends it out into the offside again. 16 balls to go, closer to the handshakes. Of course, Worcestershire can't declare because they're still 98 runs behind. Next one is defended into the offside. I think there's a pattern emerging here. 15 balls to go. Derbyshire still need 4 wickets. It seems unlikely that all of a sudden, having only lost 4 wickets all day, Worcestershire would lose another 4, as that one is played into the ground by Leach, straight into the hands of players to deploy. 2 balls to go in the over, and then 2 more overs after that. As Thompson turns, he's in now, bowls to Leach, he goes back into his crease, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Dahl, Rees, McCurr, their work for the day is done. He's going to come around the wicket to the right-hander now is Alex Thompson for the final ball of his 31st over. He's in and bowls, and Leach pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. It's a maiden over. It doesn't make a lot of difference really. 12 balls to go, 4 wickets required. Worcestershire still trailing by 98, but you rather feel the end is nigh. A hat-trick would be handy.
Hat-trick would be pretty good, wouldn't it?
Almost
Stranger
essential at
things
this
have
point.
happened.
Well,
But yeah, Worcestershire look as though they're going to achieve their stated aim, obvious aim at the start of the day, to bat through the day. In the Test match, Australia 315 for 3. So this first ball is taken by Brooke Guest as Waite is beaten. So just 3 wickets for England, 2 of them to Josh Tongue. Steve Smith 73 now. Travis Head, man in form, he's come in 77 off 71 balls. So he's the one playing Bazball today as deploy bowls, and Waite plays this back to the bowler, and there is no run. So we've got 10 balls left, Worcestershire to survive. Been a pretty good rearguard effort by the pairs, to be fair. As deployed bowls, and Waite is forward, pushes that out on the offside. Bowler does his own fielding, helped I think by the bland nature of the pitch, and probably by the rather bland nature of the Kookaburra ball as well in this game.
Sussex have held on.
They've held on, there you go. And Worcestershire look like holding on here as Waite lets that one go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Guest. 8 balls left in the game. Waite on 17 of 95 deliveries. Make that 96 as he pushes this one out on the onside. 1 ball left in the over, then 1 over left. Deploy to bowl from the Diglis end. 243 for 6 Worcestershire. Here is deploy bowls, and Waite drives a full toss back to the bowler. End of the over, 1 over left. 4 wickets needed. Worcestershire 243 for 6, and they've called it a day. Handshakes all round. The game is drawn. Matthew Waite finishes unbeaten on 17. Joe Leach finishes unbeaten on 5. So Worcestershire turning up this morning with their score on 70 for 2, and knowing really that they had to bat throughout the day. To use Gareth Roderick's term, we've got to play the patience game better than they do, is what he said, and it turns out that by a small margin Worcestershire have played the patience game better than their opponents, and they have managed to save the game. 1 man out in the morning session, 2 men out in the morning session. Rehan Adavalath out for 15, Adam Hose then out for 1, and then 1 man out in the afternoon. Gareth Roderick out for 123, brilliant innings, 209 balls, 19 fours, and after that it was all about Ed Pollock really, who batted for 189 balls for 56 before he skied a catch off Lewis Rees and was caught by Anuj Dal. Matthew Waite then continued the resistance, 17 not out, 5 not out from Joe Leach. There were 6 extras in the innings, and Worcestershire finishing on 243 for 6 in 109 overs, and they escape with a draw. Worcestershire really only taking 1 bonus point, but Derbyshire taking 5. They escape with a draw, and at the end of the game, Derbyshire take 11 points from the game. Worcestershire take 6. And just to recap the bowling figures for Derbyshire: Conor McCurr 20 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 70. Nick Potts 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39. Lewis Rees 24 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 42. Alex Thompson 31 overs, 12 maidens, 2 for 49. Anuj Dal 16 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 25. And Leas Deploy 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 13. Leas Deploy with 258 not out. 238 not out in the Derbyshire first innings, the only Derbyshire innings, a career best for him. Wayne Madsen made 143, Anuj Dal 141 not out. But the upshot of it all is the game is drawn. Worcestershire take 6 points, Derbyshire take 11 points, and Worcestershire holding out 243 for 6 in 109 overs to save the game and escape with a draw here at New Road. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. It's been Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby alongside me, Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. We've also been joined today by David Townsend as our third voice. Thank you for being with us, and do join us again when our counties are next in action.